This conference will now be recorded.
Now we are recording the conference, and hope everyone is doing well. And here we are in October, where we have a lot to digest and do in the next 4 days. Alan has a lot to tell us today about, I think, the results and a review of the model and what's happened. And then we will proceed through the week, I think on Tuesday, having some breakout groups to discuss management procedures, and on Wednesday, having some time to discuss as a whole group so that we can come to some sort of recommendation for commissioners this week. And Alan, I don't know if you wanted to jump in on that and sort of give an overview of what kind of recommendations we are coming to, or Adam, so that everybody kind of knows what the broad goal is by the end of Thursday.
Yeah, I'm not sure
the meeting arrangement. Well, I was going to say before right to the objectives of the meeting, just in terms of the meeting arrangement, to make sure that everybody is be able to connect okay. Folks are hopefully familiar with this platform. The meeting invite that was sent out on Friday with the hyperlink to this meeting invitation is the same invitation that would be used for the duration of the week, I believe. That's correct, Alan?
Yeah, that's correct. And you can also find that link on the MSAB016 website as well. And it's just click on it and it should take you right here. No password this time.
Right. And then a couple of kind of operational pieces in terms of using this is I think the process that we had used for the past couple of meetings where folks have their cameras disconnected or turned off for most of the meeting, and then turning your camera on when you would like to speak or have a point of question has worked quite well in terms of maintaining a speaker's queue and also getting to see everybody and have a bit more interpersonal connection that way when we're talking. Please make sure you keep your mics muted. Otherwise, if you do have any audio issues or connectivity issues, you can either use the chat function in the tool or send a note into to Carey or myself or the MSE team. We can see if we can troubleshoot that as it comes up. So that's some housekeeping items here. Any questions about the using GoToMeeting? I think it's pretty familiar for a lot of folks now. Not hearing any. Yeah, the Carey's a very good point about affirming what exactly we're looking to accomplish this meeting is an important one. It's been how many years now how many years in the making to get to this point in the meeting? So we've certainly got a lot on the go, informed both from our discussions over the past few months, including most recently the ad hoc working group meeting in August, and then some less formal feedback that the Secretariat may receive from the commissioners through intersessional meetings, or just knowing, Alan, what your deliverables are. Maybe I look to you then, Alan, to continue on the points before I cut you off there. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Adam and Carey, and welcome everybody. It's really exciting for us to begin this week. I know the MSE team is very excited about all this, and we're excited to present everything to you today. It's going to be a big week. There are a lot of things to digest, and we're really looking forward to everybody's insights. When I joined the IPHC over 4 years ago, that's when I started this process. I think that was MSAB016 or something like that. So I've only been really, involved directly for half of these meetings. And we put together a plan then, and this is really the end of that program of work that we put together. So that's why it's so exciting for me. I've been telling people this week is the meeting that I have been working towards since the day I started at IPHC. So really exciting for me. with that being said, we've always had the MSAB around, a lot of the members of the MSAB here to guide the MSE process. And that's exactly what you all have done, is we've been working together as a larger MSE team, as I see it. And the IPHC staff has taken a lot of guidance from the MSAB, and I think the commission has benefited greatly from all of the guidance that the MSAB has provided. And so don't lose sight of what has already been accomplished in terms of defining parts of the MSE framework that should be incorporated. One really good example is the recent decisions like, yeah, we need to separate subsistence and recreational. We need bycatch by regulatory areas. Those things are very helpful for this process. So, there's been a lot of input already in the MSE that the MSAB has been very useful for. And then, of course, the management procedures that we'll be evaluating for this meeting, the 11 management procedures put forward, the various elements that various MSAB members or the MSAB as a whole has identified as important. And that's been a major part of the guidance on this. So, I think everybody here, especially those that have stuck around for 16 meetings now, deserves a pat on the back and a lot of praise for helping out in this process as well. As for this meeting, this is where we tie it up and provide recommendations and further guidance to the commissioners for them to make a decision based on these results. So I'm not sure if Dave would like to speak more to the specifics of what we get out of this meeting, but in terms of me, this is where we all get to see the final outcomes of the work that we've done over the past, gosh, I guess it's 8 years for some of you, and tie that up and make some recommendations on where the MSAB feels the management, what management procedures and elements of those management procedures are useful for the commissioners to consider in their decision process, as well as making some recommendations on guidance for the future of the MSE work at IPHC.
Thanks, Alan. And chairs, if it's okay, I'll just say a few quick things to add to what Alan has indicated. First and foremost, I wouldn't want to preempt the rest of the week's discussions around what Alan and the team are going to present, but we're certainly very, very interested to hear and very excited to see the work that's being presented and how the MSAB will provide its input into concluding this at least initial phase of the MSE process rather. And the MSAB as a whole, as you know, has been really a process that's been stakeholder informed and scientifically driven for many, many years, as Alan has pointed out. And the commissioners are certainly very interested, very apprehensive about what's going to come out of this meeting in particular. But at both the upcoming interim meeting and annual meeting, the commission will be considering any recommendations that you make in terms of potentially implementing a process moving forward in whatever form that may take. So just as you work your way through this week, just a reminder regarding the rules of procedure and the specific objectives for the MSAB, just to take note of those. But otherwise, I think I'll just pass back to the chairs and Alan to run us through the meeting.
Thanks very much, Dave. Much appreciated. So maybe first look to the group to see if there's any questions, clarifications about some of those introductory statements, and perhaps also turning our mind to the agenda that was posted and the arrangements for the session to make sure that what's up there is encompassing what folks are hoping to talk about this week. It's helpful to take a good look at the agenda right now because they are posted quite some time in advance, and lots can change. So, any comments?
Yeah, if I could just add, Adam, sorry to jump in. We did post a new version of the agenda yesterday, the 18th of October. There were just some minor amendments, so if everybody wants to make sure they have that agenda and schedule, the changes were very minor in terms of titles matching and the like, but that's the most current version. Thanks.
Yes, great point. Thanks. I've already forgotten to flag that in my notes. Folks can see the update date in the top right-hand corner. So not hearing anything on the agenda, maybe going once. Okay, then let's proceed
Real
with,
quick.
oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if you want to talk about the schedule part of the agenda right now. Is that something you'd like to talk about right now?
You mean go through the detailed timing of it?
Well, there's just a couple of things that I'd like to talk about on the schedule, and that's the option of breakouts. So
right.
whenever it's appropriate to talk about that. But I don't know if we're on the adoption of the agenda section right now.
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful to go through some of the logistics of that. So
Okay.
good suggestion. Let's go through this. Go through that piece.
Okay. I can walk you through that if you like.
Actually, yeah, that would be very helpful. Thanks. Sorry, I just see a comment in the chat here. Technical question from folks. Robert, you're looking at screen size. You can actually change that yourself on a bar at the top, just below the speaker's view. I think Alan can also increase a little bit to help. It'll be a mix of the two.
Yeah. Sorry, if you see me on my camera looking back and forth, I'm sharing on one computer and camera on the other. So it allows me to see what all of you are seeing. Is that large enough?
That is helpful on my side.
Okay. So the agenda for today is to get through some of those, just reminder of the past meetings, membership, some of the logistics of the MSAB, and reminder of where we've been and how we've gotten here through some of the past meetings. So that'll take up this morning. And then after that, Dr. Carey will present a review of the management procedures that we're going to be investigating. And that should take a little while. We just want to make sure we're very familiar with those management procedures, the elements of those, because we'll be talking about those all week long. And that'll be the main focus. So that should take us up to about lunch. That's what I'm expecting. We'll take a break for lunch, and then we'll talk about the MSE framework. And the MSE framework is that the operating model, the outcomes from the operating model, as well as the closed loop simulations and how the management procedures are tied into that. So really, we thought that would be a good way to start this all, get all of that out of the way. It's very important for the MSAB to be familiar with the management procedures that they have recommended for evaluation, and also for the MSAB to be aware of the framework and the details of the framework, those assumptions within the framework, and be accepting of that framework for the evaluation. And so that's basically today. We'll end it with an hour-long drafting session, and that drafting session will be focused on the framework and those management procedures. Any questions about today?
Alan, there was one question in the chat.
Yep.
From Chuck saying, I am hearing that this is a wrap-up of this part of the process, including recommendations. Is this a realistic goal?
Sorry, was someone else jumping in there, Adam?
It was me, but I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I heard a couple of things from Dave that we're looking to conclude at least this initial phase of a stakeholder-informed, scientifically driven process, and we're peeking ahead a little bit here, but hopefully folks have done their homework and looked at the performance of MPs against our objectives. And it's not a spoiler alert that there isn't a single clear winner. And so perhaps, Chuck, is your question about, are we going to define an MP, or do we have the ability to find a suite of MPs, or how are we going to really narrow things down?
Well, yeah, thanks. I had to change computers. I was being bounced off all the time on the other, so we'll try this one. We've just had another 11 added as to this regime of discussion material. I just question, and we have for a while questioned whether we can get through everything and make the recommendations for this meeting. And it just seemed to be the language on the first two statements were that this was a wrap up, and I'm just not so sure that we're at that level yet, but that may be proven to be wrong by the end after 4 days. So I just didn't want it to go unsaid that it's not a conclusion that this is going to be the final meeting.
I think, and maybe I'll look to Alan to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn here, but this would be the final meeting of the first iteration, of which hopefully there will be subsequent iterations. We've talked about this many times over the past, that MSC is an iterative process. Alan, anything on that? Have I stated that correctly?
Yeah, I see that the same, Adam. This really is the culmination of the start of the MSE process in my mind. This is a lot of work, years and years of work to finally get to an evaluation of management procedures. And you said there were 11 added. Well, let's focus on the 11 management procedures that the MSAB has put forward. The additional management procedures that the MSE team added to explore are for informational purposes only and comparison purposes only, and will provide insight into where maybe the MSC goes in the future, provide insight into some of the elements that were of interest to the MSAB as well. They're really not as complete as the main set of 11 management procedures. So it's not like we wanted to throw in a whole bunch of new stuff for everybody for decision making or recommendation making or stuff. It's just all information at this point. So with that being said, here we are, finally getting the results that the MSAB and the commission has been requesting for years. And it's time to interpret those results and pass that recommendation on to the commission. So whatever comes out of this MSAB meeting will go to the commission, and it's really up to the commission to make these decisions on next steps and how they're going to use this information now. So I don't see it as the MSAB is wrapping up this process. The MSAB is doing their job in guiding this process and providing the recommendations to the commission as the MSAB sees what they can do at this time. So whatever those recommendations are, will go to the commission, and the commission will decide on the next steps. So maybe it's not that we're trying to look at completing the MSE at this meeting, because as Adam said, I don't think an MSE ever is complete. You'll always find more stuff to do. But to take the information that is in front of you and make the best recommendations given that information as possible to the commission.
Yeah, if I could just chip in and just echo the comments that Alan's just made. It's Dave here. This is not the end of the MSE process. This is something that I think someone made the comment a number of years ago that this is a lifelong commitment. It's something that is a very useful tool that the Commission is going to continue to use and modify and develop over time. And so don't think that we're wrapping the process up. It's certainly something that's going to continue for a number of years yet. I also just wanted to quickly acknowledge that Commissioner de Grief is online, and we'll keep you posted if there are any other commissioners also. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and welcome, Commissioner de Grief, too.
Are there any other questions on day one?
I think we may need to come back to Chuck's question about some of the specifics of the recommendation. I'm not sure that I've clearly landed on an understanding, but I think we'll get some clarity after we get, like, let's get through the whole schedule and then come back to this piece about what specifically are we looking to recommend. Is it an MP? Is it just narrowing, like finding what doesn't work as opposed to finding the one that's the answer? I don't know if we're going to be in a position to say that at the end of this morning's session, but I do think it's some important context for us to define as we get into the results.
Yeah, and I think too that it's going to be partly on how the MSAB interprets the information they have, and they're going to have to decide on the recommendations that they're able to give. I can't tell the MSAB what to do right now until we've had the discussions, so it might be a bit along that line too. Okay, so that's day one. We're just going to get through a lot of the logistics, the background, the modeling, the assumptions, and prepare ourselves for Tuesday and Wednesday, which Tuesday and Wednesday we'll spend looking at the results. Now, on day one, noted that, you know, the schedule actually says we end at 4:15 today. I'm not sure. We've been surprised by the amount of time it can take with certain things at the MSAB before. But if we do finish up a little early and the MSAB is interested in starting looking at some of the results or having an overview of the MSE Explorer again in plenary, we're happy to do that so that people can go away tonight and have that idea and a little bit of background on the results in their mind if they want to do any investigations tonight. So it's fluid in that sense. We're here for the MSAB members. So day two will begin with the MSE team walking through the results. We have a presentation that follows the results document. I think that's document 09, which has a revision. Make sure you have Rev 1 of that results document. And then before lunch, we'll walk again through the MSE Explorer, show you some insights that we have on it, show you how to use it, what different things mean in there, what you should really be looking at, and what's there just for information. Now remember, the Explorer, there's a lot of things there. A lot of things are for just information, and some of those things are for the real decision-making component. So we'll make sure the MSAB is clear on what's for information and what should not go forward as a recommendation for a commission to adopt if that's the way that the MSAB did want to go. What I wanted to talk about with the MSAB this morning was the potential for breakout groups Tuesday afternoon. We have some options where we can get 3 different meeting rooms. One will be this go-to meeting. 2 will be using Microsoft Teams. We've done some testing and it works. Unlike during the training, we couldn't get that to work, but we can now. So I'd just like to ask the co-chairs how they would like to determine if the MSAB is interested in having some breakouts, 3 different breakout rooms on Tuesday afternoon with 1 member of the MSE team, being Pierre, Ian, and myself, moderating each of those rooms. Is that something of interest?
I think breakouts have been a useful tool in the past. I would like to hear from the broader group to see what folks' thoughts are on it, and I think that may be informed. Folks may have a better, may have had a chance to put some thoughts together after they've gone through part of today. The reason I think breakout groups have been helpful is that they allow folks to really roll up their sleeves and work through some of the results. Presumably folks have done much of that already over the past couple of weeks as results have become available. But after we see today's summaries, today's highlights, folks may realize, oh, actually I was looking at this in this way and I want to look at it differently, and a working group would be a good venue, or a breakout group would be a good venue to have those discussions. Alternatively, folks may say, yeah, Alan, everything that you presented is exactly how I understood it over the past couple of weeks, and let's just talk as the broader group. So at least I see that myself as kind of the 2 potential avenues that the meeting ends up taking.
And
So it'd be helpful to hear from folks on what they preferred means are.
yeah, and sorry to interject, but you know, it doesn't have to, it can be breakout groups. We can just set up the breakout meetings so that we can go into breakout groups for an hour, come back in plenary for half an hour, go back into the breakout groups. It's whatever the MSAB needs. The MSE team would just like to know whether or not we set up these 2 additional rooms and email everybody out. And then when we get to Tuesday, we'll actually decide where people go.
And just to clarify, Alan, these are breakout rooms that each room would be open to everyone, correct?
Yes,
if we did this.
Yes, so each room will be completely open to everyone, and everyone that has the link. One of the rooms will be this GoToMeeting link, so even public could be come into this room. The teams breakout rooms that Pierre and I will set up will be emailed out to MSAB members, and so MSAB members will be and staff, IPHC staff will be the only ones with the links. And so they would be the only ones who join. But any MSAB member or IPHC staff with the link would be able to join any of those rooms. The teams, when somebody tries to join it, they have to be allowed in, so we would know who's coming into the room as well.
Okay, so that is a question for the group. What are folks' thoughts on making use of breakout groups for the next couple of days? My suggestion was that folks would probably have a better informed advice closer to the end of today, but folks may already have some initial thoughts on how you'd like to proceed. It would be helpful to let the MSE team know sooner than later so that they can get the right IT infrastructure set up.
Yeah, and I think if you just want to note in the chat window, if you're, you know, anybody who says, no, I don't want to have a breakout room, maybe just mention in the chat window. Yeah. And we're happy, I'm happy to talk for 4 days straight if you want me to.
Okay, we'll let folks mull that over, and then while they're doing that, we can continue through the rest of the time schedule here.
Yeah, and if we just know by lunch, that'll be fine as well. So I'll continue on. So Tuesday afternoon, potentially. Sorry, did someone have a comment?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Alan. I have a meeting process comment to make, which I see that we do have some observers here, and also we have one commissioner. And so I just wanted to clarify that observers can ask questions in the chat window or ask questions in the meeting in general. Do I have that right?
Yeah, thanks, Carey, and welcome to everybody. I see a couple of observers in the list of people, which is great. I think the way that the MSAB has worked up until now, which my observations anyways, and correct me if I'm wrong, was we had MSAB members sitting at the table when we were able to meet in person, and the MSAB members were typically the main question, or basically had priority. I think because we do have a pretty heavy schedule, that if an observer, a non-MSAB member other than IPHC staff, has a question or like to add something to the conversation, perhaps they could make a note in the chat window, and then we can incorporate it that way, just to give the priority to the MSAB members. Does that sound like a good way forward? And I'm open to comment on that.
Yeah, our rules of procedure describe that the meetings are open to observers, and the process with which observers may engage in our discussions. Maybe look to Dave to ensure we're not speaking out of turn, but I would say at least informally, given that the MSAB has been a bit less formal than maybe some other subsidiary bodies of the commission, that we have regularly had observers, and we do have that kind of back and forth with folks in the back of the room at breaks. So I think making use of the chat window if there's a general question would be helpful.
Yeah, if I could just chime in. So essentially what Alan and yourself have just said, Adam, sounds good. The only clarification is that I would highlight that commissioners can obviously engage at any point in time as they see fit, but otherwise that all sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Yeah, and thanks, Carey, for pointing that out. We have 33 people join now, and I can't see everybody in my participant window anymore. So this is good. Okay, so then moving on to Wednesday, we'll have a drafting session Tuesday afternoon, another hour at the end of the day there. Wednesday is what I'm figuring will just be in plenary all day, discussing the results. This will be the day where I think the heavy lifting will be done, a lot of discussion, a lot of refining where the recommendations are going to go for the MSAB and honing in on that. And so basically by the end of Wednesday, we have a really good idea or have some draft recommendations for that MSAB drafting session to put into the MSAB report. And again, we're really open to suggestions and fluid with the schedule and the agenda. Thursday is a brief review of the MSAB program of work that we've undertaken in this last year leading up to this point, and have any discussions about the outcomes and what might be missing from this MSE, this culmination of all this work that's led up to now. We'll do that on Thursday morning, have a break, take any other business, have the MSAB drafting session, the IPHC staff and secretariat will go away and just clean up the report, make sure it looks good as a penultimate version of it, and then do our review of that on Thursday afternoon to finalize the report and end the meeting Thursday with everybody knowing exactly what will be in the report. And that's the schedule. Any questions?
Just give folks a moment to unmute themselves or find the mute button. So not hearing anything. I think that sounds like a good plan, Alan, in terms of our use of time over the next 4 days. I think the one action item for folks here that'd be helpful to advise on within a couple of hours at least is how best folks want to proceed with breakout groups over the next couple of days. So maybe we'll look to check in just before lunch to see what folks' thoughts are.
That sounds great, Adam. Give people a little bit of time to think about it, mull it over, and have a discussion on it if they wish.
Yeah, the reason, so sorry, if I could add one more thing there, a couple of things I think for folks to consider is, you know, on one hand, these breakout groups have been really helpful to get into some of the technical pieces to, like I said, roll up your sleeves and work through the details. At least in the past, that's been my experience. On the other hand, though, this is, as we said, you know, the final meeting of our first iteration. And I think it's really important that we get a consensus from the group. And so while we have some breakouts to work through the details, it's important that we do come back together and provide a group consensus recommendation where we can. All right. Okay, maybe just do one other audio check. I know, Alan, you can hear me, but it's been a quiet group this morning. Is this just Monday morning, or do I have audio issues on my end?
No, I can hear you fine, Adam. I think everybody's saving their voice for Wednesday.
This is Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay. With that, then I think we can wrap up agenda item 2. Maybe just confirm with folks that all the meeting materials have been posted in accordance with the rules of procedure well in advance. There have been a couple of revisions. So folks ought to make sure if you pulled the documents down ahead of time that you go back to the MSAB016 page and affirm that you've got the most current version. I think there was 3 documents that were updated, maybe 4. The agenda and the general list of documents were 2 of them. Is there anything else, Alan, in terms of updates to flag with folks?
I'll just try to share. Hang on, I'm just going to share the MSAB meeting page here real quick. Should be coming up. Okay. Yeah, so anything with the date over here, 18 October, or, well, you can see the updates to these various documents. So with the agenda and the list of documents updated, which is just some titles in the list of documents, and then these others that required this whole summary of all the meeting documents to be recompiled. So we had the agenda, the list of documents. Down here, this is really important to realize or to make sure you have the revision of 09, Rev 1. There's a lot of additional information in there. And that was updated on 9 October. The technical details of the framework was posted yesterday, but that's basically very similar to what was posted for the SRB meeting. We were very focused on the MSE Explorer, so we didn't have much time to make any additions to the technical details. This document will be updated going forward as it is a living document. So that's what's been updated on the website, and you can see the dates here for anything that might have changed since your last download.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Alan. So I'm just going through my notes here to make sure I've got everything that I'd flagged. Oh, sorry, there is one other note before we go on to the next agenda item, and that was whether or not we folks would like to make any time for a discussion of Dr. Trevor Branch's report. It wasn't something that's specifically identified on the agenda, but I suspect it's something that at least some folks would want to flag.
Yeah, just to note, Adam, that Dr. Branch is not available for this meeting. His contract has ended as well. He's you know, actively teaching at the University of Washington, but we're happy to have a discussion of that independent peer review, which is info document 02, and pass on. We'll also review the comments from the SRB when we get to that agenda item also.
Right, so that was my question, is if we do have a discussion about Dr. Branch's review about paper 02, when would we do that? Will we have it at the same time as the SRB discussion, or is there a separate piece of the agenda that folks would like to carve out for it? I don't know, maybe folks actually aren't interested even in covering this item.
To be honest, Adam, I wonder if it would be best to do that in the other business agenda item. I'm just going to find that and share this again. I think that it might be nice to review or to have a discussion about that review after we've seen everything that we're going to present at this meeting, as well as the discussion of the program of work. A lot of Trevor Branch's review does talk about the MSc being an iterative process and what might happen in the future with the MSc.
Right. Okay, yeah, I think that's a reasonable suggestion.
So that would be Thursday morning.
Thursday, yeah. Presumably, I mean, everyone's had a chance to review this document. You know, some discussion points from Dr. Branch's review may come up during our discussion that we can cover on Tuesday or Thursday. But I think that's a reasonable suggestion to kind of wrap up the process, is to have some time set aside on Thursday to cover that.
And Dan Falvey suggested in the chat window, maybe right before the program of work discussion. I think that's a good suggestion, Dan, myself.
Alan, would you mind scrolling down to that place in the agenda, just so folks can visualize where we're at? Yeah. Okay. So I think that's a reasonable suggestion too, Dan.
Yeah, so we were scheduled to take up agenda item 7, MSC program of work, Thursday morning, and maybe we can just have a review of Trevor Branch's review as right when we just start that discussion of program of work.
Okay. I think that's reasonable. Not hearing from anybody else.
Sounds good to Sarah.
Let's proceed. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay. Anything else before we begin agenda item 3?
I think that's that. Just actually maybe a general reminder for folks and for observers is at least over the past couple of meetings of this group, we have used the chat window to pass on brief affirmations or points of disagreement. So that's why there's often silence. It can be a bit more expedient to do it that way. So just a reminder to keep an eye on the chat window as well throughout the meeting. Okay, I think we're okay to move to agenda item 3. Carey, you agree?
Yes.
Okay, I think Dave is gonna talk to 3.1. Dave, would you like me to share that document from my screen?
Yeah, sure. I think it's easier because you and I will just jump back and forward a little bit here. Yep. Paper 3 through the chairs is just the current membership of the MSAB, and it hasn't changed since the last MSAB meeting, which is a good thing given that we are reaching this point in the program of work. So we'll just do the usual attachment of that to the report. But I guess, co-chairs, we haven't received any apologies. We'll check the list, but have either of you received any apologies from board members who couldn't make the meeting?
No, I've just noted that as well. I've not received any regrets.
Okay. Likewise.
Okay, no worries at all. So that's all. We'll just skip over that. It's just a document to the membership, particularly for the commissioners to be aware of the makeup and composition of the MSAB, particularly for this meeting. The next couple of agenda items, Alan and I are just going to tag team a little bit on. So I'll pass to Alan to walk us through paper 4 under 3.2.
Okay, just making sure that it's showing on the screen okay. Okay, so just a brief review of the outcomes of the 15th session of the MSAB, as I call it, MSAB016. And what just to remind us why we're here at MSAB16 and what we need to do. First, I wanted to note here, let me zoom in a little bit. Here is a really good reminder of how to frame, I guess, a recommendation in the report. And that is basically making sure that these recommendations and requests for action have a specific action to be undertaken, a deliverable. It really helps the IPHC secretariat staff if that's very specific and that's not open to interpretation or ambiguous in any way. Number 2, having a clear responsibility for that action, who is responsible to complete that action, and then a desired time frame for delivery. Otherwise, I'll just push it to the back of my desk. That's the warning there. So just a reminder there, this is document 04. If you want to refresh your memory at any time during this meeting, you just go back to there. So then scrolling to the appendix contains the recommendations and requests, noting that the process for these meetings where we have 2 or more meetings in a year in between annual meetings is the first meeting is typically a setup meeting with requests only, not making recommendations, but guiding the IPHC staff in the directions to go in preparations for the next meeting. So this now MSAB16 is a meeting where we will make recommendations. That's why there are no recommendations from MSAB15, but only requests. So the first request is that the procedure be flexible. Basically, the management procedure be flexible to allow a lot of different things, a lot of discussion over the years. And yes, the procedures are flexible, and more importantly, the framework that has been developed can allow the incorporation of all sorts of different types of management procedures. So the framework is flexible as well. Another request, paragraph 32, separating recreational subsistence fishing, because that was important to the MSAB. That has been done in the operating model. We'll review that in the framework presentation. And we're reporting performance metrics where possible. So please let us know if we're missing any performance metrics that anyone would like to see. And we'll try to fix that as quick as we can. The MSAB requested that non-directed fishing mortality be modeled by IPHC regulatory area rather than region. So this was really good guidance from the MSAB. That's been done now. And we'll discuss exactly how non-directed fishing mortality, some call it bycatch, is being modeled in the framework. We have some very specific slides on that as requested from the ad hoc meeting in August. Let's see. Now we're up to paragraph 43, comparison of the previous coastwide MSE simulation results with the coastwide using the new framework. And Pierre and I have worked a lot on this. We presented some of the results from just basically the operating model and how the operating model was able to mimic the coastwide assessments and the historical data. However, in the forward simulations, we got very focused on the multi-region stuff, and we were unable to completely finish the comparison with the coastwide results. And that was just due to the framework requires very specific things based on how the operating model is put together. And we were unable to do the full gamut of testing and everything to feel comfortable that this was working exactly as we intended. So we apologize, we do not have those results available for you at this time, but we'll talk tonight and see if there is anything that would help with the MSAB feel more comfortable about this framework. But stay tuned to the framework discussion later this afternoon, and hopefully that gives you confidence that these results going forward are representative of the halibut, the Pacific halibut population and fisheries. The paragraph 44 is requesting results for management procedures are presented at the next MSAB meeting. So basically, these are the 11 management procedures we'll review in the presentation Dr. Carey will give shortly. And that was going to be the focus of the meeting today. So we have done simulations for all 11 of those management procedures, as well as some additional ones that might provide insight into additional elements and try and help us understand how these 11 are actually performing. Paragraph 46, the MSAB requested an intersessional meeting held online 17-18 of August to review results from the prioritized management procedures. We had that meeting and many of you were able to attend. It was a very useful meeting for the MSE team as it helped guide us again on some pathways to get to the results that we're presenting at this meeting. We will review the outcomes of that. Those minutes for that meeting are not provided anywhere, and that's why we'll provide the main outcomes for the MSAB to either incorporate in the report as they wish, or just at least understand the outcomes of that ad hoc meeting in August. And let's see, I think that was it for the MSAB 15. Any questions on that?
Alan, I don't have a question for that, but I just realized a question for the previous item about the membership, and that was whether or not we ought to flag anything or we need to flag anything in terms of vacancies or pending expiries. I didn't think to check that earlier.
That's a good point.
It is probably more a question for Dave, I guess.
I'm also, I guess, I don't know if this is the time to discuss co-chair responsibilities.
Yeah. So I lost my audio connection just as that session was, or that part of the agenda was closing, Dave. So I'm sorry, I didn't hear the concluding statements from that.
Sure. At this point, no. There's no particular need. The MSAB has reviewed those vacant positions previously, and that you are content with the current makeup, and that's why they've remained vacant. And then the same with the various appointment periods. If it was needed to be renewed, that just happens through an intersessional process, and the commissioners review and approve accordingly.
Okay. That's helpful. Thanks. Another reason I ask is if there is plans to, or if the commissioners direct that there would be there ought to be a MSAB in May. Historically, it's usually been about mid-May, which it would be just after a number of positions have expired. So I'm wondering if we need to raise this with the commission at the interim or annual meeting to seek extensions to try to avoid an intersessional session, or is that's not our realm and we let the commissioners do that?
What I'd suggest is that once the commissioners review the outcomes of this meeting, that they will agree to the program of work moving forward and any future upcoming meetings. And the way they've done that in the past is subsequent to the annual meeting gone through, and we provide a list of the membership, and if any particular positions need to be renewed, they review that and then go ahead and approve accordingly. So okay. The suggestion there is just to wait and see, and it's something that the Secretariat takes care of from an administrative process point of view.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks. Maybe for MSAB members, if you see your time, at least on paper, is coming to an end, I would say you have two options. You can indicate you're not interested in being around, or you'd like to continue. In my opinion, that first option is not an option. So just a heads up that your name is going to be put forward again unless you identify very clearly that you're not interested in continuing on if the process does. I say that mostly in jest. I say it because a real strength of this process is the duration of folks' participation. Having folks with the history here really does help to move it along. So I hope that those folks whose time is coming to an end on paper here would be satisfied to continue on. Okay, thanks for entertaining that step back in agenda. Sorry about messing up the order there. So maybe any comments on 3.1 or 3.2? Not hearing any, I think we can move to 3.3, which is a review of the SRB017.
Thanks. So Alan, if you just want to bring up paper 05. So just to let you know, so the SRB met on the 22nd to the 24th of September, so since the last MSAB meeting, and then during the course of that session, the SRB considered a number of elements on their agenda related to the IPHC MSE process, and the outcomes, both the discussion and also any recommendations that arose from that, are contained within Appendix A of that paper for your information. There are two sections to that appendix, what's labeled as Section 6 and Section 8, and that's from the SRB017 report itself. I'll just walk you through the peer review outcomes, and then Alan's going to walk you through the Section 8 on the MSE itself. So Dr. Trevor Branch, and as pointed out, you're going to discuss this as necessary or as needed under other business, but just to highlight that Dr. Trevor Branch gave a presentation to the Scientific Review Board, which was part of his terms of reference and contract with the IPHC. He presented those key outcomes and recommendations that arose from his external peer review. Paragraph 26, 27, and 28, part of Appendix A, Section 6, highlights the key elements that the SRB wanted to highlight. First and foremost, that the SRB agreed that the peer review was a thorough analysis and met the desired objectives, as stated in his terms of reference of providing a fully independent external review of the MSC work undertaken to date, and that really is a key element there, undertaken to date. And the SRB agreed with the key conclusions of the independent peer reviewer, Dr. Trevor Branch, and those are outlined there in paragraphs A through D. I won't step through those, as you've indicated. You're going to talk about some of these throughout the next 3.5 days or so, and then also under other business before the program of work discussion. And then finally, the SRB also noted that there may be a need for a further round of development, particularly related to the spatial allocation of TCEY. And that work is what Alan is going to walk you through over the next couple of days. So I'm not going to step into that in any particular detail. So that review is provided as information paper 02 to the MSAB016 page. And if you do have any questions, we can certainly field that now, but it sounds like it would be easier to take that under the other business items when it comes up. And so, Alan, I'll pass to you to walk through section 8 on the management strategy evaluation update.
Okay, thanks, Dave, for that. And just to note, the MSC team is very pleased to have read that review and appreciate the hard work that Dr. Trevor Branch put into that. I'm going to try a different option for my camera this time. I guess a closer view. Okay, so the update of the management strategy evaluation. So we presented all of the framework to the SRB, as well as walk them through some results using the MSC Explorer. I'm just going to walk through basically the recommendations and requests from the SRB. So noting in paragraph 57, the SRB noted there were 3 options for estimation error available, and the simulation of estimation error is the most appropriate, and the MSC team agrees with that, but they recommend continuing work to incorporate actual estimation models. We'll talk about this when we get to the framework presentation and the importance of that, but we completely agree with this SRB recommendation, and the MSC team will continue to do that work to incorporate a more realistic simulation of the actual assessment, the stock assessment. Moving down here, so I guess it is important to note 58, the SRB noted that results from these multi-region simulations showed a higher average TCEY and lower probabilities of low stock status. So they're just noting there the results are a little different than what we saw with the coast-wide MSE, but that is consistent with the lower amount of variability incorporated in this multi-region approach. And also that now that we're doing the modeling regionally, that regional modeling may also have some, may result in some restrictions that result in more stability. So we're just trying to understand why the results might be a little different. And there's 2 reasons. One, the modeling approach is slightly different with the respect to variability. We'll talk about that. But also the modeling approach by region could actually result in greater stability across this. And we can talk about that as we look at the results as well. The SRB recommended using the current results to compare and contrast management procedures, but noting that the current results are conditional on some parameters and processes that remain uncertain. The uncertainty implying the untested current approach potentially creates greater risk than adopting a repeatable management procedure. So this is getting at that they agree that this is a good approach to simulating management procedures and the results are valid. So they're agreeing with that and to use those, but noting that it's conditional on the assumptions in the model. But sometimes the risk in the assumptions in the model, there's uncertainty whether that risk is greater than not having a defined management procedure as opposed to defining a management procedure from these results. So we had a really good conversation around that. 60
Sorry, Alan,
is,
I had a point
go
of
ahead.
clarification on that that paragraph. Was this primarily focusing on implementation error or something else?
It is implementation error or implementation variability is a big part of it. For sure, and especially in their last sentence here, in sort of the uncertainty implying an untested current approach is the untested current approach does involve some of that implementation variability, but also the current approach has less testing, I would say, than the results that we'll be reviewing this week. And so they're getting at the implementation variability, but the beginning of this paragraph is referring to the parameters and processes that are uncertain that might not have been actually modeled. So we'll talk about this in the framework. Is there are some processes that, for example, we had only one model in the operating model, whereas with the coast-wide we had a short and a long, and the short model had more variability. And so there's some processes that we might want to investigate more with the multi-region approach to make sure that we're encompassing the wider range of possible variability in the population and fisheries.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we'll come to this as in a subsequent agenda item, but thinking back to Dr. Branch's review, this implementation variability is an important component that I think we need to be able to speak to in any recommendation that the MSAB puts forward. So helpful to see that paragraph 59 is actually dealing with a couple of issues, not just the implementation variability.
Yes, and implementation variability is definitely a big part of the SRB comments as well, and discussion we had with the SRB.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to interrupt there.
No problem. Paragraph 60 is the SRB recommended that exceptional circumstances be defined to determine whether monitoring information has potentially departed from their expected distributions generated by the MSE. And declaration of exceptional circumstances may warrant reopening and revising the operating models, testing procedures, and et cetera. So just a really brief, we actually had quite an extended discussion with the SRB about exceptional circumstances, and they defined exceptional circumstances slightly different than Dr. Branch did in his review. And I think it's useful here to recognize that the SRB is realizing, and we'll talk about this when we look at the results as well, but as we go forward in time, we just want to be monitoring that the projections from the MSE simulations are with the projections and the variability around those projections, that the observations we're going to observe in the next few years, say 3 to 5 years, are going to be within the expected variability of those projections. In other words, we're going to have a little bit of feedback from actual observations on whether the MSE simulation model is performing well. And we just want to be monitoring that. And so what an exceptional circumstance might be defined as is, let's say that we'll look at some of these results, but let's say the MSE model is projecting stock distribution to look like this between all the different regulatory areas and regions. And then we get survey data over the 2021, 2022, and the stock distribution we're observing in reality in the next 2 years is extremely different than what the MSE model is projecting. We might want to declare an exceptional circumstance and then go back and do a lot of work with the operating model to bring it back into agreement with the new observations that are occurring. And this has happened in MSEs around the world. The Southern Bluefin Tuna MSE and their management process has defined exceptional circumstances. I think sablefish in Canada, I don't know if they defined exceptional circumstances specifically, but they certainly revisit their MSE and do some retuning every so often, just to make sure that it is most up to date. So what the SRB is recommending is to define some of these exceptional circumstances, to define criteria basically that says, oh, looks like the observations are departing from the MSE. We need to go back and make sure that we have the MSE is working properly. So retune it and redo it and consider it from basically the operating model back up through the simulation process again. So before I move on, I just want to make sure that that's clear. And we can also have a discussion of exceptional circumstances during the program of work discussion on Thursday.
Alan, this is Peggy.
Hi, Peggy.
Hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment here and make sure I'm understanding this. It's sounding to me like the SRB is, from these comments, kind of acknowledging that some of the work that we do will be used immediately, almost immediately, by the commissioners in their harvest policy. And I'm thinking about the steps that we have to take, that you have to take, the royal we, in order to help that operating model be more responsive to the surveys or to the data that we get. Is this tightening things up for you, or is this doable? I guess that's the big question for me.
Well, I think defining the exceptional circumstances, and this will be something that I think the MSAB can consider and make a recommendation on, but the commission will really, want to decide when it will be invoked to do more work on the MSE process. And so and it might be that we have the model perfectly and it agrees with observations in the future for as long as I'm with IPHC. So we don't know, but it's just good to have these exceptional circumstances defined as a criteria for when changes to the process, the MSE process, will be made. So for example, I think the SRB, what they're really getting at, and what many other MSCs are getting at, is they don't want to develop a management procedure through the MSE process that's been adopted, say, in 2021, and then 2022, managers come forward and say, well, we actually want to do something different. That's not the process of many MSEs. The MSE here is to develop a harvest strategy that is consistent over many, many years. But if that management procedure is not correct, and you're not allowed, and there isn't a criteria for you to change that management procedure to start the MSE process again, you could potentially be stuck with a management procedure that's not performing well, given your update and improved understanding of the different processes. So it's not actually adding more work for us, but I think it's a good criteria to define. It's like, when are we gonna, like if something happens in the future, an exceptional circumstance might be the survey observation departs from the MSE observations. It might be also that we, receive some different data that changes our view of the halibut population, whether that's, oh, look, there were actually a bunch of catches coming out of this one area, or the area 4B is a completely different stock independent of all the rest of our convention area. Something big like that might say, well, given that new information, we might want to re-invoke the MSE process, redevelop our operating model, and do simulations again to make sure that we have a robust management procedure incorporating this new variability and new understanding that we have.
Yeah, agreed. And thank you for those other examples. I wasn't asking anything about the validity of finding some guidelines to use or a way to incorporate those changes for future. I was just thinking more about timelines for getting information to the commissioners to use in real time, and how nimble MSE process is. So thanks for that. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and I think this will just be an update given it at the annual meeting, on the status of the management procedure and the status of any exceptional circumstances that have been defined.
I do see this exceptional circumstances piece being a pretty significant component of any future iteration of the MSAB. Both defining exceptional circumstances from a biological perspective, that our perception of the stock and how it operates has changed significantly, maybe that's the first piece. And then exceptional circumstances around deviating from a management procedure, that may require us first to actually have the firm MP in place before we say, actually, we need to adjust it. But defining what that process, establishing a process to define these exceptional circumstances needs to happen probably before we even define what the exceptional circumstances are.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll be able to really define some really clear criteria or exceptional circumstances at this meeting or even the annual meeting.
Oh, no, I agree.
But it's something that we should definitely be thinking about. And it's something that I think, well, the MSE team will just be monitoring on their own in the background. Just that the MSE projections are in accordance with what the observations coming in are. And when we present the results, I'll show you some examples of why this came up with the SRB and where our concerns may be in terms of the observations. So
thanks.
So I think that's good to just think about throughout this meeting. Are there any more comments on this one particular paragraph? While people are thinking about that, I'll just move to 61, and that's requesting including a plotting function for evaluating or visualizing among regulatory area trade-offs. And I'll just note in MSC Explorer, there's a new page, thanks to Dr. Carey putting that together, which is really awesome, that can help visualize the regulatory area trade-offs, and I'll walk through that when we get to the results. So it was nice, the SRB we had a lot of discussion about presenting results, performance metrics, as well as the framework and the operating model. So it was a really good discussion with the SRB this last month. Any other questions on SRB outcomes? Okay, should we move on to 3.4?
Sure.
Yeah, 3.4 very quickly. There's no new addition to Appendix A in paper 06. This is essentially the same paper that you received at the last MSAB meeting. It's just there as a reference document to highlight the particular details or outcomes of the 96th session of the annual meeting held in February of this year, and also the 6th special session, which was held just prior to the last MSAB meeting. So again, it's just for reference to assist you as you progress through your discussion over the next few days. So unless you have anything else to add, Alan, I'll pass on this one. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And I just echo Dave's comments there. I will note that the 6th special session of the commission, it may be useful to just review that one outcome. And that is, well, actually the important one for the MSAB from this special session here is the commission did recommend the primary coastwide and area specific objectives outlined in table 1, which the MSAB had been working on for many, many years. So and noting that, it is useful to note the language that they put in, that these objectives be used for evaluating MSC results conditional on future consideration of objectives after preliminary MSC results are presented at MSAB 15 in May 2020. So as you know, the preliminary results were presented at the ad hoc meeting, which were very preliminary at that point in time. So just keep in mind that the commission just realizes that the MSC is this iterative process and that objectives can change over time depending on the results that you see. And we'll discuss that a little bit when we get to some results and some of the framework as well. Although we're not focused on objectives at this meeting, it's always good to keep the objectives in mind.
So Alan, the takeaway I see from this point is the commission has said, these are the objectives that we're going to evaluate, like we're going to use for this meeting to evaluate our management procedures. We're going to bring forward to the annual meeting a recommendation about those procedures. And at that point in time, subsequent to that, we may have some discussion about new objectives or amended objectives. Is that correct?
Yes, and we've already seen that process occur in the IPHC MSE program already, in the terms that when we first viewed coast-wide results, when we first started seeing results from the coast-wide MSE, we revisited objectives. And remember, one of the early objectives was maintaining the, it might even been called FCEY at that time, above, the average from a certain number of years, which was, above 54 million pounds, or even up into the 70 million pounds, something like that. And we learned through the simulations that that might have been an unrealistic objective. And so that was updated and reflected in the new set of objectives. So we learned from the results, and we might change the objectives. And we'll actually discuss one of the biological objectives in the next couple of days, and how that if we want to actually change that objective as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that. I think it is a really helpful recommendation, so that we're not, trying to walk through quicksand, that we do have something firm we're holding on to, these set of objectives for the evaluation, but knowing that we're not going to be stuck with them per se if we do through that course of evaluation find something that's problematic.
I agree, and with that, I think we have a really good set of objectives for this MSE analysis. The objectives are also common to many other management strategy evaluations for other fisheries around the world. And with that being said, there's many more performance metrics reported in the MSE Explorer that can be an indication of potentially other objectives as well. So we'll look at these primary objectives and then make consideration of other performance metrics to help support any further justification of management procedures. So that brings us to the end of the administration process stuff. And if I don't know if you want to entertain any questions, if anybody has any questions on that, the next section would be a review of the management procedures, noting that on the schedule, we had scheduled a break at 10:30 and now it's 10:20.
Yeah, I think let's, I'd suggest that we try to keep the agenda so we can open up for questions, any points of clarification this morning, take a break for, I think we had scheduled 15 minutes, and then come back to agenda item 4. Does that work, you think, Carey?
Yeah, that sounds acceptable.
So any questions from folks on 3? Sorry, Carey, I spoke over you there.
That's okay. It sounds like there aren't any questions. So shall we come back at 10:35?
That sounds good. Give everyone a chance to get caffeinated, unmute those microphones so we can get into the discussion on 4.
And IPHC staff will get the presentation ready to go.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Alan.
10:35.
Thanks.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, it's 10:35, and so I suggest we move on to agenda item 4 for management procedures. It looks like Piera has a presentation for us on that, and I'll let you take it away, Piera.
Hi there. I'm not sure if you can see me and if you can hear me.
I can see and hear you.
Real quick, Piera.
Sorry.
I just want to, before we get to this, can I just ask one question first?
Yeah, of course.
There's a couple of names on the participant list. There's one that's waiting for name, and we're just wondering if if that person might know who they are and if they could be identified. There's also a caller 07 We just like to keep a record of the meeting, who's participating. So if either of those participants are able to identify themselves, that would be great. I can also send a chat to at least the web person. I'm not sure who the caller is. The caller might also just be somebody already joined that is joining separately on their phone.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that, Alan, that it may be somebody who's accessed multiple times.
Yeah. Okay, I'll send just a private chat and we'll see if we can figure it out from there. But otherwise, thanks. And it's all for you, Piera.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to present at this meeting. This is going to be a kind of short presentation because most of you are probably familiar with most of the concepts that I'm gonna show here. But it's just to make sure that we are all on the same page, and just to recap some of the main concepts relative to the management procedures. So this is agenda item 4, and it refers to the document 07. So is it moving? No, okay. Yeah, should be okay. So this is the closed loop framework, as you recall for sure. So we have to the left the operating model, which try to depict as best as possible what happens in the water for the halibut stock and its biology. And we cannot control that. What we can control is the management procedure. And the management procedure is composed by 3 main elements, which is the monitoring element, which basically emulate what happens in reality with the data collection and the fishery independent settlement survey. The data generated with the monitoring enter the estimation model, which again is analogous to what Dr. Stewart does every year with the stock assessment, and simulate the error involved in it. And then the outputs from the estimation model are used in the harvest rule to inform on the on the upcoming mortality for the following years. So that's what the that's what we mean when we talk about management procedure. And I will briefly go through the monitoring. I will let Dr. Hicks explain more about the estimation model in the framework presentation, and I will focus mostly on the harvest rule part. So concerning the monitoring, we generate the data from the operating model with error, and in particular we generate the indices of abundance, so the NPV and the commercial WPV, and the catch at age. The data from the operating model are provided at the coastwide and at the biological region level for whatever concern the halibut biology, and it is provides data at the IPHC regulatory area levels for whatever concern the fishery model inside the operating model. So as you probably recall, the halibut population is modeled in the operating model at the biological region level, which means that the stock distribution is calculated for each region. Error is applied at the biological region level and is a simple resampling from a log normal distribution. And then to move from a biological region level to an IPHC regulatory area level, we just use fixed proportion. Besides, we need to distinguish between the all sizes and the O32 stock distribution, and for that, again, we use a simple fixed proportion of length at age. Concerning the catch at age data, those as well are generated with error for each fishery using the Dirichlet distribution. So this is how we distinguish between the all sizes and the O32 fishes. So on the x-axis, we have the age. On the y-axis, we have the probability of specimen being above O32, above 32 inches. And as you can see, the curve is different between males and females. So those data are used in the estimation model, and then the estimation model provide outputs. And these outputs are used by the harvest rule to determine the mortality limits for the upcoming year or years. And the harvest rules has two components. It has a cost-wide component and a distribution component. And I will walk you through those. So concerning the cost-wide component, you are probably very familiar with this plot as well, because that's the current harvest control rule. So basically what we have on the x-axis, we have the stock status. So 0 means no fish in the water, stock status equal to 0. And the stock status is relative to the dynamic B0 concept. And then on the y-axis, we have the fishing intensity. So when the fishing intensity, and here is counterintuitive in this case, because we use SPR, which means that when SPR is 100%, the spawning potential of the stock is at 100%, which means that the fishing intensity is equal to 0. There is no fishing intensity. On the other hand, when the SPR decreases from 100% all the way to 0, it means that the fishing intensity is increasing and the spawning potential gets reduced. This fixed line represents the actual control rule. So we have a coast-wide SPR, which is our reference fishing intensity that has been agreed by the Commission to be at 43%, which we call it also procedural SPR. And this SPR is going to be at 43% when the stock status is in good shape, there is no problem, that's the intensity we are fishing on. But when the stock status follow below a certain level, which we call here as a trigger, in this case is set at in the current interim harvest control rule is set at 30% of B0, we need to start to decrease the fishing intensity. And if the stock status falls below what we call a limit, that in this case is at 20%, then the fishing intensity should be set to 0. There are other elements that could be added to the control rule, and these are, for example, constrained. So if we want to guarantee some stability and not having big oscillation in the TCY from year to year, we could maybe apply a constraint of a maximum change in TCY of 15%. So we say, okay, the TCY cannot vary more than 50% from one year to the next. Or we could use something else like a slow up, fast down, in which we say, okay, when we need to decrease the fishing intensity, we decrease it kind of aggressively, but if we have to increase it, we take it slow. And so these are all elements that can be introduced at the coast-wide level. So this picture shows you the harvest strategy policy, the whole harvest strategy policy, of which the management procedure is a big part of it. So all these elements on the left side, let's say, of this figure. And so there is a coast-wide target fishing intensity, as we have seen, and then this target fishing intensity needs to be distributed to either a regional level or directly to a regulatory area level. And all these three steps have a science component and a management component. And then there is finally this last step, which is basically the decision-making process, in which there are annual regulatory area adjustments, and these are mostly policy-based. So as I said, we have this coast-wide target fishing intensity. We determine the coast-wide total mortality, and then we separate the total mortality into O26 and U26 component. And then we have this coast-wide TCY, and we need to distribute the coast-wide TCY to a lower level. So we can move to a regional level, and this is an optional step. We don't have to do that. So we can move to a regional level using, for example, proportion of the stock estimated from an index, from the modeled survey index. And then we can apply some adjustment to this distribution to account for factors such as, for example, migration or differences in productivity between areas or information we have about the halibut population. And then there can be further adjustment that may be based on other factors. That could be, for example, even agreements between regions. And then from the regional level, we move to a regulatory area level. And here again, we can use the stock distribution. To distribute the stock, we can use proportion of the stock estimated from the index of abundance. And then we can do further adjustment, again, maybe using some relative harvest rates, or to account, for example, again, for differences in productivity. And then there is the final step, and this is the policy-based factor. So there can be further adjustment to account for example, social factors or economic factors as needed. And these may deviate from the management procedure. And so it must be noted that these might have unpredictable consequences. So this is the whole process, let's say, on how we move from a coast-wide fishing intensity all the way to a regulatory area total mortality. This is a snapshot of the management procedures that have been agreed by MSAB at MSAB016. You can find the whole table in the MSAB016 report document. You find this table also in the management procedure document that was posted for this MSAB016, and the specification of this management procedure are also available on the management procedure page in the MSC Explorer. So when you are on the Explorer, you can just choose the MP tab and you have the list of all the management procedures. So as you can see, we have in the management procedure table, you will see a management procedure kind of name column, and we decided the 15 is for MSAB15, so to identify with the meeting in which those management procedures were agreed upon, and then we have just sequential letters from A to K, so we have 11 management procedure. Then we have a coast-wide column. Again, we have a coast-wide fishing intensity, our SPR, and then we have the 32 harvest control rule. And all the management procedure have those two elements. So these are common throughout all the management procedures. And then all management procedure, with the exception of management procedure A, have a maximum change 15% constraint. So they kind of constrain the TCY not to vary for more than 15% from one year to the next. Then, as I mentioned, we can go from a coast-wide fishing intensity to either a regional fishing intensity or directly to an IPHC regulatory area level. And as you can see, only some of the management procedure use the regional step. So most of the management procedure will move directly from the coast-wide level to the regulatory area level. In the regulatory, to move from the coast-wide level to the regulatory area level, most of the management procedure use the O32 stock distribution from the setline survey, from the model setline survey. And most of all apply a proportional relative harvest rate in which they assign a lower harvest rate to western areas and a higher harvest rate to eastern areas. And so this is concerning the regulatory area column. And then during MSAB015, we decide to prioritize management procedure differently. So due to time constraint, we were not sure if we were able to simulate all the management procedure with the same number of simulation, basically. And so we decided, okay, let's assign a priority 1 to the management procedure we are mostly interested in, and then a priority 2 for those that, yes, we are interested in, but we can have a less number of simulation for those. So in the end, I think we have 500 simulations for all the management procedure, if I'm not wrong. for all the main management procedure, those 11 that you find in the table. So this is a summary of the elements that the MSAB016 agreed to include in a way or another into the management procedure. And so, well, one, as we've seen, is a constraint on the change in the TCY. And there are few constraints that have been mentioned in those main 11 management procedure listed in the table. We only apply a 15% constraint. However, other constraints that have been mentioned are a slow up, fast down approach, or a multi-year mortality limit approach, or multi-year averages on abundance indices. Then another element is to use the indices of abundance at a biological region level or IPHC regulatory level to move from a coastoid level all the way down to the regulatory area level. Another element was the use of a minimum TCY for an IPHC regulatory area, and that is reflected in the agreement for 2A, and this tested throughout, I think, 5 of the management procedure. Another element that was considered were defined share by biological region or management zone or IPHC regulatory area. And we have one management procedure that uses actually national shares. So he assigned a 20% national share to 2B and 80% to the rest. One other element was the use of a maximum coastoid fishing intensity. And this is used in one management procedure as well. And this maximum coastoid fishing intensity is used, let's say, as a kind of a buffer, not to be exceeded when distributing the TCY. And the maximum coastoid fishing intensity used was an SPR of 36%. And then another element that is quite recurrent throughout all the management procedures is the use of different relative harvest rates between biological regions or IPHC regulatory areas. So these are the main elements that were considered and have actually been included into the management procedure chosen for testing by MSAB015. This is a way to visualize all these elements, so all the elements that have been incorporated in the management procedure. So all these elements are listed in the first column, and the management procedure are from A to K are all the other columns. And so this gives you a very clear idea of which element is incorporated in which management procedure. So for example, it's very clear that there is a maximum change constraint of 15% in all management procedure with the exception of management procedure A. Or we have a buffer of 36%, so the maximum fishing intensity of 36%, which is used in one management procedure, which is management procedure D, and so on. So that's how you can read this table. I want to note that there is one mistake because this cell should be white. I apologize for that. So MPI has only the old sizes stock distribution, doesn't have the 5-year share from the old 32 stock distribution. So this should be white. But yeah, so this is just to give you an idea of the various elements incorporated into the management procedure. And then throughout discussion at MSAB 15, MSAB 15 has highlighted other potential elements that could be incorporated into management procedure and could be of interest. And so, for example, the use of different constraints. So, for example, a slow up, fast down approach has been identified as of interest, or a multi-year TCY approach, or a combination of multiple constraints. So, as mentioned before in the previous section, has been highlighted that we've been running few more management procedures. And the reason why we did that is we thought, okay, let's see also if we can maybe incorporate some of these other elements in some of the management procedure. We couldn't run a full grid of testing, but we decided to choose, for example, MPA and MPG. So MPA doesn't have any constraint. MPG has already the maximum change constraint, but is also the simpler of all because doesn't have any agreement. And so we chose those two and we said, okay, let's run on those two a slow up, fast down constraint, a multi-year constraint, and a combination of a slow up, fast down, and the maximum change constraint. Something else that has been identified and we didn't have the chance to run was to apply constraint at IPHC regulatory area level. So this is something that we can consider for next iteration. Another thing that we've been identified that could have been interesting was a different interpretation of MPC. So MPC split the TCY first to biological region level and then to regulatory area level, and applies the 2A and 2B agreement to the regulatory area levels. And how we interpret MPC is that then once we apply the agreement to 2A and 2B, then we rebalance to make sure that we not exceed the coastal TCY, we rebalance throughout all regulatory areas. However, a different interpretation would be, okay, let's take MPC and we split the TCY to biological region first, then we split the TCY to IPHC regulatory area, we apply the agreement, the 2A and 2B agreement, and then to make sure that we don't exceed the coastal TCY, we rebalance only within region 2. So only basically 2C, 2B, and 2A will be rebalanced to make sure that the overall coastal TCY is not exceeded. So that's just a different interpretation on how you can look at MPC. Another thing that we thought it could be interesting was to distribute to biological region first using both, using either all sizes or all 32, and then distribute to regulatory areas using fixed proportion. And this is one of the extra management procedure that we've incorporated. And then finally, another element that has been highlighted to be of interest would be to use data basically. So a database management procedure using the Cycling Survey data only. And we didn't have the time to test this one, but we try to, pick some of the elements that the MSAB have identified in previous meetings and try to run a few more management procedures. These are just preliminary in the sense that the number of simulation is different, but I guess it just gives some term of comparison and can give an idea on how some of the elements can actually affect some of the trade-offs. So that's just for your information. And you can see the description of the extra management procedure again in the management procedure page in the Explorer. So you have the list of all of those there. And with that, I will take any question.
This is Alan. Thanks, Piera. I just want to make sure everybody can hear her. That was a very quiet presentation, but great job.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much for the background. I think it's a good comprehensive summary. It's, in a couple of slides, really encapsulates what we've been focusing on the past year and a half, 2 years. We heard a little bit about the components of the MSC's closed loop simulation, and then within the MSC, the components of the management procedures we've considered. I think slide 7 is particularly helpful in terms of understanding both the HCR or the scale of the SPR that's applied at the coast-wide level. And then the subsequent slides talked about the second component of the MP, the stock distribution, either to the region or regulatory area levels. And then the last point that it was a very good summary, was describing what are the primary MPs that the MSC team has gone away and spent quite a bit of time on, and some of the key components within those MPs that we discussed in May, I believe, where those key components that we've considered are constraints on TCEY change over time, use of indices of abundance, use of defined shares or TCEY floors or minimums, relative harvest rates, and maximum coast-wide SPR values. So I think this, slide 15, this table is a good summary of how the different components have been mixed and matched within the set of MPs.
Okay, so I think we can proceed with if people want to turn their cameras on, if they have questions or comments to make, and we'll go through the queue like that. So I did see a longer chat from Chuck. I also want to, I think at previous meetings, it's worked pretty well. If you have a meaty question, put yourself in the queue and ask it verbally. And if you have just kind of like an agreement that's a yes or a no or something quick and very quick and short, then that's what the chat window works best for. But it's hard for us to read really long questions and get them responded to in the chat window. So I'll go with Dan and then Chuck. Dan, I'm not hearing your audio. Maybe you can try to say something else, or I'm not sure exactly what's happening.
Yeah, he's unmuted on our end through GoToMeeting, but maybe on your end, Dan, is there something? Sometimes too, if you're connected through the web, you have to get permission for that web browser to use your microphone. Sometimes there's something flashing in the upper right, perhaps. I don't know.
Okay, it looks like we've lost Dan for the moment, so we'll come back to him and go to Chuck. Maybe there is something going on more broadly.
Maybe this is why it's been so quiet.
Maybe people are trying to say things and we can't hear them. Is there like a participant? I mean, it doesn't look like anybody's muted, but is there some sort of participant setting that is happening?
Not that I know.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Jeff, I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm not using the computer audio, but I dialed into the phone number, so maybe that's the difference.
Peggy,
Okay.
I've heard Peggy. Peggy, were you going right through the GoToMeeting?
I was, and I still am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, good. I'll mute
We
myself.
heard Chuck earlier.
We did hear Chuck earlier. Chuck, can you type in the chat window if you're trying to talk out loud? Just let us know if you're attempting that and we're not hearing you. Okay. So I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, so Chuck hears us and he is trying to speak.
Yeah, it says, I'm not seeing anything on the GoToMeeting end. Dan says connected to audio and it shows a green microphone on my end. Chuck is showing a black screen, suggesting his webcam might be blocked, but connected to audio as well. Chuck says, I am trying.
Yeah.
Chuck, you might want to check too if you're using a headset, if it has an on-off on the cord.
You guys hear me now?
Hi.
Yeah, Dan.
Can I be heard?
Yes, Chuck.
Oh, I think you can both be heard. I think I heard Dan
right.
and then I heard Chuck. So should we go back through with the queue, Dan first and then Chuck?
Sounds good.
Yeah, thanks. I just tried calling in after I heard that works for Jeff. But Kira, could you go back to slide 4 real quick? I just had a question on how you go from region to area. So on your third bullet, you say that fixed proportions are used to calculate the stock distribution from the region to the regulatory area. And I was just wondering, what are those based on, and is there any variability over time in what those fixed proportions will be, or is it simply a split?
No, this is simply a split. It's something that we surely want to work on for the future, but we just use historical stock proportion. So look at the Satline survey historically, the 032, and the old sizes, and just use that as an average. And there should be, actually, that should be summarized as well. Well, I think Alan is going to talk to that in the framework presentation, but there is also, you can find the plots with the distribution used in the technical document. So the info 01 document, I'm pretty sure there should be the plots in there as well. So you can have a look at that there as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks for what I did.
Framework.
Okay, good, because that split doesn't vary over time. You know, like region 3 caught my eye because it seems like the 3A, 3B division between those two areas has really changed a lot in the last 25 years. Where, you know, back in the 90s, 3B had a lot of the region 3, 032, and now 3B's got less and 3A has more. And so if those, depending on what that fixed proportion is, the model may be overstating abundance in one area and understating it in another area, I think.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's true, Dan, and we can talk about that a little more in the framework. I actually have those plots that you're referring to with the historical distribution showing that exact sort of switching between 3A and 3B.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Chuck?
Yeah, thanks. And I did write it in. Something's not going right here, I don't think. But anyhow, I note there's a difference between this slide presentation and the larger document. And you did spend some time explaining the two different ways you could distribute TCE. One was science through distribution by apportionment, I guess, and the other is through the allocative and policy methodology, which we've been promoting in some aspect as well. Can that be elaborated on, or is it bare pointing out to those that may not have read the document, the document 7, and it's section 3.2, and there's 3.1 as well, which is the science-driven section.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chuck. Do you want to reply, Alan, or should I go?
I'm happy to go if you want me to, Kira.
Sure.
So yeah, thanks, Chuck, for that. And I think that's a really, really good point, is that this is all science-based. The whole MSE is science-based and informing the decision-making process of management procedures. The difference I think that you're referring to there is what exactly do you use to do that allocation? And do you use data, that's vetted through science and represents distribution as what we used to call apportionment to do that? Or do we use sort of what we've been calling management options to do the allocation or management decisions? And that is actually things like the relative harvest rate was a management decision that had some science backing to it with the difference in productivity, but it was also a management decision to harvest, have higher harvest rates in the eastern areas compared to the western areas. And now with the MSE, we're able to really separate those a little bit more, that there's science, that there's really data-based procedures to distribute the TCY, and then there's management decision-based procedures to distribute the TCY. And one of those management ones is like national shares, for example, not necessarily based on science and data and analysis, but based on agreements between countries. So I don't want us to lose the fact that this whole process of the MSE is science-based. We're not going into the realm of making decisions that do not have the backing of science, but we will incorporate elements of the management procedures that are not data-based, and that can be allocative agreements. And one thing we've been really promoting is with the concept of these biological regions, is that conservation really has to occur at the biological region level. What happens within a region is okay. We can do just allocative agreements of give this percentage to this and this percentage to that within a region, as long as we're maintaining spawning biomass across the regions. And that's where we're getting into the conservation. So a really good point is that a lot of these elements are data-based, a lot of these elements are management-based, and we need to combine them in a way that is backed up by the science of the MSE and the modeling, and that it meets our objectives. Some of those objectives are conservation-based objectives.
Okay, thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, I just wanted to, on slide 16, the last potential additional MPs. First of all, I guess my first question would be, for these potential additional MPs, are these all ones that have been included in the sort of the new ones that came out last Friday, or are these just some that I see some look familiar, but or ones that could also be considered? And what does the last one mean, database MPs, i.e. phys data only?
Yes, thanks, Chris. So these potential additional MP are elements that have been identified previously by MSAB015. And so since we had some time, we said, okay, let's see if we can incorporate some of these elements and try to give at least an idea of what each of these elements would, how each of these elements would affect the behavior of management procedure. And so we chose those mostly based on what was feasible, let's say, in the time we had. And so we chose very simple comparison, just you know, a couple of MP and some constraint. The MPC, just because there was it could have been a different interpretation, and so we just wanted to make sure to capture that. So we chose some of those elements, and we incorporated those in some of the management procedure, and you can find those in the 11 that have been posted, if I remember, Friday. So the last one that have been posted, those are the extra MPs. Have less simulation, so I think have around 300 simulations, so not as much as the main management procedure. So as well, I want to notice that some of the comparison might be a bit off, because the number of simulation actually affects some of the comparisons, so they're not entirely comparable. But I guess it's a good way to just give an idea of how some element could be important for some of the management procedure or not. So that's why we decided to just choose some and incorporate those. Concerning the last point is basically a survey-based, the database MP is a survey-based management procedure. So to use just the survey result to derive the TCY, and I think that was something that came out in the last MSAB 15, if I remember correctly, and I think was Carey that well suggested that, and it was actually endorsed by everybody. So if I remember correctly, if you want to add something, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Pierre. That's exactly right. The SRB also recommended data-based management procedures a number of meetings ago. I can't remember exactly what report, but basically this slide 16 in the management procedure presentation is based on paragraph 41 of the report from the 15th session of the MSAB, so MSAB 15 report. And you'll find these elements listed in that report. Actually, yeah, 41 actually recalls. So paragraph 41 is recalling paragraphs from MSAB 14 report. So we're just trying to keep that ball rolling forward and carrying forward all of these elements that have been interested of the MSAB. And we had a lot of computers at our disposal, and Pierre was very quick to implement some of these things. Things like the fixed 3 years TCY was done with the coastwide MSE and the slow up, fast down approach, for example, and recommended through the performance evaluation, the multi-year TCY setting approach. So we thought that would be appropriate to bring forward as informational to the MSAB to say, wow, we were able to actually look at this MP. We like or don't like the performance of it. It's not worth investigating further, or it is worth investigating forward. So we're just trying to carry forward the discussions of the MSAB and the elements that they are interested in as a way to inform the commissioners as well that there are management procedures beyond the 11 core management procedures here that might have some potential benefits to the objectives as well.
Thank you.
I had a question as well. I was just wondering if there is anywhere, or if there's a possibility for producing for the interim meeting a bit more of a description of each of these management procedures, maybe in paragraph form, that explains what these concepts are for, especially for folks who have not been at the MSAB meetings, and so they don't maybe recognize some of the concepts or some of the wording that we're using. Is that a possibility to have available?
Yeah, thanks, Carey. Yeah, that's a very good point, and we realized that. And so actually, I think in the IM meeting document, in the document for the IM, we incorporated maybe in appendix or in the main part of the document, I cannot remember anymore, but there is actually a section that describes each MP in words, so in a more wordy way, let's say, and hopefully it is a bit clearer, because we realized that some elements were, it could have been a bit difficult to understand for people that are not so into it. So yes, to respond to your question, we actually done that, and we were thinking to actually incorporate that section in the MSE Explorer in the future, so for everybody to be able to understand those better.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan.
Sorry, I just want to note that that IM document is actually posted on the IMO96 website. So you can view its Appendix 3, and these 11 main management procedures are written out in paragraph form, which also highlights that, you know, the table, we put that together during the report writing of MSAB 15. There were a couple little decisions that Pierre and I had to make about exactly how to implement some of the finer details of these management procedures. So those paragraphs should be helpful. And that document also contains the blue and white grid, but the corrected version of that as well, with the white square whited out. So that's in that document as well. I think the rest of the document should be very similar to the MSAB documents.
That's great. It might be for useful for people who are looking for documents and documentation like this, to also put that just Appendix 3 as a document under this meeting, just so that it's easy to find if that's a possibility.
Yeah, we can try to do that, perhaps, maybe as an info document. But yeah, it came up after the MSAB documents were due, and we just wrote that appendix, what, Friday, Pierre? so yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm just imagining future me looking for that.
Yep.
In a year.
Well, okay, I'll talk to Dave about potentially putting that appendix as an info document for MSAB016.
Sure, and also other people like commissioners or others trying to look for something like that, they'll likely look under MSAB. Thank you.
Alan, I've got a question. It's Peggy.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Oh, don't have a lot of confidence here on my mic. So I'm not sure who to ask this of, but either you or Piera. I'm looking at the slide 15 of the presentation again, the graphic that shows which management procedure has which elements, and thinking about the statements and questions about science-based and looking at, yeah, thank you, there it is. Looking at those ones near the bottom that have the 2 for 2A and 2B, the two unique decisions for them. The 1 and 2A went through normal processes, at least from the stakeholders' viewpoint. And I think to some extent from the scientific viewpoint of, I don't think any models were run on that, and it wasn't something that the MSAB looked at exclusively. But certainly the decision in 2B didn't go through the stakeholder process at all. And I'm wondering, and this is where I'm, not sure if this is true, but that was a management decision. That was not, what we all are considering as a scientifically based management procedure or a component of a management procedure. So based on all of that, I'm wondering if it would be possible to get a simulation run of all of the management procedures without either of those. See what I'm saying? To not apply any elements that, and maybe this would just be for 2B, but I'd like to see it for 2A also, that all management procedures that we're considering would not have either of those. Is that, we talked about this before?
Peggy, if I could offer one clarification, because I do think folks are using terminology differently. So I think what we've seen in previous MSAB reports is that the management strategy evaluation process is a stakeholder-informed, scientifically driven process. Okay, so we put this statement out a few times. I think it was even in a previous iteration of terms of reference or rules of procedure. So the question is, so what does this mean? What does it mean to be stakeholder-informed and scientifically driven? Well, as Alan had just said, this process, the MSC process, is science-based. And our objective in this science-based process is to use data and policy tools to determine how best to harvest and allocate the resource. So different elements of the management procedure could be purely data-based, like a survey distribution, or they could be policy-based, like relative harvest rates or historical access to the resource. These are combined within the MSC's closed-loop simulation to provide science-based recommendations. So all of these components combined include some data and some policy-driven recommendations. They are all science-based and part of the science-based process.
If I may add to that. Yeah, and I think part of when the MSAB put together these 11 management procedures, it was under the realization that we couldn't just identify 100 management procedures and do the simulations for that for a number of reasons. One, that would be a lot of work to do the simulations. Two, it would be an immense amount of work to evaluate the management procedures. So these management procedures were put together. Well, some of them were put together in a way that you can sort of investigate the elements of them. So for example, we have the agreements here of the 1.65 million pound floor in 2A and the formula percentage for 2B. We can take management procedure B and compare that directly to management procedure G, which does not contain those elements, to get the idea of the effect of including those elements in there. And there's a lot of other cases. So for example, to investigate the maximum change of 15%, the effect on there, we can look at management procedure A and compare that to management procedure B to understand how that constraint actually works and where it affects the results and at what levels of SPR does it affect the results, et cetera. And I think that was a really pragmatic choice for the MSAB, probably with a little bit of pushing from myself because I tried to keep this to 10, gave you guys an extra one there. But it's what we call an analysis. There's a Latin square design where you don't do the full design. You actually look at examining the effects of different elements to get an idea of the effects of those. And then we might actually come out of this saying, we don't like any of these management procedures, but we like this element, this element, this element, this element. Unfortunately, we don't have a simulation for that. And that might be future work for us to do. So, you know, like I said, we can do whatever simulations the MSAB would want, given the time and the resources that IPHC Secretariat has. But it's good to think about it more as how can we piece together management procedures of the elements that seem to be working well.
Right. Thank you both for that. I was thinking about an interim management procedure that's going to be looked at again in just a few years. And I guess if that happens, we'll take it up then. I'm not, you know, meaning to, I just want to make sure that what we do is done in the best way that we can do it. And it seems like we are assuming some decisions that were made without much, you know, without much examination that affects every single regulatory area. So that was my concern. And I completely agree with both of you that, you know, this is a combination, but it's that one idea of a minimum amount being given to one or two or three or four regulatory areas that has me a little bit worried.
So Peggy, maybe expanding on that last point about without any examination, I mean, is that not what this current evaluation is doing, or is there some other evaluation?
No, it's for 5 MPs, 6 MPs, sorry, taking it away. So but it isn't doing it for coastwide, and that's, it isn't doing it across all management procedures, and it isn't doing it across all regulatory areas. So what I think we have here is something that works for what we were thinking when we chose these. And maybe we stick with that, but it seems like we'll be faced with this, you know, in 2 years. I think that's when the agreement sort of expires.
If I may jump in. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Peggy. And there's this agreement that's, I think 2 or I can't remember exactly when it expires, but that agreement's in place as put in place by the commission, and that agreement is set to expire. I think that's well timed with this process as well, as here in this MSE process, we're investigating the effects of that agreement, and that's going forward as a potential management procedure to evaluate, which is a good thing. And we might find that maybe these very specific agreement elements, the 2A and 2B specific elements, are not the best ones, and they could either be redefined in a different way, or they could be met through a different approach. And so what I wanted to mention is that it's a reminder to the MSAB that we can put forward a management procedure that we can put forward in the MSC process, we can put forward an objective. So 2A has an objective to have 1.65 million pounds TCY in the regulatory area. And that could be an objective that we see if we can find a management procedure to meet that objective with some high proportion of the time, or it can be implemented directly as an element of the management procedure. And the same concept there goes with the constraint. We found in the coastwide that there's a lot of variability from year to year, and we just couldn't meet that objective without implementing some sort of constraint, which is why, okay, since we can't meet that objective, let's put it in the management procedure and see what effect that has on our other objectives. Right. And so I think that this set of management procedures really embracing that process of one, there are these objectives for 2A and 2B, and they just happen to be implemented as part of the management procedure. 4C D&E has certain objectives as well. 2A or 2C has certain objectives as well. They're just not placed in the management procedure. And we want to investigate the results to make sure that those objectives are met, or at least we're trading off the outcomes between the regulatory areas. So I definitely hear what you're saying about there's two regulatory areas with actual elements in there. And is that unfair to other regulatory areas? I don't think so, because we might learn that we can have this element for 2A in there and it doesn't affect the other objectives can still be met. And that's the key to this process, is meeting those objectives and the trade-offs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're testing them now. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate that time.
No, it's good that you pointed that out as well, and that's going to be the crux of all of our discussion of the trade-offs between regulatory areas as well as the trade-offs with the conservation objectives.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Maybe not a question, but something to reiterate for folks, because I think it's something that's been challenging over the past couple of meetings with defining MPs is this last point Alan raised, which is a really good one, that first we define our objectives, and then we dream up all the different MPs that we'd like to use to harvest the fish and see if they meet those objectives. But another way that one may approach achieving those objectives is if you have a particularly high tolerance, like you really must meet an objective, you could essentially hardwire that component into the MP. So the catch variability example was one that Alan had just described. So if everyone wants very stable catches, we could define the MPs in such a way that you have low catch variability, but it may be difficult to achieve that objective. To give ourselves some greater confidence we're going to get there, is you could hardwire in the MP something that says the catch shall never vary by more than 15% each year. And that's a policy decision that's made by the commissioners. So takeaways, there's two different approaches that we could achieve our objective. We could define an MP and see what works, or we could really prescribe it firmly and hardwire it into the process. And we can see what the consequences are of those two different options through this evaluative process.
And if I may add, that's a really good point, Adam. And the key there is that applying hardwiring in that particular management procedure, like a constraint, will have an effect on the other objectives, and then you may not be able to meet the conservation objectives. So for example, if you say, I just want to hardwire in that the TCEY is 70 million pounds every year, well, then you're not going to meet your conservation objectives. So it's that balancing between all those objectives that we want to consider in this evaluation.
Yeah, but it does give you the opportunity to hardwire that in and see if actually you do meet all of the objectives anyway. So that's great. Shall we move on to the next section, section 5? I don't think you've presented that. Is that correct? Or has that already been?
The agenda item?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, no, that has not been presented. I can do that. If we're ready to move on, I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we might as well stay ahead of schedule. We can always catch up.
I think so. I think we have plenty to get through this week, so let's stay ahead of schedule if it makes sense.
Okay. Let me see if I think I can share directly. So I'm going to bring up, while I'm figuring this out, I just want to note that these presentations are also available on the MSAB016 website for you to follow along, to download, and to, yep, so let's see, and okay, so that's that one. Let me see if this comes up. Yep. So there I was looking for that slide. Okay. Co-chairs, is it okay if I then proceed with this presentation of the MSC framework, agenda item 5?
Yeah, please proceed.
All right. Thank you very much.
And we've got about 20 minutes before our lunch break is scheduled, if that gives you an idea of timing.
Yep. Perfect. Okay, so so the other part of, well, a main part of the MSC for us, the staff, is the framework, and that's how we work and how we put together the simulations and conduct the simulations of the MSC. So we'll present that. This contains a lot of assumptions. I just want to say, feel free to interrupt me because there's going to be a lot of different concepts throughout this presentation. So if you're like, ooh, I don't know if that's a good assumption, or I want to hear more about that, feel free to chime in. Just turn on your webcam, or don't scream out, but just let it be known, because I think this is really more of an interactive presentation on this one. Interesting that my screen is getting cut off a little bit, but I think that should be okay. I will try to monitor it. Okay, so the framework, what exactly is the framework? And what Piera showed was this, what's inside this box, the operating model and the management procedure. And that's really the closed loop simulation. And that's where the MSE team has been spending a lot of their time, well, all summer, coding this up, coding up the operating model, coding up the management procedures, and coding the connections between those two parts of the framework. And so that's why it's now a framework. The other parts of the framework is those objectives are now feeding in to this framework, and then the framework spits out the performance metrics. So really what there should be, you can see, yeah, you can see my little arrow, is there should be then another line potentially connecting performance metrics back to objectives. And that's actually a two-way line. But we are going to now look at the outcome of this framework, the simulation results, which will be in the form of performance metrics to see if they meet our objectives. And that's the key that we're going to be doing for the next 2 days after today. So what I'll talk a lot about in this is the operating model, and this is the simulation of the Pacific halibut population, the dynamics, the variability in that. We'll talk a lot about that, but it's also the simulation of the fisheries. And let's not lose sight of that, is that we have to simulate how the fisheries behave, how the fisheries respond to management and respond to the population out there. we have simulating availability, variability, and some of the dynamics of those fisheries, and it could get a lot more complex, and we'll talk about the way that we're doing that for now. For technical details, we've linked here the info document or the technical document from the SRB meeting, but now that's also available under the MSAB as info 01, and that contains the equations and some of the details. And as I noted earlier, this technical document will be updated as time allows in the future. We just want to keep it as up to date as possible. Okay, it's just cutting off a little bit on the left of my screen, but it looks okay. So the specifications of the document, a few important specifications. So this is an age-structured population model, meaning we're modeling the different age classes of fish. So they go from age 1 to age 2, and it's an annual process basically. And we're just summing all fish age 30 and older together. That's what the plus group means. But there's some parts of the fisheries and the management that are length-based. For example, U26, O26, O32, everything is in inches, 32 inches, 26 inches. And so we need to be able to mimic those parts of the management and the fisheries processes. So even though we're not specifically modeling length, the length-age relationship in this model, because that is a very difficult thing to do for Pacific halibut, it's so variable, that we are actually modeling it through these distributions at age. So what these two plots down here are showing is the distribution of length for a certain age fish, where we have young ages and the orangey, yellowy colors going up through the greens and blues to the older ages at the violets and purple colors here. And so you see there's a lot of variability in the length at age of a fish. So these are the different lengths for that age fish. So for a female, almost age 30, that fish can be 50 centimeters to 220 centimeters. And this is based on empirical data collected from our survey and possibly even our fisheries, I do not remember. So this is sort of underlying the model and how we convert from age to length. And as Pierre showed earlier, that converts into this probability that Pacific halibut at this specific age along the horizontal axis is of O32 in the over 32 inches. And so you can see at about age 8 or 9, a female has about a 50-50 chance. 50% of the females are going to be under 32 inches and 50% of those females are going to be over 32 inches. And by the time they're age 15, more than 90%, or about, I guess, 85 or so % of the females are above 32 inches. And so I'm just back up one slide here. You can see you're saying, well, why isn't an old female always above 32 inches? Because you see this distribution here, even an old age 30 female has a small probability. There's a few of them that are less than 32 inches. And I think 83 centimeters is 32 inches. I should know that off by memory, but I forgot. So there's this lot of variability in length at age, which is why we're modeling it through this probability distribution.
Alan, you have one question about that.
Okay. Yeah.
What time period for slide 4 and 5? What time period is this based on?
Pierre, do you happen to remember?
I would need to check it out. Sorry. I'm gonna check it out and then answer this question.
Okay.
Sorry, that was my question. It's just knowing how much size it has changed over time. I was curious.
Yeah, and so that's the key to this, Adam, is that this is all highly variable. Is that size at age is changing over time a lot. And what we're not doing in this model is changing this probability distribution over time.
Okay.
So this is static. Is that right, Pierre, that this probabilities are static for every year?
Yes, this is correct.
Yeah. So one improvement we do want to make in the future is relate this probability distribution to the actual simulated size at age so that this probability cumulative distribution function changes over time as well. Because you know, in times of high size at age, there's probably going to be more young males that are over 32 inches. So that would be a big improvement to this model.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. That's just what I was looking for.
Okay, yep. And we're going to find there's going to be a lot of little things, little details like that, that are potential improvements in the future. So I'll move on from.
Actually, sorry, one point there. So that's a good example of some of the potentially extenuating circumstances that one might consider, is when that information is available as an improvement to the system, it would trigger a more comprehensive comprehensive revision of the MSE process.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Those are the types of information. However, with this, we sort of know that we can tie it in better. It's just we haven't had the time. It was a lower priority for us to meet this deadline, for us to implement time varying. It just requires a little bit more investigation. So I guess
it's understandable. It's more like there's the MSE team knows there's a bunch of items that could be done to make the work better, but because you just, you know, life goes on, you have to get something done. You keep this worry list of all the improvements that we want to make, kind of collect them, and then, you know, in year 2 or year 3, we're gonna have made our way through the worry list and then flip the switch on the next iteration of the process.
Yeah, and some documentation on MSEs in the literature about MSE, there's actually recommendations that MSEs are updated every 5 to 10 years just to take advantage of new information and make those improvements. All right, thanks. I just wanted everybody to know that background. That's how the lengths are determined, which is static through time at this point. So the OM specifications are, there's the 4 biological regions to model the biological processes in this model, and then there's 8 IPHC regulatory areas for the fisheries, noting that biological region 4B contains 1 regulatory area, and biological region 2 contains 3, and the others contain 2, where 4C, D, and E are managed as 1 IPHC regulatory area. So in the determination of the fisheries and the sectors that are involved in fishing, so a sector is basically the fishery type, and we have the directed commercial fishery, which is basically O32 mortality. And we've separated out the directed commercial discard mortality, which is mostly the U32 mortality from directed fisheries. That does incorporate some bit from lost gear, for example, as well. But this follows exactly along with the assessment, and there are reasons to keep these separate in the modeling and to match historical data as well. The non-directed commercial discard mortality, that is mortality from non-directed fisheries of the bycatch, those non-target fisheries for halibut. And we have recreational, we also have subsistence. And I suppose a 6th sector could be added here, although it's not necessarily a fishery. It is the survey, and the survey is meant to mimic the IPHC Fishery Independent Set Line Survey, or FIS. So we'll get to that in a moment. But it's important to note that now we're modeling, the model is modeling biological processes at the region level, but we have fisheries at the IPHC regulatory area. So we made this choice, and this has been a discussion for many years actually. We made this choice because modeling the movement between the regulatory areas is going to be much more difficult than modeling movement between the regional level. And the reason is, at the biological regions, we believe there's minimal, I'm not saying none, but there's minimal movement between the biological regions within 1 year. So there's not much seasonal movement from 2A to 3B, for example, but there might be seasonal movement from 2A to 2C. And that's the concept here, is within a region, we believe there is seasonal movement. And there's tagging data to back up these observations or these hypotheses. So for us to implement this in the time needed and to do it with using data and observations that we actually have, we had to model the biological processes at the regional levels. Otherwise, we'd need a seasonal model and much more complex, and we need much more complex movement. But that also means we're making some assumptions about within region movement and within region distribution between the regulatory areas. And that was the question Dan was asking earlier, is there seem to be changes within a region over time. We're not modeling those changes specifically at this time, and I'll explain shortly how the assumptions we are making about distribution within a region. So it was a pragmatic decision to model at the regulatory area level, but fisheries occurring at the, or to model at the region level, fisheries occurring at the regulatory area level. So we're taking a very common approach used in stock assessment world called areas as fleets, which actually the two of the models that are in the ensemble use this approach. And that is that there are multiple fleets within a region, and those multiple fleets just intercept the fish in different ways through their selectivity patterns. And so that selectivity is now accounting for selection of the gear, as well as availability of the fish to that certain fishery and the location that fishery operates in. And then, as I noted earlier, the survey is also split out by IPHC regulatory areas, and that is again split out as a specific proportion of the biomass in the region is given to each of the IPHC regulatory areas. So what we have to do here in terms of the fleets operate fine because they're operating on the selectivity patterns, but the survey and then the amount of biomass in each of the regulatory areas has to be split to a finer level than just the region. And so the way we did this, alluded to earlier, was we looked at the region, the regulatory area proportions within a region. So for example, within region 2, and I apologize, there's not a legend on here, so I can't remember which one's 2B and 2C, but we know 2A is the smaller proportion of the biomass in region 2.
Sorry, Alan.
Go ahead, Piera.
Yeah, so 2C is the upper line, pink, kind of pinkish, and the right lower one is 2B, and then 2A is the blue one. Yeah. Yeah.
So and to be honest, I mean, I think that's important, but really the key is here is that this is the method we're using to model the proportion of the survey in the different regulatory areas. So we have to then say this amount of survey biomass, and correct me if I'm wrong, Piera, this is all sizes from the survey, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and we also can do that by 032.
Correct.
Well, but what you can see is that it's been variable over time, the proportion of the survey in the different regulatory areas. We have things like in region 3, as Dan noted earlier, the difference between 3B and 3A are quite stark and have changed over time, and in 4 as well, that the proportion of biomass in each of those areas is variable over time. We know we got one of them correct, and that's 4B, that it's 100% is all in regulatory area 4B. So that's good. We got one correct. But we had to make an assumption on regulatory area or regions 2, 3, and 4, and we just used the last 10 years, and that goes forward in time through all the simulations. This is how the biomass is, the proportion of biomass in each regulatory area within a region. So again, another place where improvement could be made. It would require a little bit of thinking and research to look at why these changes occur over time, what's driving those, and then to model those changes over a time appropriately. So this is, again, a pragmatic decision right now for us to be able to provide results, but it doesn't capture that amount of variability, which might be important variability for our evaluation and management procedures. So I'll just pause there since there was a question on this earlier, and hopefully that does answer this. Okay, Dan, I see you popped up there.
Thanks. No, thanks for showing that slide. That helps. I did notice 3A in particular seemed like the models were putting a lot more fish in there. But I'm just wondering, if you do work on this further in the future, would you look at kind of the correlation of how the population in region 3 separates between 3A and 3B given different levels of stock size? For example, maybe when the stock's at really high levels, more of that stock fills into 3B, and when the stock's at really low levels, there's more of the separation we're seeing over time or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one component we would look at. Another one that I think we proposed a couple of years ago was looking at the age structure of the population, and based on the age structure, you know, maybe there's an indication that fish are moving through with age, and sort of look at that correlation as well. So there's a lot of different data sources, data types, covariates we can look at to model this. It's just at this point in time, having to put together this whole framework, this is one of those areas where we just said we don't have the time to do it, to make a really good analysis of how that's done. We're just going to make a simple assumption for now and then do that analysis correctly. And the reason we did that is we didn't want to do a quick analysis that might not be right, but we go forward in time saying, oh, we are modeling the variability and the variability is right. So we're showing that this is our assumption now, and then we want to do it right in the future.
And I think that's fine. I think for our meeting, it's just, you know, thinking through how this simplified approach might affect the outcome of some of the model runs. And it seems that, especially in region 3, where there is such a big difference in what we've seen historically, that at some of the higher stock sizes that the model projects in the future, it'll assign a lot more of those into region 3A than may be there during high stock size. So, and it's just, you know, I think it's great future work, and just trying to get my mind wrapped around a little bit about how to interpret the model results, and if, you know, that would have any effect on our recommendation. Appreciate the slide.
Yeah, and I agree. And there's a slide in the results presentation that will show the actual projections of proportion in each region, and we can have a discussion there about potential interpretations of those and where they might be different than what we would expect.
Forrest.
Thanks, Carey. So our MPs have modeled TCY, or make projections on TCY, et cetera, our current ones. But if the relationship for instance, in region 2, if you assume that the relationships stay steady, I'm not getting how you can depend on accurate TCY projections. And maybe let me just add, I mean, if you've got floors or static amounts given to 2 of the 3 regions in area 2, how do we trust TCY projections that are static? And this just may reveal my ignorance on what we're talking about here, but anyway, that's a question in my mind.
No, it's a really good question, Forrest, and it is an assumption of the model that, you know, we do have to be aware of. All models have assumptions, and I think, you know, that we just have to look at the variability in the outcomes, in the results. And again, these are just actual point estimates from historical, but when we project in the future, there's going to be a lot of variability. And the variability, you know, of the proportion in you know, one of the regulatory areas in region 4 is going to be quite large, and there's going to be encompassing a wide range. So it might not encompass the actual annual variability changing from year to year, but the overall variability that's being modeled here is going to encompass the potential outcomes of this static amount. So the projection might say, well, the projection says the static was opposite here. Even though we assumed this, there's enough variability in the model that it actually switches it. So we'll have a look at the results on the variability around the proportion in the survey projected forward in time over, I think, 60 years. And then we can say, well, these management procedures are robust to that different variability. But actually modeling the annual, us trying to mimic this type of change over time, in that, to be honest, it might not be any different than the variability that's outcome in the current results anyways, because one projection might look like this, another projection might look completely opposite, and then the variability comes out the same, or maybe there's more just variability in the potential outcomes of the model. And that's the strength of MSE, is we're really trying to capture variability than trying to predict what's going to happen in 100 years.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll continue on if there's no more questions.
Sure, and if you get to a natural stopping point, it's noon right now, so.
Let me just double check here. I think just finish up the, yeah, I think this would actually be the best stopping point. And so I think now would be a great place to break for lunch.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alan. And it looks like we've got 1 hour scheduled for lunch, so we'll just see everybody back at 1 p.m. Pacific.
Sorry,
anything else, Adam, before we go?
Yeah, just one thing before we jump off for lunch is there is a very brief recap from this morning and one question for the group. So the first half of the morning was focused mostly on administrative pieces. Obviously, this is the concluding meeting of the initial phase of the stakeholder-informed, scientifically driven MSE process. There's a couple of agenda items that we had proposed to shuffle around, namely adding Dr. Branch's review on Thursday morning. So if folks, especially observers, are only going to be here for part of the session, that's another thing to flag in a slightly different agenda. The other administrative question was to get some advice from the group about an appetite for the use of breakout sessions over the next 2 days. I think, Alan, you had said the MSE team had proposed to use Microsoft Teams rather than breakout groups within the GoToMeeting.
That's correct, Adam. And the reason is GoToMeeting, or at least our implementation of GoToMeeting, does not support breakout rooms, which I was surprised to hear. But so we figured we would use this session of GoToMeeting as one of the breakout rooms for anybody that might have trouble connecting to Teams. I don't think that'll be an issue. We've done some testing already. And then I'll supply a link for Teams meeting, Microsoft Teams meeting. You can join through the web. And Piero will supply a link for a Microsoft Teams meeting, and that will be 3 different rooms for anybody can join. And if it doesn't work, if anybody's uncomfortable with that approach, we're fine too. We just want to give the option of smaller group discussions if that's desired by the MSAB.
So I'll make a proposal that, if it's not too much work for the Secretariat, probably useful just to send them out. And if we want to use it, they're available. Otherwise, if folks are finding the conversation as a group is moving along well and people are feeling engaged and productive, then we can just continue on with the larger plenary session.
Okay.
Is that a reasonable ask? I don't want to create work unnecessarily for the MSE team.
No, it's just a matter of us inputting the email addresses of all MSAB members into a Teams calendar meeting, and that will just get sent out to all the individuals. We just wanted to make sure, we didn't want to send it out before having this discussion so people aren't trying to join that meeting and missing this meeting. So just make sure it's clear. But we're happy to send that out. We can wait to send that out till this evening. Just so that we're not occupied trying to do that instead of the actual meeting. So Pierre and I will each send out an invite later this evening for breakouts, and then we can decide to use them or not.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think that'll work. Folks can think a little more about it over lunch, but in the absence of any other feedback, I think that's a reasonable approach. The last piece to recap, obviously, is the past couple of hours post break, which it's hard to believe that a couple of years work has been summarized in just a couple of hours. I suspect, though, a lot of us don't really realize how dense that information really was because we've had the benefit of being engaged for a few years in it. So hopefully folks have found that to be a helpful summary, a status update of where we've gone over the past couple of years. Anything that folks would like to add to that brief recap? Okay, not hearing anything. Let's take a break for lunch. I've got 5 after. We can be generous and make it 1:05 to get back for the afternoon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Adam and Carey.
Thank you. All right. Talk soon, folks.
Talk to you all soon. Bye.
This conference will now be recorded.
This morning, and I think we can pick up where we left off. We were talking about how space is modeled in terms of the biological regions, and then the areas as fleets approach, or the approach to trying to figure out what might go in each regulatory area in terms of stock abundance each year, and how to the point that more variability in that may be incorporated later, which might be important. So Alan, Adam, do you have anything to add to that before Alan takes it away? Can't hear you. You don't look muted, but I can't hear you.
Is that better?
That is better.
There we go. Sorry, double muted. Dan, I didn't have anything to add, but Dan has a comment, I think.
Thanks. So I'm just going to ask Alan one more question about slide 9 before we move on to the next slide. So whenever that's appropriate.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Can I make one announcement before we begin back in the presentation? Is that all right with co-chairs?
Paper 3.
Paper info 3, yes. Just wanted to note that there now is a description of management procedures. This is the actual appendix from IMO 9611, which is linked in this document, but those descriptions are here in paragraph form for convenience. And
Thank you. That's great.
The list of documents has also been updated, and thanks to Dave for doing that over the lunch. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Should we continue with Dan's question?
Please.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Helen. I was just trying to look at what you showed us there and trying to understand how that may affect some of the MPs that have equal harvest rates. And I'm looking at region 3 and just looking at those gray lines, the dotted lines, it looks like region 3 gets distributed 70 to 3A and 30 to 3B, just somewhere around those. So under those management procedures where the harvest rate goes up in 3B, region 3 gets a little bit more fish, but then is that also distributed 70-30 to 3A and 3B, or does it all go into 3B?
Yeah, no, it's so 2 things here. One is at the regional level, this doesn't matter at all. So thinking about what goes to region 3 and looking at statistics for region 3, which now we have TCY by region available. This won't affect that at all unless there's a little bit of difference in selectivity. So it'll be an unnoticeable effect. What this does in terms of when you change the relative harvest rates is that this will still distribute the survey biomass to determine the proportion of survey biomass in 3A and 3B in region 3. And then that will be used to determine that first step of O32 stock distribution, for example. So that'll remain unchanged regardless of the relative harvest rates. So this concept will remain unchanged through all of the management procedures that use the stock distribution approach. The relative harvest rates would then say to the one that's different is it sets 3B and 4A and 4C D&E at 1 instead of 0.75. So it would just basically mean an increase in the TCY for 3B, but that has a feedback on all 3A, 2C, 2B, and 2A, which were at 1 previously, so those will slightly decrease. So that's the way that should work. But the actual distribution of the survey is not going to change. The proportion of survey in each of those areas, that should remain consistent between those two different management procedures.
So then the harvest rates are applied to each management area, and it's not applied at the region level.
Right.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
There might be one management procedure, I can't remember. It is applied at the region level, I think. It might be an alternative, I can't remember, but I think for most of them it's applied at the regulatory area level.
If I might jump in one
Yeah,
second.
please.
Yes, then. So there is one management procedure, which if I remember, is MPC, in which you have the split to biological region and the application of the relative harvest rate to biological region, in which region 2 and 3 will get 1, and the harvest rate will be reduced for region 4 and 4B. For all the others, the harvest rate is applied at the regulatory area level, and as Alan mentioned, it occurs after you distribute to a regulatory area. So it means that when you assign a lower harvest rate to the western areas, all the other regulatory areas are balanced accordingly, proportionally, basically. So they will all get a bit more, or they will all get a bit less, depending on how the harvest rate is applied.
All right, thanks for that explanation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Pierre. Okay, anything else before I move on? Don't see any cameras on. Okay, so we left off here on the specifications of the 33 different fisheries. So this was a decision at MSAB016, I believe, where we decided on the number of fisheries. And you can see here that we have commercial by regulatory area, directed commercial discards by regulatory area level, non-directed commercial discards by regulatory area level, and then recreational subsistence has a mix. Some regulatory areas, they're separated, and some they're combined. And then notice in region 4, 4A and 4CD and are combined into 1 there as well. And there's no recreational subsistence in 4B. There's a little tiny bit there, and that's just put into the commercial, directed commercial catches for that. It's just a small amount, which is very consistent with the assessment as well. But these are the 33 fisheries for which the TCY is then split out into eventually, and the model is actually modeling all 33 of these fisheries. And then as we noted, additionally, there's the survey by regulatory area as well. And that was described a bit by Pierre earlier in the MP presentation. So Peggy, a couple people don't have audio.
I know Joe lost audio, but others are okay. So Joe, it may be a connectivity issue. Okay. I'll type it in because I don't think he can hear.
Okay, thanks. Joe left. It looks like he's going to try to rejoin. I'll continue on. So,
real quick.
Yes.
On the 2019 mortality for the directed commercial discards, is that a rate that you're applying to the various TCEYs in that fishery, or is that just an absolute number?
That's an absolute number in thousands of pounds.
So if a catch limit during years of high abundance, for example, 3A is still going to just have a 0.32 mortality, incidental mortality rate, and in years of low abundance, it's the same?
Good question, Dan. No, and sorry that this is misleading. The 2019 mortality is simply in this, just to show the levels of where mortality was in 2019, to give you an indication of things like we combined recreational subsistence in 3B, and it was 20,000 pounds in 2019. So it's a small proportion of the total mortality. Just to give you an idea of the, why we might have combined some and kept some separate. But no, we actually model directed commercial discards in a very specific way that's related to the size at age of a male, the size of a male at age 8 fish, and also the total biomass, I think. Yeah, it's modeled based on the total combined, whatever's left after I'll show you in a minute, of the directed commercial and plus the directed commercial discards, whatever's left for that limit, and then it's modeled against the size at age of fish. So it'll vary according to the size at age and the amount of the TCY, basically. We discussed that quite a long time ago with the coast-wide model, and it's very similar. It's the same approach that we were using in the coast-wide MSE, but it'll be varying over time. Okay, so yeah, so here I want to describe first how fishery limits are determined. And this is important to realize that there are TCY fishery limits, where the limit is mimicking what would be the limit for the fisheries before they go fishing. So this would be what would go into regulation. And so the limits are determined from the management procedure. And we're testing those management procedures, but we have to split the TCY to the individual sectors in a regulatory area. And so this is that process of getting the TCY to each individual sector. So we start off by first determining what the TCY in a regulatory area is. And that comes out of the management procedure. And just to note that the TCY is the total mortality without any U26 non-directed discard mortality. NDDM is that. That means you take out the U26 bycatch from the total mortality to get the TCY. That concept is then you subtract out within a regulatory area the O26 proportion of the non-directed discard mortality. The O26 bycatch is subtracted from the TCY within a regulatory area to give you what we call the directed TCY. There isn't a term for this. I don't want to adopt this term directed TCY. It's just a matter of convenience. That means it's the TCY in a regulatory area without the O26 non-directed discard mortality. So that's subtracted out. And that O26 non-directed discard mortality for the limit is determined from basically, I think it was the previous year, as we do it with the assessment. And Pierre, can you correct me, is that just the previous year, or was it the average of the 3 previous years?
No, it's just the previous year. Just for convenience, it was a bit easier than the previous 3 years.
Yeah, so some of this code was started a long time ago, and then instead of trying to track the previous 3 years of bycatch, we just made the decision to use just the previous year of bycatch to determine the directed TCY. So once we have the TCY without any non-directed discard mortality, we then apply the catch sharing plans or the analogous in 2B, basically how they allocate the remainder to the different sectors. So the subsistence is first removed from that directed TCY, and that's given what was observed in the previous year, except 2 egg is 30,000 pounds. We then determine recreational mortality limit. And the recreational mortality limit is for 2C and 3A, we had to determine the unguided recreational, and the unguided recreational was a random process. And that was determined from a log normal distribution with this mean. So in 2C, it was on average 1.257 million pounds, and in 3A it was 1.579 million pounds. And it had some variability around that. So that's a random process. But Pierre, correct me if I'm wrong, this is how detailed and intricate a lot of these little things are, is that I can't remember all the code either. But do you remember in the limit, did we do this as a random process as well?
Yes, we did. So both the realize and the limit for the unguided are
Okay. Yeah.
I have the same process.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And so then the catch sharing plan limit, which is for the guided recreational mortality and just 2C and 3A, but for all other regulatory areas, there's just a determination of recreational mortality. That's just summed with unguided. So this was our approximation to simulate the unguided and the guided or chartered recreational mortality in these different regulatory areas. So in regulatory areas without unguided recreational is just determined from the catch sharing plan or a simple process. So now we've removed subsistence and recreational mortality from directed TCY. That leaves the commercial mortality, total commercial mortality, which is the mortality of O32 plus the discard mortality, which is mainly U32. For the limit, the commercial discard mortality was determined from the ratio of the discard mortality to the directed commercial mortality from the previous year. And we worked with Ian Stewart a lot on this to get the approximation to how it's actually done at the annual meeting and in the determination of the limits in the mortality limit table. So we use that ratio to determine what it's going to be in the upcoming year, and that's how we get that limit. And then the directed commercial mortality is basically whatever's left after doing all of that. So what does this look like? Well, here's some examples. Here's 2B on the left, 2C on the right. And the different colored lines are the different sectors, except this black line on top is the sum of all mortality across all these different sectors. And so what you can see here in blue is directed commercial landings in 2B, and there's a couple others like subsistence. Is to make these plots, we assumed a fixed amount of subsistence, say. And so you see, given that if subsistence was this amount, this is what it would look like across all these different TCY levels. But you see when it gets low, that starts to decline. If you look at the red line, that's discard mortality, commercial discard mortality, that increases slightly. And if you look at the green line, that's the O26 non-directed commercial discard mortality or bycatch. And we've just assumed a constant amount of bycatch to make these plots. In reality, it's a random process, and I'll explain how that occurs in a later slide. But this just gives you an idea of how things are being affected. Some of them are just random processes, more or less constant. Some of them have, increasing values across the TCY. But what's important is once things get low, you see things start kinking, or they are taken away from because other processes in that chain of addition or subtraction is affecting the ones later down the chain. And so commercial fishing mortality goes to 0, but things like bycatch are going to remain above 0 even when the TCY is 0. So you see the sum of all mortality departs from the input TCY. And so
Alan,
that's just part of this process. Question.
Sorry.
Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, in previous meetings, we had talked about the different shapes of these functions. And I think we'd ended up with just ensuring that the general pattern was right, not getting into the details too much because the consequences weren't that measurable. Is that true? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, that's exactly right. This one, we've tried to mimic the catch sharing plans as close as possible, but there are random components in these allocations, like non-directed discard mortality is, so I would say determining these limits, we've mimicked the process as close as we can, although we don't know what's going to happen down here at the small TCYs. So we made some approximations down there. But I think for the normal range of TCYs, we've mimicked the catch sharing plans, at least in consultation with Ian Stewart, as closely as we can in how the mortality limit tables are actually created.
Okay, thanks for that. So my suggestion then is maybe mostly for a communications piece, but I think we need to be cautious about how these plots might be used in subsequent explanations, just for fear of becoming a distraction. The specific example I referenced for 2B is subsistence harvest is constitutionally protected. It would not decline. It has priority access over other fisheries.
Okay.
And that could, putting a plot of that could cause quite a bit of distractions when it's not actually consequential to the resource in terms of how the MP would actually be implemented.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth spending a whole bunch of time here to resolve, given the unlikeliness of actually realizing a TCEY that low. But I would flag it with others as well when looking at their regulatory areas, because we wouldn't want to set up a firestorm because of how things may or may not occur at very low TCEYs within a cat sharing plan.
Yeah, and it may be worth just noting that in the report that and that might be a little bit of a protective layer.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Forrest.
Yeah, very similar on the TC modeling there. I realize that unguided and guided are combined, but at some point the unguided is a line that wouldn't go to zero, unless you're assuming that there's so few fish in the water that their effectiveness declines. So I kind of had a question about that, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Forrest. And again, we've made some approximations at very low TCYs, well, although less than 2, probably it's low. And you're right, a lot of that would maybe step down, so we can better approximate these things at low TCYs. I think for now, these approximations, as Adam said, are going to be good enough for the purpose of evaluation of these different management procedures, and at least is consistent across all of the management procedures.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. But those are good points, and those are things that we can work on in the future. At the ad hoc meeting, some of this came up, and we said we would consult with stakeholders. Again, it was just such a short timeline, and we talked to a couple of people, just basically telling them, hey, we're going to do this. And they said, that's fine for now. Let's work on it in the future. But the key here, though, is that in some cases, the sum of the mortality is going to be greater than the limit, just because there are some of these random processes. And that was in how the mortality limits were created. Maybe some simpler plots with a different, or that you can see more clearly how the effect of like non-directed discard mortality comes in are for 3B and 4C, D, and E. And here you see that non-directed discard mortality, these green lines, are a much bigger proportion of the TCEY, and thus they kick in a lot sooner, where directed commercial would actually be going to 0 around 2 million pounds in 4C, D, and E, whereas bycatch would remain at a high level. Now remember, this green line is an assumed value just to create these plots, and in reality, in the simulations, that green line's fluctuating up and down depending on this random process, and it's tied a little bit to total biomass as well. So the message we really want to get across with these plots is that we're mimicking the catch sharing plans as close as possible. There's some assumptions we're making at low TCEYs, and we really appreciate the feedback that we've already gotten, and we will be working on this in the future with the MSAB members and other stakeholders as necessary. Okay, sorry about that. So those were the mortality limits. And now what I want to describe is the realized fishery mortality. And so this is a little bit different. So think of the mortality limit as, okay, this table now is published in the annual meeting report, and that is what is expected out of the TCY limits that were set by the commission. Then the fishery goes out and operates, and the directed commercial fishery gets really, really close to that limit. They do a great job, and it's really amazing, but they don't always get it right on, right? So there's this realization that's a little bit different. And this is how, for now, we've indicated the realization. So I've highlighted here in yellow a couple of places where the realized would be simulated, thus different from the limits. And that's basically in the non-directed commercial discards, the U26 and the O26. They are now a random process, and so the actual realized mortality is going to be different. And this has cascading effects through the whole system. So in short, this is the start of implementation variability in the realized mortality limits. And so this is where we've put in a little bit for now, and there's a lot more work to do in making these making these more realistic in the future. For example, once the limit in our simulations, the directed commercial mortality actually does take exactly the limit, and it wouldn't be too difficult to add that in. I guess it's important to note here the directed commercial discard mortality is different also. I should have highlighted that in yellow. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a function of the total directed mortality. It might be just the total directed commercial mortality and the male weight at age 8. So do I have a plot of that? I can't remember. No, I do not. I think there's a plot in maybe the technical document, but this is exact method that we've used in the coast-wide MSE. It basically allows more discard mortality when the size at age is small than when the size at age is large. And that's the function of the weight at age 8. And we note that if it's ever less than 0.05%, it just remains. It does never go lower than 0.05% in any regulatory area. So we'll talk about limits, and then we'll talk about realized mortality. I think all of the performance metrics are in terms of limits, but just wanted to show this because implementation variability is in there in just in a small way, and that's basically with bycatch. So at the ad hoc MSAB meeting last August, one paragraph in our minutes asked for an explanation of how realized non-directed commercial discard mortality is modeled. Well, I didn't ask for it, it just was, the minutes stated that that was a question that the MSAB has. So we thought we would answer it here. And this is, again, done very similarly to how the coast-wide MSE was done, except it's done on a regulatory area level now. Or actually, it's on the regional level. Yes, the regional level, even though the mortality is modeled on the regulatory area level. So we have the non-directed discard. It's a linear relationship between the total biomass in that region. So we've actually looked at past observations. I'll show you a plot on how that's done. And because there's been so many changes in non-directed discard mortality over the years, we've forced that to fit through the last observed year, that linear relationship. That's basically the scale of the bycatch mortality. And then we randomly draw that from a distribution with 20% CV, which is the amount of variability around that distribution. And that provides a randomness to it, but it's also linked to total biomass in some way. So maybe these plots will help me explain that. And so you can see in let's take a look at region 4 down here. And you see these circles are the actual observed non-directed discard mortality through time. And you can see that they've changed quite a bit, and the large circles are the most recent 3 years. And what you can see is that if we just fit a linear relationship between all these points, the scale of it would be much higher than what has been observed in the most recent 3 years. So Region 4 is a great example. They've implemented a lot of procedures like deck sorting and stuff to reduce that mortality. So we figured we would try to match it closer to what the current procedures are. And that's why we forced it through that 2019 point. So you see in all regions that last year, that little red line goes through that point. And this shows what the average non-directed discard mortality is across a range of different total biomasses. So it does go up a little bit. And then the pink shaded area is the variability around that. So you can see how much it ranges across any of these. And this is just because it is the goal of the MSAB in this iteration, at least of the MSE, to examine management procedures and make sure they're robust to various levels of non-directed discard mortality. And that's why we're just introducing this random process. So these plots show the how it relates to what's been actually observed in recent years and over historical years, since basically 2000 in some regions. I guess one final note, Adam, is just that we do split it out between U26 and O26 using that length at age procedure that I showed earlier. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask, was how is that split out? Like these plots, this is total mortality?
Yes, it is total mortality. Well, it's non-directed discard mortality, so it's been passed through a selectivity curve, right? And because it's been passed through a selectivity curve, we know we're simulating what the catch at age is. So we know the non-directed discard mortality at age, and then that's passed through that probability of it being O26 or U26 at age, and that gives us, then we sum it back up into the two boxes, U26 and O26.
Okay, thanks.
So it's selecting it based on selectivity. So a lot of really small fish are not included, like age 0s and 1s, and then it's taking what's been selected and dividing that into U26 and O26.
Right. So very small fish are not included within this, but that would mean most of this downward trend then is a result of looking at region 2 in particular. That's probably a result of management measures as opposed to interception, changes in what's actually there for the fishery to intercept.
So you're saying the downward trend in the dots?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I think it's probably a change in practice. Region 4 is the classic example where this was probably all pre-deck sorting. And yeah, it was about in here when I'll bet deck sorting was implemented, and you see the extreme drop in the non-directed discard mortality due to that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Mm-hmm. So I have maybe a follow on to that, and then I see forest there. I'm just wondering, I do see that a lot of the lines or the dots that are outside of your range of uncertainty that you're modeling are a little bit older, but I was wondering if you could just speak to that over the course of that the model isn't capturing the full scale of variability in that relationship that has happened going back in time. And maybe you could comment on that. I know different things have probably happened in different areas, but.
Yeah, so one thing to note is that this is for one specific, well, no, this one isn't related to size of fish. So yes, it's really, we've looked at this. It was years ago that I actually did it for in the coastwide MSE, and we just followed that same approach. But the idea is exactly that there is a lot of variability here, but there's been changes in the sectors in each of the region or in how the non-directed discard fisheries operate. There's been measures put in place to reduce bycatch. And so we figured we would just try to capture the more recent points. And by forcing this line through the 2019 point and then adding that 20% CV to all of them was an assumption. So it's pretty simple assumption, and we were fine not capturing the historical range of all of this, as you know, in all the regions. But we have in the past, I believe it was with the coastwide MSE at one time, we did a simulation at a high bycatch level, and we might have done one at a low non-directed discard level. And what we did in that is, I remember it was on a coastwide level, so all these points were combined into one plot. But at the coastwide level, we fit a line through all of the points, which increased the line, and we called that a high bycatch level. And that variability did capture at least some of the high points. And then we took a look at another scenario at probably a low one. I can't remember, or if we just did the high one. But that's something that we could do here is say, what if one bycatch was just on average higher in the future? And what if two, we could increase the variability quite easily by adding to the to that 20% CV, making it a 30 or 40% CV.
And then in addition, you have the complication that this is this could be you could change one of these regions at a time rather than all of them at once, which is what the coastwide did, and that could have an effect on directed catches also.
Yes, lots of axes to consider. Yeah, and so I think it's, you know, if non-directed discard mortality becomes more of a priority to investigate, we'll have to go down that road in one, doing this by region, is that appropriate, or do we even need to model this by regulatory area, which will be quite complex? And then how do we change each regulatory area for sensitivity analysis? So yeah, and that's the problem with going to spatial models, is it just increases your number of axes to investigate quite a large amount.
Yeah, yeah, so that just might be something to keep in mind, kind of the uncertainty here. Okay, Forrest.
Thanks, Carey. Alan, if it's not too much in the weeds, can you remind me how male and females are treated going into the non-directed discard mortality before you come out with the U26 subtraction from TCUI?
Yeah, sure. So in this model, the selectivity is the same for males and females. So there's no difference in selectivity between the two. So it's not that we're assuming 50% of the mortality is females and 50% of the mortality is males. We're assuming that the selectivity is the same for them in this sector. So it depends on the population structure at age and how selectivity interacts with that you'll get the proportion of males and females. We haven't actually looked at that. And we could look at that. It'd be simulation. We don't have any, or we have very little data to actually compare that with now, although I've heard some of the fleets might be starting to do sex ratios on their own in the non-directed catch or mortality, which actually might be the catch. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But, you know, that's something to consider in the future. I think it'd be better to consider that once we have some data to compare it to. Otherwise, we'll just be looking at simulated data saying, this is what it looks like. That's interesting, but we aren't able to really ground truth it. For now, the only assumption we can make is it's the same, just as the same assumption that's done in the stock assessment.
Okay, and so I was going to ask this on a couple slides back. So when we're figuring U26 off of TCUI, if you're taking discard mortality, non-directed discard mortality, and then since we work in terms of spawning biomass, there was a treatment of males, and I wasn't fully getting that. But if you need to move on, that's okay too.
Yeah, we're not really concerned in determinant of mortality limits with spawning biomass because the total mortality is determined from an estimation model, like an assessment, where it accounts for spawning biomass in that control rule, like Piera was explaining, where there's the trigger and the limit. But that determines the total mortality, and that total mortality can be is in the estimation model. It has an assumption about how many males, how many females would be removed, in the operating model, it has an assumption which could be the same or different about how many males and how many females are removed. And so it accounts for that appropriately. And so the estimation model is accounting for it in its calculation of SPR. And then it's nice to see what the operating model thinks is the SPR if it has a different assumption. And I'll show you that in the results when we get to the MSE Explorer. So it's trying to account for all those concepts appropriately. Okay, so any other questions on this? This is, an area where we spent a lot of time with the coastwide MSE on and exactly how we should do this. Let's just add variability. And so that was a decision the MSAB made, and going down the road of non-directed discard mortality is more of a, in statistics, we might say a nuisance parameter. I'm not sure that's the right wording to use in this context, but it's something that we're not directly interested in our management procedure, but something we want to be robust to when determining a useful management procedure. So another outcome of the ad hoc meeting was what is allocation at low TCY values. And again, this is a place where there could be improvement. I don't know how much it would change the results. I don't think it would change it a whole lot, because hopefully the management procedures are not going down to low TCY values that often. But if there is a management procedure that does result in lower TCY values, it would be nice to have it mimicking somewhat of a reasonable approach. So what we're doing here is a sequential approach. So removing the non-directed discard mortality from each regulatory area as before, removing the subsistence, and then removing the unguided rec. So even at low TCY values, subsistence will always have some share if the non-directed discard mortality allows it. So again, non-directed discard mortality is having a priority over subsistence, and that may not be the best assumption. But it's just the way that it's going now, and we could improve that. Unguided rec gets whatever's left, and then the rest is split between the recreational and directed sectors. So Pierre, if I may ask, the plots showed a declining subsistence. Is that just because the non-directed discard mortality is taking precedent over subsistence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So yeah, so Adam, to a little bit more insight into your question, it's not that we are saying the limit on subsistence, well, the limit would actually be reduced, but that's because the non-directed is taking priority over subsistence. So it's easy to reverse these things if we want to make those improvements in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's an important thing to flag. Again, it's probably just, it's not the top priority given where we're trying to go with this recommendation, with recommendations from the MSAB.
Yeah, and I think it's important to make sure that these assumptions are not misinterpreted as part of a management procedure as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's why I flagged it originally as more a communication piece, that this is not being prescriptive about how things should operate.
Yeah. And so that is a good reminder. This part of it is the modeling approach to how the sectors get their limit after a TCY is determined. The management procedure ends at the TCY. Everything after that's a modeling exercise. And these are the assumptions we made in that modeling exercise. And so at least they're consistent across all the management procedures. Okay, so that's determination of the mortality limits and the realized mortality. If there are no more questions, I'll move on to movement. I'll just pause for 1 second in case there are any questions.
Alan, this is Glenn, and apologies, my camera won't go on unless I sign off and then log back on. Quick question. I know one of the things that's under consideration is thinking about removing or modifying the size limit for the commercial fishery. And I guess my question would be, if that were to be done in future iterations of the model, could we treat that? Is that something that could be another factor that we feed into this? And how would that affect our overall assumptions of the proper management procedure?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. That change in size limit, can have an effect on all of these results. And what we would have to do in the MSE simulations is we're not simulating length at age. We're not modeling the length at age relationship. We're making that assumption of the sort of the age length key. We're assuming there's an age length key. So we could do a similar approach. We would just have to change that probability of 0.32. We would have to change that to the probability of 0.24 if the size limit was at 24 inches or something like that. So it'd still be an approximation to the process. If we really wanted to go down the route of using the MSE to investigate the proper size limit, then we would probably want to investigate if we could put in an age length relationship. That would be a long process. We've talked about it internally a lot. And in the partly the decision making going towards not modeling that is just so complex, and there's a lot of variability, and that would be difficult to do. But to do it properly, yes, we might want to try to model that. But if the size limit was changed, I think it would be just a simple change in our modeling that we're already doing to investigate the effect on the management procedures. And that's something nice about this framework, is the framework is now set up, is that Pierre or myself could go in, modify a little bit of code, and rerun some simulations. So say, what if the size limit was 24? We could go, okay, we can get to an idea of that and how much this management procedure would change by looking at that and doing these simulations. So that's a real benefit of this framework, is now we can start to potentially answer some questions that we've had using this framework through simulation.
Many thanks.
Yeah, and that goes for lots of other questions as well. Okay, so movement. So we've talked about movement in the past, so I'm just going to review this really briefly. There's information on movement through tagging studies, through a lot of research, and then we are internally led by Dr. Carey, Pierre, is a review of halibut movement, sort of just looking back over time and just bringing it all together into one document again, so that we can remind ourselves where we're at and where we need to go with understanding and researching movement and migration a little bit more. But what's been reported in the past in a lot of documents are these four figures here showing estimated, or probably should say integrated movement from many sources of information. And the reason I say integrated rather than estimated is these lines are sort of putting together all those different sources of information into one consistent percent moving from one region to another across all the different ages. And so, for example, tagging data might inform the older ages, some past research might inform the younger ages, and then there's some assumptions in these as well. So this was basically our starting point for the operating model. And by a starting point, I mean, these are the movement rates we entered in the operating model, and then we allowed them to be estimated and changed in certain ways so that we could fit historical observations better. And that's what I mean by tuned to observations. And the reason is that when we put in these movement rates, sometimes the population just could not persist, given the catch levels that came out and the other assumptions in the model. So we thought, well, let's try to estimate movement and see how different it actually comes out in the operating model. So the way to interpret this plot is, say, region 4 here is the blue line is to region 2, red dash to region 3, green dotted to region 4, light purple dash to region 4B. So you see from region 4 to 4B, there's very little, if any, movement. But from region 4 to region 3, the red dash line, there's quite a bit of movement at the younger ages. And then there's less movement from region 4 to region 2. And this is an annual time step. So that's an interesting result in itself. So this was our starting point. And then, as I said, we estimated movement in this model. And this is our conditioned model, and I'll show you the estimates of movement in a moment. But this is the outcome of spawning biomass in the upper left here, total biomass by the different regions in the lower left, and then the estimated proportion of the survey biomass, all sizes, in each region, along with what was observed, the observed proportion of survey biomass in each region with error on it. So I'll start in the upper left with the spawning biomass. And the blue line is the operating model. The thin red lines are predictions from the most recent assessment model, stock assessment model. So you see here, there's 4. In the long time series, there's only 2. The red shaded area is the uncertainty from the stock assessment model, and that's the integrated uncertainty in the ensemble. So this historical time period is just an indication reminding you that it only contains 2 long-term series models, and those 2 long-time series models are quite different from each other. And then you see the results that Ian would report every year from the stock assessment are from 1993 and later, from the 4 models that where there's 4 models for all years. So you can see spawning biomass is a bit higher in this period from the conditioned model. And you can also see the total biomass by regions here, where the total biomass in region 2 declines to pretty low levels and then increases back up over time and then has decreased slightly. Whereas in region 4, where there wasn't as much historical fishing mortality included in these models, that doesn't start declining until more recent years. And then 3 is up and down, and 4B is just sort of up and down across its low value there. But what this operating model is doing is we're starting the operating model in 1888. And there were some high levels of mortality in those early years, just around the turn of the century there. And for the movement rates that I showed on that previous slide, it wasn't able to persist a population in region 2. This population would just go to 0, and then it could never recover because it went to 0. There just wasn't enough movement between those areas. And so that was one of the difficulties we're having with the operating model. And you'll see the outcome of that when I show you the estimates of movement. So that was a real driver in this. And it's interesting, in the coastwide MSE, this period of time was a real pinch point too, where for it to make it through that period of time, sometimes the biomass would just go to really low levels. And that's just a function of how the population structure was at that time and the level of fishing that was occurring in region 2. So I note too that there's only one model in the operating model, and that's this long time series model. We did not actually try to tune to a short time series model, and that's a difference from the coastwide MSE as well. So that has an effect on the total variability. On the right of this plot are the predicted stock distributions in the open triangles in the different colors. And then the circles here are the actual predicted values, observed predicted values estimated from the FIS survey, or from FIS, and that's from the modeled stock distribution, all sizes. And this was provided to me by Dr. Webster, and you can see there's actually uncertainty bands on that from his modeling approaches, the space-time model, basically. So you see in like region 4, where there's very little data to inform that, the uncertainty is quite high, but more recently it's a little bit less. So what we did, the MSE team did when conditioning this model, we put a pretty high priority on fitting the stock distribution, because that is a very important part of all of these management procedures. We wanted to fit that as well as we could. And you can see here, the triangles are different from the circles. That's really historical, again, with very little data. We weren't worried about that. We fit the time series pretty well for most of these. There's a couple of departures, say for 1 year, and maybe there's something just happened in that year that explains that departure. But what is concerning to us, as well as the SRB, is these very end points. And you can see in region 2 and region 3, that the 2019 point deviates from the prediction from the operating model quite a bit. And this is where maybe I think this is one thing that spurred the idea of exceptional circumstances, is if the observations continue to depart from the operating model in this way, we might want to take a look at our operating model and recondition it, because it's not doing a good job for actually matching observations in the future. So something we want to keep our eye on. But for now, this could be a one-off and it could match perfectly in 2020. We just don't have that observation yet. So this is how it was conditioned, that process, and we're fitting to actual historical data. We also fit to these spawning biomass levels to force it, not force it, but to make sure it fits in there as well as possible. And some other things we fit to that I'm not showing in this presentation are the age compositions from the survey, as well as there was one other thing, I can't remember what it was at this point in time. Adam?
Alan, for the comparison of the OM to the assessment, the pink bands, that's the 5 and 95% intervals?
Yes, the 5th and 95th percentiles of the credible interval, yeah. So it's a 90.
But then what's the pale pink line at the bottom?
Where is that? Here?
No, sorry, if you go back to 1900, it's easier to see. There's the red and there's the pale, at least on my screen, a pale pink line.
So the red is the actual prediction from the stock assessment, the median from the stock assessment. So I think this lower one is the coast-wide long model, and this higher one is the areas as fleets long model.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So
okay.
the darker lines here are each of the 4 models, and then the shaded area is the integrated ensemble 90% credible interval. So it combines these 2 back here, and it combines all 4 up here. And that's why you see here, it doesn't deviate very far down from the actual one, because this model is so much higher that it has some influence on that.
Okay, no, that makes sense. That the shading is the confidence intervals of the ensemble, not just the one median. Yes. Okay, I follow along. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So here's the interesting part: is what does this operating model actually think about? Think about the movement rates, the probability of movement. So what the operating model did is it estimated movement at age through a function. So it had a functional form. So it wasn't trying to estimate parameters for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 30. It was trying to estimate, I think, 5 parameters that formed this shape. And so it could do all these funny shapes, but it was a way to reduce the parameterizations, but still maintain a variety of shapes. That was for movement. It only tried to estimate movement from areas 2 to 3, 3 to 2, and 4 to 3, and all the other areas it assumed what was observed closely from those plots that I showed previously. Except it made one more assumption: it couldn't jump over a region in one annual time step. So we made the assumption that it couldn't go from region 4 to region 2 in an annual time step. So that's why these purpley dots are all at 0, whereas the integrated information sources suggested that there could be some movement from 4 to 2. And talking to others about this, some of the tagging data came from, the edge of region 4 that was pretty close to region 3. So maybe that's influencing these estimates. But we thought for now, as a starting point, to try and simplify this as much as we can, but get it as realistic as we can. This is that, I guess, Occam's razor a little bit. We decided to simplify this assumption. And that's just a single annual time step. So a fish can go from 4 to 3 and then 3 to 2. So in 2 years, it can make it to region 2. The other, sorry.
Sorry, Alan, I was just going to say, maybe I apologize if you said this already, but just wanted to draw attention to the fact that the y-axis scales in each of these plots is quite different among plots. So that's something to note. There's quite a lot of movement from 4 to 3 and quite a lot less movement in some of the others for B to 3, for instance.
Yes, exactly. Thanks, Carey. And 3 to 4 is a very, very small amount. And that's why we didn't try to match it like this. We just said it's constant throughout. It makes no difference. It's like 0.1%. Yeah.
Chris, you had a question?
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I did. I think, Alan, you've already kind of answered this, but could you elaborate on it? I'm just looking at the graph for movement from 2 to 3, and there's just such a huge difference there. Just trying to understand what that means, and just given it such a big difference, is that not from what the data shows versus what we had to do to condition the model? I think that's what it's saying. So just wonder if you could elaborate on that, because that just seems like such a big difference to me.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It is a big difference, and it was something that the MSE team worked really, really hard to try and get it to match this. And like I said, anytime that we really started squashing down these movement rates between 3 and 2 and 2 to 3, it just couldn't persist that long time series model. So we had a discussion with the SRB last June about that. And one suggestion that came out of the SRB was, well, it sounds like to me, and this was actually a recommendation from many years ago when Ian tried to do this with the stock assessment, create a spatial model. And they said, it's just complicated. Movement probably varies. Every year it's different. The probabilities are different. And in some years, it might be no movement. Some years it might be a lot of movement. And what we're doing is trying to approximate that over 100 years by one movement. So they said, as a starting point, why don't you put in different movement probabilities for a low PDO and a high PDO years? And we thought, well, that's a good step forward to time varying movement, which is going to be very complex and difficult to estimate and condition to. So the red and the blue circles are high and low respectively PDO regimes. And you can see that in 2 to 3, it is quite different between the movement between those two, but they're both still depart from what we got from our information sources as well. The other part of the story, and sorry, Chris, this is going to be a bit of a long answer because there's a lot of components to it. But the other part of the story is how recruitment is distributed. And so recruitment in this model occurs on the coast-wide level. The spawning biomass is summed over all regions to create one spawning biomass, then creates one recruitment event, and where recruitment is age 0 fish. And then the model says, okay, we have this pool of age 0 fish. Now let's put a proportion of them in each of the different biological regions. And that proportions are here, defined here, and those are not time varying either. But you see most of the fish go to 3 and 4, and little bits go to 4B and 2. But that's probably time varying as well. And there's probably differences every year in where fish go. And in fact, a recent paper by Sidoris et al. Published through IPHC shows that this is related to environmental or currents, at least. The currents can really change where the larvae go. And that paper has just been published. So what I think is happening is we have one single proportion over all years for recruitment. We're allowing movement to look like this, and then we're allowing movement to at least have a low and a high PDO. And looking at 2 to 3, so we have a movement probability of 35% of age 4, 3 or 4 fish are going from 2 to 3 in only the high PDO year. There really isn't any data in this operating model or any observations for an age 4 fish. And so what I think is happening there, it's saying in high PDO, the recruitment distribution is different. So this is the confounding of parameters. And so I think when we look at these really young ages, 5 and younger, there really isn't much observation. So I think all these points, you can just sort of say that's trying to figure out recruitment distribution. And to be honest, there's a ton of confounding there, and we could probably find a better way to model this. But for now, that's what it is. That doesn't fully answer your question, Chris. It might answer some of these departures, like here, 3 to 2. So if we do look at this, it's saying actually in a low PDO year, there's more fish, young fish in 2, or sorry, in a low PDO, there's more fish in 3, and in a high PDO year, there's maybe more fish in 2. However, I haven't really thought about that actually, but you can begin to make those inferences, which is not what we're interested in doing here. We'll leave that up to the research. But you can see here, it's predicting a lot of movement from area 2 back into 3. And that was a concern for us of the older fish, and very different from what the data were showing. And also some movement from 3 to 2. So there's this balancing between the two. And like I said, there's probably time varying effects going on here. And this is the best the model could do with such little flexibility in movement. So even though, we tried really hard, it was concerning to us. It's so different than our observations. Our observations are really based on, say, the last 20 years or so. We don't have observations from historical, but this operating model, I'm going to back up a slide. This operating model is fitting or conditioning all the way back into the late 1800s. And I think that movement's being affected greatly by this period in time. And it's doing whatever it can to have the population persist. And so in a lot of my investigations, I found if I started fiddling with movement, the population would just go extinct in region 2 and then never be able to recover, even though there were considerable biomass and catches occurring later in time. So that's my explanation for this movement. I personally think it's a good characterization of the historical observations of the Pacific halibut population. I'll show you the variability around those in a little bit. But in terms of this being a predictive model of how movement actually occurs with Pacific halibut, I don't completely trust it as a research model for that reason and fitting estimates of movement. But a lot of times our models are doing things with parameters that depart from what you expect the parameter to be to fit the larger picture. And that's exactly what I think it's doing here. And with that being said, I think it'd be useful to examine departures from this hypothesis of movement to see its effect on the management procedures. And then a little foreshadowing is there's variability around this movement. So in some simulations, the movement's going to be much less, and some it'll be even a little bit higher. That was a long-winded answer, Chris. Hopefully it answered your question and didn't confuse too many people any more than I probably already confused them.
Alan, I was curious, maybe you could tell us, I mean, this is kind of a big source of uncertainty in the model, right? And so to help us understand what kind of effect this might have on management procedures, especially allocating to TCY to different areas, like if you were to do a sensitivity analysis where you were playing around with something on this slide, what would you choose to do and what would you hypothesize would change about the performance of management strategies or ranking? Is that, I mean, I think it's kind of a big question, but I'm trying to think of like, can we express it in terms of an example of if we change this, we might expect, if we change X, we might expect to see a change in Y outcome?
Yeah, I think the first part of your question is yes, this would be an area which I'd really like to do some more investigation of running scenarios, changing the assumptions of this. One, we already did that during the conditioning process and found that the population would just go extinct. I think what might be useful in there is to take a shorter time series model and try to fit a short time series, maybe starting in 93, maybe starting in 1980 or something like that, and just seeing how different we can get a conditioned model to look, and incorporating that maybe as a second hypothesis, having two models in the operating model that increase the amount of variability. So I think in that sense, it would increase, the outcomes would be in introducing an alternative hypothesis for movement, is it might increase the variability around some of the outcomes. We might see things like the AAV increasing because there's more uncertainty and maybe some of these models have bigger swings from year to year. But I don't really want to say what an outcome might be without doing that simulation. I wouldn't want to mislead anybody on potential outcomes because I'm always surprised by simulation results myself. You know, and that's why they're so interesting, is you can't wait to see what the actual result is from your simulation. So I think to really answer your question, I think this is a high priority for the MSE team moving forward, is to investigate movement a little more and the consequences of movement on the robustness of the management procedures.
Thanks, Chris.
That was kind of, you just concluded with sort of what my question was there. It just seems illogical when I look at what the data said and then saying this, and I realize that, you know, there's obviously more work to do. Can you use the simulation process to test some of the population dynamic and the movement? I mean, it sounds like that's what you're going to do. I'm just, like I say, it just, to me, this just seems so illogical compared to what the other number is. So I'm just trying to figure out how you, and I realize you're on, you know, how to get done for this thing, but, and it sounds like there's more work coming, but how to sort of where to from here? But it sounds like you've got some ideas, but can you test things like the population dynamics and that? I mean, I know that's not really a management procedure, but in some kind of simulation process, is that how it's done?
Yeah, simulation is often used to, you know, test the probability that your data are actually, you know, plausible. And so I think here and during the conditioning process, we realized that, one, the black dots are what we're referring to as data here, which aren't really, you know, data in its purest sense. It's really information processed through data and other assumptions. That the long time series of Pacific halibut cannot be predicted using those black dots. And that was one thing we found, is that you just can't persist the population in region 2 if this is your assumption, the black dots. And so we had to depart from those black dots. The other thing is, you know, just remember that these black dots are not the gospel. They probably have as much uncertainty as the red and the blue dots in this model as well. I mean, they are based on more direct observations, but they are based on direct observations from more recent years of the population. They're based on direct observations that are from a large study, but that study is still limited in the range or the area that was actually surveyed and studied. And so a lot of the tagging data came from, I believe it came from regions that were near borders with other regions. So, and then, you know, to remember that a lot of the assumptions, there's really no observations for fish 5 and younger. So that you know, that's purely assumptions which happening for the youngest fish there. So, you know, I think this is part of the process of learning as we go forward and defining as well as where research is needed and more research is needed. And if any of the staff have any other thoughts, please feel free to jump in.
Chuck, did you have a point of clarification? I saw your camera up there briefly.
Yeah, thanks. It just won't stay on. It just keeps cutting out. So my question is this really movement from 2B to 3, or is it just lack of movement of the older fish from 3 to 2? In other words, once the spawning regime's over with, they don't need to travel as far, they're bigger fish and do not travel? Or is this this tagged in or noticed, the tags are noticed in 2 and then the same year are again picked up in area 3?
So yeah, we're not using any tag data in the conditioning of the model, although tag data were used in the black dots. But you're right, it is sort of a lack of movement of those older fish from 3 to 2, but a high movement of the fish from 2 to 3. And what would be actually interesting is this is the probability of movement for a fish. A single fish moving from 3 to 2 is that 5% probability, whereas from 2 to 3 is like a 25% probability. But if you look at how much biomass is in 3 versus how much biomass is in 2, when you look at what's called net movement, which we haven't actually looked at in this model, but we could, you might find that the movement's exactly the same amount of fish is moving from 3 to 2 that is moving from 2 to 3. And it's basically just, the model might actually be just sort of equalizing itself, or it might be that fewer fish, even with these higher movement probabilities, that fewer fish are moving from 2 to 3, and there still is a net migration from 3 to 2. So there could be still some better ways to show this. And again, that's just, more time and stuff for us to investigate in the future.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Thank you. Alan, I think you explained this already, but I didn't take notes. Can you explain the basis for the recruitment distribution figure that's at the bottom right of the slide and that's used in the model, please?
Yeah, so that's actually another, those proportions are estimated during the conditioning process. And of course, you only need to estimate 3 of them because the 4th one would be defined as 1 minus the sum of the others. And so it's constant through time, even though it's likely varying over time, and we just didn't implement a time varying approach to that at this time. A lot of time in that sense. But it's estimated, and one thing that we did notice during the conditioning process was that the results were less sensitive to the recruitment distribution as they were to changes in some of the movement parameters. And I think the reason is that it could adjust things like, this point here up from 2 to 3, this high point, you could put in different values for this proportion here, and this would just change. So during the conditioning process, and I'm saying conditioning because it isn't as strict as an estimation process that you would use for a stock assessment. Conditioning is just trying to match the observations as best to create a model that's representative of a population. And so during this, we entered values that, from a lot of studies, we figured most of the recruitment would be distributed to 3 and 4. So our starting values were similar to this, although not exactly this. And we did a lot of different conditionings and a lot of investigation of different values of this to see what the outcomes were. And during that process, we found this explains the data the best with this without making these movement functions go really, really crazy and showing movement of like 100% out of one area and things like that. So, so yeah, they're estimated during the conditioning process and best characterizations of the population to support the time series of the population over this since 1888, basically. And I guess another comment on that, sorry to interrupt there, but another comment on that is a lot of the data that we're actually conditioning to are more recent data as well. So we just don't have observations in this historical time period to inform how movement might have varied anyways. So in the future, we could maybe introduce some stanzas or eras and change movement between those eras and just see if it starts to improve some of these behaviors and we just get better outcomes. But in a lot of times in models, like natural mortality is a classic example in an assessment model, is natural mortality can be confounded with other processes and it isn't always exactly what we expect it to be, but it produces a model that is useful and useful for management.
Alan, this is Dan.
Hey, Dan.
So real quick, I mean, I appreciate what you're explaining about where you might want to go in next steps, but is the takeaway looking at this that right now to keep the model from crashing the stock back in the early 1900s, you had to assume that there's a lot less movement out of region 4 than what our data points might suggest, and there's more of a mixing between regions 2 and 3. Is that kind of the takeaway?
Yeah, for a single fish, in the probability of a single fish moving, that is the takeaway. What would be interesting is to show net migration rates and look at this from the point of view of, you know, are fish generally migrating from west to east? And I think that model is supporting that concept as well, just given how much biomass is in these different areas. And so if you're putting a lot of recruitment into 4, even though there's small rates, there are high rates at younger fish, and so that is moving fish into 3 out of 4. And then there's a lot of recruitment into 3, so there's going to be a higher biomass in 3 that will eventually move into 2, and then some of those fish mix back into 3. So, but I think your characterization for a single fish is correct, but when trying to characterize the movement of a population on the whole, there might be a different way to look at this. And then remembering too that, you know, this was concerning to me, but I had to always remind myself what I'm really looking at is the historical time series of spawning biomass, and it fitting this end part of here and fitting it quite well within the confidence bands is was very reassuring to me. You know, it fits outside the bands here, but also this blue line could be considered a 5th model to the ensemble as well. It's like, you know, if we had only the single line there and then we had a model that showed this upper line, would we not believe the upper line? Well, no, we actually say these are 2 different hypotheses. Now we have a 3rd hypothesis historically that looks like this blue line that could explain the observations. I don't think it's ready for the assessment yet, but it's another hypothesis and one that's useful for the management strategy evaluation as long as we're introducing the variability around that. This is a good discussion to have. It's definitely something that is new to the MSC process. You know, we've had a lot of time to look at other things and a lot of time to fine tune other things. And that's why I think, you know, some of the future work would be to look at the effect of alternative hypotheses on movement. And we actually foreshadowed that in earlier MSAB meetings, saying, you know, possible scenarios would be movement scenarios and other things like that. If there are no other questions, I will move on with the framework. We're at 2:30 now. I think we are scheduled for a break around 3 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're catching up on our schedule. I knew that we would. So I've been mentioning a lot about uncertainty and variability in the model. And so let me just give you a quick definition of uncertainty and a quick definition of variability. Uncertainty are things like parameters that we are just uncertain of what their actual value might be. And that is exactly what we're talking about with movement. We're uncertain that the movement looks like this, right? And there's uncertainty interval that says, well, movement could be here and explain the data reasonably well, or it could be up here and explain the data reasonably well. That's uncertainty in our parameters of our process. Variability, on the other hand, is a little bit different, and variability is how a parameter or a process might change, especially over time. And so you might think we're uncertain if movement looks like this, and part of that uncertainty could be because of variability, that movement changes every year. And so when we think about projecting into the future, we want to think about both of these concepts. And so we've introduced uncertainty on the parameters of this operating model, like natural mortality, recruitment, and the movement parameters themselves. So we have different trajectories, and I'll show you what some of those trajectories look like in a moment. But we add that uncertainty on there. So M might be, or natural mortality might be 0.15 in one simulation, and it might be 0.10 in another simulation. And movement might be 0.3 or it might be 0.1 in different simulations. Now, variability is slightly different in that we're assuming that a process changes over time, and we're introducing variability in the projections through weighted age. So we're simulating changes in weighted age over time. Recruitment is a random process. So recruitment can either be high or low, for example, and we're simulating that. And then as well as movement has some variability in the projections in the form of it varies with the PDO. So recruitment is tied to environmental variable that's basically similar to the PDO, and then movement's also tied to that. So sometimes it'll be different depending on the era of that environmental variable. So that's the integrated uncertainty in these simulations, and that's what we're doing, like 500 simulations for a management procedure. And what that means is every single one of those different 500 trajectories has different values for these parameters and has a different forward projection of weighted age, recruitment, and movement. That's slightly different than what we've been calling scenarios. And scenarios can be a very specific case that we want to investigate. That could be like weighted age is always small. What did the management procedure look like there? Or weighted age is high. Non-directed mortality is high or low, for example, or movement, alternative hypotheses about movement that may not fit the data well to condition the model to, but we want to say, what if we're just wrong about it and it changes in the future? We just want to see what it is. And scenarios are typically not integrated into the results, but are sort of a sensitivity off to the side that you look at. But sometimes you might find a scenario that you're like, oh, actually, I think that's plausible, and you might want to integrate it into the results in some way through a similar process as you would with the ensemble model. So given that all these uncertainty and different sources of variability, I will note we had more sources of variability in the coast-wide MSE. We just haven't been able to introduce them all, but these are the main sources of variability, the main sources that result in variability in the Pacific halibut population. So this is what it would look like. This plot, again, the pink shaded area is the ensemble assessment with 2 models historically, and then here's the 4 models in the latter part of the time series. The thick blue line is that conditioned model I showed you earlier, and then the thin blue lines are, I think there might be 20 different simulations incorporating that variability through uncertainty in the parameters, and this would only be uncertainty in the parameters historically. So this isn't doing any projection, it's just looking at the historic operating model, and it shows that this is the amount of variability that's being introduced. What I'm happy about with this is that at the end of the time series, where most of the data are, where most of the conditioning data are as well, the MSE operating model has more variability than the assessment model, and that's really what we want. Our goal here is to find management procedures robust to uncertainty and variability, and the assessment model has a different approach where it's trying to predict what's going on in the next 3 years. So we want a greater sense of variability to occur, and that's exactly what's occurred in this operating model. So when I say 500 simulations, one of those simulations might be this line, and then another simulation might be this line, and those are projected into the future, and then those are summarized over the whole distribution of all of those 500 lines. Oh, and I should note the blue shaded area here is, I believe, 600 simulations and the 5th and 95th quantiles from those 600 simulations. So the lines are just examples of those. That's why a couple of them are outside the bounds. There's also going to be variability in the predicted condition distribution, stock distribution by region. So these are those same plots before where the dots are the observed variability, but this time I'm not showing individual points. I'm showing the range of stock distribution that's predicted by the operating model. And you see that range is pretty large for all the different regions. It definitely exceeds the confidence intervals of the observations for most years. But again, that 2019 point is then right at the edge or slightly outside of that simulated distribution. So something we want to keep our eye on and make sure that we're not missing some process that's occurring here. And there really is, if a process changed in 2019, there isn't enough observations for us to really figure out what that process is yet. So we'll keep our eye on that one. Let's see. So the projections now, this is now projecting into the future. This gray shaded area is exactly what we saw before, but only since 93. And now this is the projection into the future, assuming that fishing doesn't occur. And this is actually assuming that there's no fishing mortality at all. So there's not even non-directed discard mortality. Now you see we really introduced a lot of variability. Some of these lines, like look at this line, it goes way up here to one of the highest points ever, and then it comes down to right in the median there within a span of 20, 30 years. And that is mainly due to the variability in weighted age. And that's exactly what we wanted. We've seen this change with fishing and weighted age. So we wanted to carry that sort of potential variability of those big changes, which are not common, but they might occur in, you know, a few simulations. Most of the simulations are just bouncing around, but you see that the variability is quite large without fishing. And this is the female spawning biomass. Something to note too is, you know, there is a lot of variability in here. And with the coastwide MSE, we saw sort of these oscillations. This oscillation may seem to still be occurring. If we would have stopped at 2080 and not gone any further, we would have thought, well, yeah, it looks like it's stabilized, but then all of a sudden something happened and it's gone to, you know, a wider range of variability. I'm not sure exactly what happened in this time period. But in the interest of time, all of our simulations only go out 60 years. So they stop at about this point. So they may not be indicative of actual equilibrium conditions, but I'm not too concerned about that because 60 years is a long ways in the future. And as the MSAB said, why do we need to simulate out 100 years? I've argued against that for a long period of time. But in the interest of getting simulations done, we've stopped them here. A long period of time in the future. And the other part of this is with fishing, it dampens the variability in the spawning biomass. Fishing is taking out that biomass. So this variability is going to be a lot more dampened with fishing. And I can't remember if we've actually plotted one of these with some level of fishing. Be easy to do though. So really this is just to show you that there is a lot of variability in this model. The model can encompass a wide range of spawning biomass levels. It can encompass some wide swings in the spawning biomass. And we're trying to develop, we feel that we have a good operating model that is indicative of the Pacific halibut population and is useful to examine these management procedures.
Chris, did you have a clarification?
I just had a question on the 60-year simulation versus the 100 years. Did you ever run like even just one procedure just at 100 years to 60 years just to see if there was a market difference or anything like that? And are those results available?
Yeah, we did, and they aren't available right now. I could possibly make them available. I did that because I did want to look at that specifically and then just ran out of time on that. But we ran a small number of simulations using MPA, I think it was, and it might have been, I can't remember. I'll have to look and see where that is, but I can bring that to you tomorrow. Thanks for reminding me about that, Chris. Okay, so this picture here is the coastwide female spawning biomass. And you see there's a lot of variability without fishing. What we also looked at was the spawning biomass, the percentage of spawning biomass in each region in the projected year 2100. So back up to this plot. I've taken this slice right here in 2100 And I've then looked at that year in terms of the percentage of spawning biomass in each of the different regions for each of these different individual lines. And I've summarized it in this plot. These are called violin plots. They're pretty cool plots because it shows you the actual distribution of the various observations from the simulations. So here on the left, we have the 4 different regions, 2, 3, 4, 4B, in the different colors. And on the vertical y-axis is the percent spawning biomass in each of those regions. So just looking at it on surface level, we have, around 18% in region 2. This is without fishing in 2100. We have about 62% in region 3. And then we have about the same amount in region 4. And we also have a small amount, around 3 to 4% in 4B. And that matches our expectations, as we would hope this operating model would. 2 and 4 about the same, a lot more biomass in 3, and then a small amount of spawning biomass in 4B. On the so what this also shows is the range of values of that percentage. So you see most of the percentages are here where it really sticks out to the left and the right, and then the small number of simulations had these sort of tail ends of it. And so you see there's a bit of variability, but it gives you an idea of where the percent of the spawning biomass is. Now we've drawn in here this little black line. It's easy to see in the red and the green, harder to see in the blue and the purple. But you see that horizontal black line is actually the 5th quantile, the 5th percentile of these distributions. And the reason that we drew that is that our objective, we have a primary objective of maintaining the spawning biomass in each of these different regions above some level, predefined level, and that's in the objectives. I can't remember exactly what they are. We'll look at those when we look at the results. Above a predefined level, at least 5% of the time, or not go below that level 5%. So keep it above that level at least 95% of the time. So what I should have done is drawn another line in here, across here, that showed the values in the objective. But I can tell you what that is for region 4B, which is the main reason I did this plot. So if we think about the objective for region 4B, the primary objective is to maintain the percentage of spawning biomass in 4B above 2% at least 95% of the time. And what you can see that even without fishing in 2100, that the percent spawning biomass in 4B is above 2%, 81% of the time. So it doesn't actually meet that objective even without fishing. And that's sort of the reason that we want to look at these objectives and we learn from the iterations that we have. And so it'd be useful to maybe think about more about this objective and what this objective means in keeping the spawning biomass above 2%. We haven't looked at it in much further. Okay, I see Chuck has a question. Let me explain this one last thing. We haven't looked at it much further than that, but there might be cases where the spawning biomass in 4B is at 1% because there's a massive amount of spawning biomass, and that actually, when it's at 1%, it actually has a greater spawning biomass than when it's at 6%. So that's sort of a problem with using percentages, but something worth looking into. Yeah, Chuck.
Yeah, it's just a question on, we'll just take area 3, since we've been talking about the migration. If population got to that level, would net emigration or immigration to another area or emigration to another area occur more than what would allow it to go that high? There's going to be a population dynamics of overcrowding to a point, I would think. Has that been taken into context, that migration will increase out from area 3?
It definitely is, and so this is the spawning biomass, not total biomass, but you think of spawning biomass as generally females above, say, age 10 or something like that. And that's another point, is that movement is not sex specific in this model. But if you think about it, you're exactly right, Chuck, is that there's a lot of biomass in region 3. So I'm just going to back up a little bit here, is that spawning biomass is basically these older fish. So even though there's a small proportion of the fish moving, and in region 2, there's a higher proportion of the fish moving, because there's so much more biomass in 3, there may be more fish moving from 3 to 2 than do actually move from 2 to 3. And so when you think about movement of a population, you have to think about the size of the population as well as the probability of a single fish moving. So that's why I think it'd be useful for us to summarize these in the future using sort of net migration in a particular year. But you also touched on a point, Chuck, is that overcrowding, and we don't have actually density dependence in this model. So if there's a huge amount of fish in area 3, it's going to move a lot of fish to area 2, according to those movement probabilities. I've actually put together models in the past that have density dependent movement. We just don't know if that's plausible. Maybe that's something we do investigate with the MSE in the future. But the key here is, that one of the reasons, I mean, it's good to see these percentages of this. It'd be nice to actually show the actual amount of spawning biomass in each region, although it's indicated here with total biomass in each region, which is consistent with the spawning biomass percentages. And then back to here, sorry about flipping. We just really wanted to point out that even without fishing, the percentage of the population predicted by this operating model is lower in 4B than the objective would actually, it could not be met by the objective even without fishing. Maybe fishing does meet it in some way, because it is interesting, this probability is about 14% with 43% SPR. But the key here is that we don't really understand why that's occurring. I'm not as worried about it as maybe some people might be. And that's because 4B is really an area with a lack of understanding. It's a small area. It could be influenced by area outside of our convention area that's not in this operating model. We don't know if it's actually its own separate stock. There's indication it is. So there's a lot of hypotheses about 4B that might be able to be changed in this operating model that make it more persistent on its own, or just change the general hypotheses. And
Alan, sorry to interrupt. I just saw a bit of multitasking. I saw a tweet that there's been a tsunami warning for parts of Alaska. I'm not sure who's calling in from where. The Alaska Center said it was near Sandpoint.
Would it be a good time to take a break, maybe take a 20-minute break, let people figure this out?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that anyone's affected, but if this is a good segue for a good break for yourself, we can just make sure everyone's okay.
Yeah, I
definitely something in the chat as well.
Want to be safe, and I want to include everybody. So maybe if people can just, maybe we take a 15-20-minute break, whatever you prefer. And if anybody's affected by this and they're not going to be able to join, to send a message to one of us somehow, or just let somebody know.
Sure. So yeah, let's do 3:10, and then we can get back together in 20 minutes just to make sure people can put their full attention to this and take care of anything if anything does need to be taken care of.
Yeah, feel free to text or call me if you have any concerns. I just put my number in the chat.
Okay, great.
All right, come back at what time? 10 after?
3. Yeah, yes, please.
Okay. Thanks and good luck. Everybody stay safe.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hope everyone is doing all right. Alan, I presume you're back. There we are.
Yes.
And sorry, I just cut you right off in the middle of this conversation. I'm not sure if I'd like to pick up.
That's fine. I hope everybody's safe, and I don't know if anybody's heard of anybody that had to disconnect to evacuate or anything. Let us know. We just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be involved with these discussions. But I think there's still 29 people joined, so 31 now. So there's, I don't know that anybody actually did drop off. Should I just continue on then? I think I'll review this violin plot real quickly and then continue on. And we only have a few more slides in this presentation.
Sure. Sure.
Okay. So again, these are called violin plots, and what they're showing is the percentage of spawning biomass across the different regions. And so if we back up to here, this is the total female spawning biomass for very different trajectories all over the place. Each simulation is different, and you get this distribution of the coast-wide spawning biomass. So we could draw a violin plot of, say, this particular year to show this distribution. What these plots are showing is basically a symmetric look at the distribution of the percent spawning biomass. So it's just a mirror image of itself. There's a new caller online that's feeding back a little bit. It's caller 18. If we can, or maybe it was one of them. Anyways, yeah, caller 18. I might just have to mute you a little bit. Okay. So the percent spawning biomass in each of these different regions can vary with all the different simulations, and that's why we have the distribution. The most often times it's where this big peak out to the left or the right is, and then rarely it's at these little tiny pointy tails on them. So we see most of the spawning biomass is in region 3. And then about equal percentages of the spawning biomass are in 2 and 4. And this is all without fishing, simulating out 80 years into the future. And then 4B has a small amount. And what we did was we focused on the percent spawning biomass in 4B to show that there's actually a high probability that it goes below 2% of the coastwide spawning biomass. Because our objective is defined as maintaining the spawning biomass in region 4B above 2% at least 95% of the time. So without fishing, we would not meet this objective. However, it's not concerning to me because potentially when the spawning biomass might be 1%, because there's a lot of spawning biomass everywhere else, and there's still a decent amount of spawning biomass in 4B. So we don't know why it's dropping below 2%, but it's dropping below 2% quite a bit. So we just want to investigate that. Additionally, 4B is out at the tail end of the distribution of Pacific halibut, could be its own stock. And it's always been a small proportion of the spawning biomass anyways, and it shows very different characteristics than some of the other regions. So something for further investigation and something to just keep in mind as we investigate the results, because I'll give you a little result ahead of time. You're going to find none of the management procedures meet the objective to maintain spawning biomass above 2% in 4B. So any questions on this violin plot before I move on?
Yeah, Alan, this is Dan. Where did the 2% target come from? You refresh my memory?
All of those percentages were sort of ad hoc. We defined it as an important objective to maintain a percent spawning biomass, or I guess the general objective was maintain spawning biomass across all regions. And we thought, well, let's just phrase that as maintain a certain percentage in each of the different regions. I took a look at the stock distribution over time. And we just made an arbitrary decision of let's just pick a value that's below what we've observed over the last 20 years. However, once we have the variability in this operating model and everything else, it shows that potentially it could go to small percentages in 4B, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to small spawning biomass values. So the 2% was a bit ad hoc. It really is not a lot of justification for that 2%, other than it's less than what we've observed in the past.
Okay, thanks. I see someone posted in the chat a rationale when we picked it a couple of years ago. So,
oh, okay, perfect.
Can you forecast though in the meeting, later on, is this the time to try and revisit whether the 2% was appropriate, or is it more, is that kind of what you were talking about, maybe sticking with our current objectives, noting this one may not meet that, and then revisiting those objectives at some future meetings? What was your thinking?
I would suggest the latter, and then when we interpret the results, to maybe ignore this objective for now. For 4B, ignore the conservation objective, not ignore it, but just have a caveat that we're not certain that that's the right objective. So when we evaluate the results, to not make that 4B spawning biomass percentage a limiting factor. And then I think in the future, it would be good to revisit this objective in particular, if not other objectives, but this objective for all these different regions, this percent spawning biomass, maybe we can figure out a different way to phrase it such that it is more meaningful, because a percent doesn't take into account how much spawning biomass is actually in the region. So maybe we can phrase it differently, or maybe we can revisit those percentages and do some more analysis to better inform what those percentages should be.
Sorry, Alan, could you clarify the former versus latter suggestion in terms of how to address MP performance against this objective?
The suggestion was, do we revisit the objective now and redefine that objective, or do we just take a look at the results now, realizing that this objective has this behavior, and then revisit the objectives in the future? And what I was saying is, I don't think it's worth it to open up the whole objective discussion again right now, but instead to realize what we're dealing with now. I don't think this is a huge conservation concern, but to just note that and look at the results as they stand, and then open up the objective discussion in the future. That's my suggestion.
I understand that. For reference, I posted in the chat the only thing I could find, at least from the MSAB's deliberations on these objectives. It was MSAB016.
Yep, and so they were qualitatively or proposed by the Secretariat and may be updated following further review. And I think that's the key there, is we can just rely on that, saying that they might need more review. I'll move on if that's okay. So another picture of the proportion of the stock in the different regions is to look at the actual projected O32 stock distribution in each regulatory area. And that is shown in these figures by region. So what we have here is a little different than the plot we were looking at earlier. This is not the percentage within the region. This is the percentage coast-wide. So you see these values are much less, and that's why region 4B has a percentage less than 10%. So I think caller 19 might have arrived and may need to mute their phone. Thanks. I can mute you for you. Sorry. If caller 18 and caller 19 have any questions, please chime in through the chat or something like that. There was some feedback coming through on my end, at least. So this is the proportion of the O32 stock distribution, numbers that we're quite familiar with. We deal with this at every annual meeting, in fact. And this shows the projected values. And so let's take a look at region 2. And you see in the gray area are the past 5 years that have been observed up through 2019. And then moving forward in time in the projections, you see what the projection is. And this is the uncertainty around each of those years in the projection. So you look at something like 2C and you see it still is, it started around 10%, but has declined up to 2019. And it's been jumping around that level since, going to some lower levels and coming up to some high levels. So quite a bit of variability across the years, and quite a range of variability as well within one particular year. And the same thing with 2B, it's actually mirroring it and just staying slightly below it, which shows us exactly that assumption that we're making in the model, is that the model's modeling the regions. And so the variability is happening at the regional level. And then we're just assuming a constant fixed proportion between the different regulatory areas in a region. And that's why this, and I think that gets to Dan's point, is what we're not capturing within a region is those changes where the regulatory areas may change in their distribution. And that's something to be aware of when we do interpret the results, that we're not interpreting regulatory area specific results really in a detail of what might be occurring at that level. So it may not be capturing quite the variability within the region, but it's definitely capturing the variability across regions. Over here, sorry, go ahead.
When I look at the 032 stock distribution from the last couple of years, 2C has been above 10% for the last 5 years. And 2B has been around 12%. 2C has been around 15% of 032 stock. And so I'm trying to understand why the plot I'm looking at in the gray area has those dots down around 10% instead of up around 15%.
Yeah, that's a good question. This is something I put together quite quickly recently. That's something that Pierre and I will have to think about tonight. I can't answer that offhand, but that's a really good point. I think before we interpret this plot too much, I'll definitely want to check that against the observed values. Well, let me take a look. Yeah. So, okay, so 10, so that's about, it's about 20%. Sorry, I'm just going to back up a little bit to here. Yeah, we have the observed is, yeah, slightly above 20% in region 2. And the model is predicting it to be a little bit less than that. So it might be these last 3 years are slightly departing in region 2, a little bit less. So we can make
region 3 is something similar going on there, where I think 3A is down around 30% in the most recent years, and your gray area shows it closer to 40.
Yeah, and that might be, yeah, I think that's just some of the error in the model itself, and we see that in that we're not fitting stock distribution exactly here, especially in that 2019 year, that the predicted stock distribution is quite a bit higher than what the operating model is predicting, and the operating model is projecting a decline over those past few years, even though those values are within the range of variability. And it's a really good point, and I think those are things that are really hard to match with the operating model, and so it's something that we do want to be aware of. To remind you of the conditioning process, we definitely put a high priority on fitting that stock distribution, but we had to balance that with other sources of information, such as we were fitting to predicted spawning biomass from the assessments, or the ensemble assessment model. We're fitting to catch the WPUE from the survey itself, the all sizes WPUE. Oh, and we were also, yeah, so this is another point, we're also fitting to age composition of the survey, but when we conditioned the model, we were conditioning it to all sizes. So this could also be a result of an incorrect specification of a slight difference between all sizes and what we call 032 in the model. So there's a lot of compounding effects that can cause this to depart from our observations.
Alan, do you see a role in the fact that this is a closed loop simulation model and we are using different management procedures than exactly what has been applied in the past? Do you see that as playing a role in this also?
I I do see it as playing a role in the projections, but I don't in the fitting of this gray area as the past observations. It would be interesting to actually put the actual observations on this plot as well in that gray area, or expand it out and look at it, which Pierre and I will do tonight. Sorry to volunteer you for work tonight, Pierre. But it would be interesting to just look how much these predictions here in the gray area are departing from that, because we only looked at, this is all sizes stock distribution by the region in the operating model. And so now what's happening here is this compounding in all of this, more assumptions than just the regional level. We have assumptions of the O32, how to determine O32 from the all sizes. We have assumptions of the proportion in each regulatory area. But so we'll have a look at that tonight. Regarding your question, Carey, yes, in the projections, we see things like stock distribution tending to be higher in region 3A, I think that top one is, and then tending to be lower in 4B, and that might be just a more strict application of a management procedure, as well as not having that implementation variability that these fisheries show on average.
Yeah, and you might have said this already, so this might be taken care of, but in those initial years in the plot, then you are still doing model conditioning, like you're applying the catches that have been applied previously rather than the management procedure G for those years. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. In the gray area, it's what's been observed historically, but the model was not conditioned to these points. It was conditioned to the sum over all regulatory areas within a region, but all sizes as well. So there's additional assumptions coming in here. And you know, it's the key. If we had variability on the O32 stock distribution, that would widen out those variability bands. If we had time varying O32 stock distribution, it would as well. And yeah, I'm not sure how those back points, if those historical points were predicted from actual or not. I'll have to look into that. The way I plotted this was a really quick way from model results. So, but it is indicative of, you know, there are departures in this model of what our observations are, but we wouldn't expect them to match exactly anyways. Given that, I see, you know, a lot of variability, as I said, within the region, and that assumption of a specified proportion going to each of the regulatory areas, but also there's some patterns here of, you know, in region 3, it tends to go up, in region 2, it came down, and region 4B, it comes down overall quite a bit compared to what we've observed in the past. So we'll improve this plot, and we can discuss it again when we discuss the results if the MSAB wishes.
Alan, how does this pattern perform across MPs? Was that looked at?
What do you mean?
Well, this is for MPG SPR 43, right?
Yeah, I have not done it for all of the MPs. I have not looked at this.
Okay, no, that's totally understandable. Just wanted to see if this was a similar pattern or if it performed differently.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to create for a different management procedure if wished, but that's assuming my code was written elegantly, which it is not. Okay, thanks for pointing that out. I think that's a good observation. There is obviously some concern within a region, but I believe this model is doing, for what it's worth and for what it is, and for being actually the first spatial model covering the entire convention area at IPHC of Pacific halibut, I think we've put together a very useful model for this round of the MSD investigations, and we can learn a lot from this. We can evaluate the management procedures and understand the differences between them and the robustness of those management procedures against the amount of variability included here. So if it's okay to move on, I just wanted to know implementation variability, and that is a couple of things. We've split that into 3 different concepts, and we've had this discussion at the MSAB before, and it's good to just review and to come on the same page of what our definition is of this. So I'm going to go actually an implementation variability. That in general means once a limit's in place, or once a management procedure determines a limit, how does it change? How does actual realized mortality change after that point for the simulation process? And I'm going to describe these sources of implementation variability in a chronological order from when limits are determined from the MP. So the first step is we have a management procedure, it's presented at an annual meeting, and a mortality table is put up. And then there's a decision-making process. Some fisheries agencies do not have that decision-making process, some do. And IPHC does, where they say, look, this management procedure, we need to shift fish around a little bit for other reasons, and they do. And so that's where the adopted TCYs by regulatory area depart from the management procedure itself, and that's called decision-making variability. That's what we're called decision-making implementation variability. That's been a lot of discussion, and there's a lot of interest in including this in the simulations, and that's something that we are interested in too. But we wanted to do some more research on that before we just put in some level of decision-making variability. A few years ago, I produced some plots looking at this. I produced what's called these radar or spiderweb plots, and we looked at it, but I think it's time to redo that analysis because that included the very beginning of the updated ensemble stock assessment, which had very different properties than the past, as well as a new approach to managing by TCY and all that other stuff. So it's just time to look at it again, and we just haven't had that amount of time yet to do that. So it's not currently simulated. So that determines the actual limits that then the fishers and all the different sectors have to go out and abide to. And so there's actual fishing mortality where some sectors may go over, some sectors may go under, but nobody ever hits it exactly on. That would be pretty amazing. And so there's the actual fishing mortality. And as I showed earlier, some sectors have that simulated bycatch, subsistence, and if you can call it discard mortality, a directed commercial discard mortality, but it's not fully simulated in the sense that it could be. The third one, which actually the MSAB made me aware of, I know what it is, but I haven't thought about actually including it in these simulations, is uncertainty in the estimated amount of mortality, which some people call catch accounting. This is not currently simulated. And this is, okay, so let's say a sector goes out and the limit was 1 million pounds and they caught 900,000 pounds, but it was estimated that they caught 950,000 pounds. What's the effect of that variability, that uncertainty there? And so that's something that might be useful in the future, and that might vary across sectors. I think that one's going to take a lot of work. It might be a little contentious, and will take a lot of discussion with different management agencies as well as stakeholders to get it right. So that's another future thing to do. And as I said, we want to start looking at these past observations to determine reasonable methods to do this before just putting something into the models. There's just a few more slides to get through. I just wanted to note that at the ad hoc MSAB meeting in August, it was discussed some future improvements and considerations, and we just didn't want to lose sight of these from that meeting. So I'm just repeating here from paragraph 20 of those minutes are whale depredation, modeling bycatch with different assumptions, change in productivity, impacts of climate change, etc. Then there's always the concept of phasing in these management procedures. In all of these simulations, the management procedure begins in 2021 because the limits were already determined for 2020. So we applied those in the simulation for 2020. And then 2021, it applies the management procedure, which is consistent all the way through the remaining years. But if the management procedure introduces a big change, there might be desire for a phasing in of that approach. Some other future improvements considerations, I think we've discussed all of these, migration, alternative hypotheses, potentially looking at net immigration or net movement between the regions, the recruitment distribution, that estimate of where recruitment goes, what region it goes to, and making that time varying. In the coastwide MSE, we actually had time varying selectivity on the directed commercial fisheries, and we were unable to implement that at this time in this framework. It was a lower priority that we never had time to do. So that would be a future improvement. And then other sources of additional variability and other parameters coming in, variability in the projections, and then of course the implementation variability. So it's nice to know my work is never done, which is good. I wanted to point out, even though we already went over these, just remind 2 recommendations from the SRB, and that's using the current, the SRB recommended using these to compare and contrast management procedures, noting that they're conditional on some parameters and processes that remain uncertain. And I think we've definitely touched on the main parameters and processes that are uncertain in this operating model and MSE framework. They note at the end there, the uncertainty in applying the untested current approach potentially creates greater risk than adopting a repeatable management procedure that has been simulation tested under a wide range of uncertainties. And they're just trying to make the point, the general point of MSE is that applying a management procedure that's not been tested has potential risk to it as compared to one that has been tested, simulation tested. And they're just repeating that point for the commission to consider. And then paragraph 60 talks about the exceptional circumstances, which we have discussed quite a bit, so I won't go into any more explanation of that one. But a reminder of the 2 biggest sort of recommendations from the SRB 17 that from my opinion anyways. So for the MSAB, we would like, the MSAB to note this paper and this presentation and the specifications. And then to recommend any alternative specifications of additional features, et cetera. And then also noting that we have some more technical details in the info paper, which will be updated in the future as well. And that's the end of the framework.
Okay, thanks very much, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Are there questions or comments? To wrap up the day, I noticed that we're a little behind on starting a drafting session for today. But let's just see if there are any questions or comments first.
Maybe while folks are thinking that over, I have one question, Alan, about tying a bow on this objective around spatial distribution and the 2% for 4B. I think your suggestion about coming back to it at a later point, not trying to reopen that objective this meeting is reasonable. Wondering if there's any sort of interim work that we ought to do though, like background materials or just having an understanding about where that qualitative investigation got its results from, or if there's anything else we should be flagging. Because on one hand, I don't want to open all the objectives right now and take us down that rabbit hole. On the other, I don't want to just ignore the fact that MPs did not satisfy an objective. Oh, you're muted though.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think that's good to note. And I think it's also useful to note as the recommendation that you put in the chat window there is these were just proposed proportions after qualitatively investigating the 032 stock distribution. So they're very ad hoc in my mind and could be improved on, but it just would be worth maybe a little bit more thought on whether this is the right performance metrics to really look at to satisfy that general objective of maintaining spawning biomass across the, the convention area, basically across all these 4 regions. So yeah, I don't want to ignore this objective, but I just will note that there isn't a single management procedure that meets this objective even without fishing. There's just so many uncertainties about 4B. I think there's a lot of justifications given that it is 4B. If this was happening in region 3, I'd be much more worried about it, but 4B is on the outer edge. It might be getting influx from the outside area. It might be having emigration into outside areas. There's a lot of unknowns. And I think maybe, we look at what the research branch is doing right now. They're doing a lot of research on that. They're doing some genetic studies of stock structure, including some new analysis of 4B out there. That's where Andy Jasonowitz is working, and those results should be coming out soon. There's some work by Sidoris et al. On recruitment distribution, sort of tying in where recruitment goes to, and we can look at that in more detail, as well as that movement review that Pierre has been working on as well. So there's a lot of work that's going on currently that just needs to be tied up. That should inform that objective as well as other objectives and the operating model as well. So I think it's just tied into a lot of different components as well. Is it the operating model? Is it the objective? And I think it's actually both.
Right. Okay, no, that's those are good points to flag. I mean, I think I'd also note it's not unprecedented for objectives to be reevaluated or considered as part of the iterative process. It's just trying to figure out what we can actually accomplish in the near term and how we might provide some comfort before we get there.
And I think,
sorry,
Adam, if I may just interject real quick again, is I think in the nearest term is for us to look at the simulation results and maybe identify when is it less than 2%? Is that when the spawning biomass was super high everywhere? And it's just that it still has the highest level of spawning biomass, but it's less than 2% of the coast-wide spawning biomass. So we can do that and just trying to understand what the operating model is predicting first. And I don't know that we'd be able to do that for this meeting, but that is something to potentially flag as a near term, investigate what the operating model actually thinks about absolute spawning biomass at low percentages.
Chris? You're still muted, Chris.
Oh, he might be one of the callers I muted. Sorry.
Oh, right.
Let me see. Chris, are you on now?
I'm on now, yep.
Yep, sorry about that.
No problem. My mistake.
I'm draconian when it comes to muting.
What I wanted to just check on, this point we're just discussing here about this objective, I think this is an important, even though, we don't meet the objective, I think given the importance in the lead up to this and how important it was for conservation reasons and the whole reasons for introducing regions and stuff, I think we have to make sure that we have a thorough discussion of this and it's documented somewhere, because for instance, if the 2% is ad hoc, all those numbers are ad hoc. And so are we having that discussion now, or are we going to have it tomorrow? I know we're in the kind of the report writing time of the agenda now. I just want to make sure we have the chance to comment on this, because I think there's more to be said than, whatever goes in the record of meeting, I think we want to make sure we're comfortable with it. And I don't think we've had a full discussion on it yet. I think Alan's kind of summarized a lot of the key points for us to think about, but I just want to make sure we've all had a chance to comment on it, because I think this is something that commissioners are going to be interested in, as it was one of the objectives, and we need to make sure we've got a thorough explanation outlined in the report and in any recommendations. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a. Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think one thing that would be useful, and maybe we can do that during this meeting, is to look at just how much spawning biomass is in 4B in a quasi-relative sense, because the objective really is to maintain spawning biomass in these regions. And if there's a high level of spawning biomass in 4B, but it's less than 2% of the coastwide, I think it still meets the general objective. And then I hesitate, because we've had a lot of discussion about the objectives. They're currently approved by the commissioners, realizing they might change after looking at these results. Discussions about objectives can take a long time, and that will take away from our ability to evaluate these results that we have here when, yeah, and so we'll do two things. One, we'll look at sort of absolute levels of spawning biomass, try to understand that better. And then also we will, on that violin plot that I put out there, we can actually plot what the percentage that's currently defined in the objective is, and see how much greater a lot of the other regions are. Because I think there's zero probability of dropping below those percentages in all of the management procedures.
Adam, it's Chris. Just quickly, I was not suggesting opening up the objectives. I agree with what Alan had said earlier about, now's not the time to do it. That's sort of in the future. I just think we want to make sure that we thoroughly explain and everyone understands, none of the objectives met this, none of the management procedures met this objective. And then because technically if that happens, this is a biological sustainability objective. It's sort of, do not pass go, do not collect $200, we're back to the drawing board. I just think we need to make sure it's properly documented and everyone's comfortable with that. That's all. I don't want to get into a big discussion on the objectives. I agree with Alan's point earlier. This is not the time or the place at this meeting.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean, I think we've heard this from a few folks. I saw Peggy provided some agreement in the chat window as well too. So it's something that we can, perhaps document in the meeting summary, but I don't even know if we need to go that far. The takeaways, or maybe the differentiation that you've added, Chris, was that when we do get to that point about better or reevaluating the threshold for this objective for area 4B, it's not just 4B that we would be looking at. Presumably those assumptions would need to be reevaluated for all of the areas.
And I think we expected that. I think we expected to revisit this objective, the spawning biomass.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other questions from folks? We do have report writing coming up next. But any clarifications from this last presentation? Not seeing anyone. I think we can get into the report writing session. Day one is usually quite heavily weighted with mostly administrative parts of the report. Not a whole lot new to add. I've disconnected myself from VPN, so I don't have my email right now to pull up a sample report. But I presume that the Secretariat already has a draft template ready. Alan, might you be able to bring that up, or perhaps if Secretariat is online, they could bring it up?
Yeah, let me have a look at that. I guess first of all, I'm wondering, how would you like to conduct this? We've usually done report writing in smaller groups potentially, but anyone's welcome to join. I'm happy to do it with everybody here. So however you'd like to proceed is fine with me, and I'll get this sorted out where the report here in a second.
I think the past couple of meetings, since we've put the report writing in the day's agenda rather than after the day's agenda, that it's part of the meeting for whoever can and will stay, and that's a helpful thing. And like Adam said, I think most of today's report is kind of noting what you presented, Alan, and so I'm wondering if one way to fast track this is we can kind of leave that be. That's something that either is filled in or that you can fill in because you know your presentation the best, and we can focus on any discussion points that came up. So there were a few discussion points that that I wrote down for the afternoon. One is this discussion about 4B spawning biomass in the simulation where there's no fishing, and writing something down about how that came out in the simulation model, and the fact that perhaps that objective will need to be revisited at some future point in time. We had a discussion about uncertainty in movement and kind of that disconnect between some of the tagging data that the IPHC has collected and the other data that the IPHC has collected, so that there was a model fitting exercise in preparing this model and how that uncertainty might be dealt with in the future. We talked about the fact that right now we're not modeling implementation variability, but that is something that is a high priority for the future because that is built into the decision-making system that we have at the IPHC. We also talked about matching O32 distribution in recent years by area between the model conditioning exercise and what has been observed. So we could write one thing down about that. And then we just noted that objectives, we may come back to reevaluating objectives, but not at this meeting, perhaps at a future meeting, or the commissioners could do that, or this would be after an iteration with the commissioners. So those are the points that I kind of collected. I don't know if we want to start there, but just kind of reviewing while Alan is bringing up this document. Are there other points that people want to kind of like put on the list while Alan is bringing this up?
I guess the first question is, do we need to record this report writing session?
Historically, we haven't, but I'd look to the Secretariat about what is appropriate for the procedures. I don't think we have historically.
Yeah, I don't think we have either. It's been more of a subcommittee, but I don't see a problem since it is in the agenda. As Carey noted, it might be useful to keep recording. And if IPHC staff online need to go, I'm happy to take care of closing down this meeting and stop the recording. They've been working since early this morning. Okay, so sorry for the interruption.
All right. So Carey's suggestion was perhaps let's focus on some of the non-administrative pieces of the report writing first. Because a lot of the like noting this paper, noting that paper, they're things that aren't very consequential, and we can probably we can have as a group opportunity to look at them at the end of the session instead of spending time today and then doing it again on Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Is there any use in reviewing these levels?
Do we get to add some verbs?
No. I'm saying, yeah, I'm not going to touch.
No,
this,
I know.
But just reviewing the different levels.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Noting that there's formal and informal, and at this meeting, this report will go directly to the commissioners at the annual meeting. So recommended is fine to use at this time. Level 2 is agreed, and then level 3 is just noting, urged, acknowledged, all of that. And let's see. Okay, that'll be filled in, and here's the start of the report.
Sorry, so this does remind me of one item that we need to flag is there's a number of unidentified callers that have dialed in. I did send a message to the chat function to a few folks earlier in the day, but did not get a response. I suspect most of these callers are actually people who have phoned in and are connected online. But the bottom line is if you haven't identified yourself in the chat window, you're not going to get credit for attending the meeting. So speak up if you actually were here.
And I believe the support IPHC support staff are working with this too. Sorry, I interrupted somebody.
Yeah, this is Scott. I called in on the phone.
Okay.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah, so we've been monitoring the participant list as well, and we'll fill it in as best as we can.
Okay, so if folks are comfortable with the approach of maybe skipping through some of these more administrative pieces and dealing with drafting or affirming them on Thursday, I think would make a good use of time. So we can focus perhaps just on the headers, like section 1, opening of the session, see if there's anything else to add that's not already there as part of the default text. The one item that came to mind for me was this discussion around ensuring, which I think paragraph 4 already has, we've got scientifically driven process that's stakeholder informed. Yeah, so that's already there. Okay. I have nothing else in my notes that would be pertinent for section 1. Section 2 is just the formality of adopting the materials. 3 is talking about process and noting those papers. I don't think there's anything else of note there. We did spend obviously a bit of time talking about some of the SRB's recommendations in this afternoon's discussion.
Mm-hmm.
How do folks feel about, should that discussion go within section, in subsequent sections, or should it go within 3.3? Thinking of the fact that, there's no implementation variability, only limited implementation variability currently accounted for in the process.
Yeah, I don't think there's any recommendations for this section, but some noting if people wish.
I would say it's probably more helpful to put in a subsequent section rather than here, and we can always come back and add something if we feel like it's kind of floating off on its own in section 4.
Yeah, or needs to
be linked.
Really want to back up with the SRB.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't think there's anything for the AM and special session that should be added. That's all similar.
So we're in section 4. Maybe a brief pause to see if anyone's, I'm assuming because of the silence, there's no objections to this approach. We'll look to confirm once more. Okay. Not hearing anything, we'll assume that folks will consent to this approach, and we'll continue into section 4 now. Carey, in your list of notes that you had summarized, was the first one in 4.1 or was it 4.2?
I think probably everything of mine is from 4.2 and not 4.1.
I think in 4.1 we can just note the presentation of the harvest control role with procedural SPR or something along that lines, just to have a note there.
Yeah, I think a lot of mine might be also under section 5.
5.
Yeah.
So one item that, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Carey.
I was just saying if people recall discussion items from section 4, now's the time to bring them up.
The one thing that came to mind for me that I can't recall off the top of my head was whether or not there is anything from May that we put forward as a agrees and we'd like to turn to a recommend. Like it would have been recommend in May, but we're not allowed to say recommend because it's not a formal decision-making meeting. I'm just trying to pull up our May meeting minutes to confirm if there's anything of note.
That also something that could be, we could look it up kind of overnight and bring it in our morning recap.
That works for me. That's reasonable.
What I'm seeing from there is the request that the procedure is flexible that we talked about earlier. So that'll also, and that's all that was really in the management procedures for distributing the TCY.
And we also had the August ad hoc meeting, which was informational.
Yeah, and that we want to make sure if there's anything from that meeting that MSAB would like to review and capture, that we do capture in this report, because those minutes are not really, they are not an official document of IPHC. And that's why we, in our presentations, we brought forward the most salient points from that meeting.
Okay, I don't see anything immediately from last May's notes, but I don't have our ad hoc notes in front of me to compare. So rather than spending time digging those up right now, let's Carey, insert those points you had flagged around key discussion points from 4.2 and to some extent section 5.
Is the MSAB interested in noting the info 03? I'll just write a.
Yes, I think that would be helpful.
I can rephrase this better later, but.
Yeah. So for folks that are lost in the acronyms, this info paper is the one which describes in words the candidate MPs that we've been considering. It was just posted this morning.
Is this where you should, so section 4.2, where you want to talk about the 11 additional ones that you guys prepared and ran over for us and the context for using those?
Yeah, I think we can note them here, although we have not described, we did describe them slightly. We haven't described them in detail, and that was just going to be part of the results. Yeah, we can add that. It's already late. Along that lines, it's really off the top of my head.
That's good. You can also meet tonight later on. I think some of those, the genesis of some of those additional ones were recommendations from May and August that we look at things like slow up, fast down, and some of the other things, so you could know that they were responsive to those requests when you start putting it together tonight.
So here is, if we want to recall, we can start it. How about this? The MSAB recalled the paragraph, whatever, from another, from the report. that lists all these, and I think we did that in 15. Yeah, I can almost, let me just, I'll just copy this onto the page real quick. Oh boy. Ugh. Copying from PDFs doesn't always work. So this is going to be very ugly, and I might have to, this is just for your, oh, that did not work at all. Sorry. Let me just share my screen and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Not sharing.
Just fleshed it out tonight. I think I just wanted to capture the concept that people asked, where did those come from? And they were responsive to what was discussed in May.
Yep. Darn it, it's not in there. Yeah, so I think
those you have up, I think we'd like to, I think both of those should go in our report.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll just recall, again, we're recalling these. This is exactly what was in the last report, and then we listed those paragraphs. And so it just keeps that ball rolling forward of those elements of interest, which includes slope, fast down, and other things like that.
So Alan, would we, because I was thinking about 4.1, I don't think we're able to leave sections blank. So perhaps we could have something along the lines of the MSAB recalled the commission decision ID 001 from special session 06 or 02 and insert those in.
Up here under 4.1?
Well, I'm wondering actually, decision 2 would fit, the first part of decision 2 would fit within section 4.1, but the latter half is encompassing the points that Dan's looking to flag.
Yeah, and I think though that if I'm right, the first part of that is the SPR 43%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want that to be misleading because we actually have alternative SPR values in this analysis, and we're not the MSE isn't stuck on 43%.
Right.
So I'm wondering if just we say in this section, the MSAB noted the presentation on coast-wide scale is determined from SPR or something like that in a control rule that's modified. Because Pierre went over the control rule with it having a trigger and a limit.
Okay. Okay, well, so that's 4.2 mostly. Looking again through the list, Carey, you had read out, I think actually most of these go under 5. Mm-hmm.
And we could skip to that, and if we come up with more 4.4, then we could go back to it.
Okay.
There wasn't much discussion during the management procedure presentation, so.
Alan, would you mind flipping back to the report, please?
Oh, sorry, am I not on it? Oh.
Not yet.
What's it sharing? It is sharing.
It's the PDF of the
sorry.
6.
Yep. I'm sharing just the applications. So you guys can't see all my secrets. There we go. Sorry about that. I just wrote in something for 4.1. I thought you guys were, wow, they sure accepted that quickly. You don't know what else I wrote in the report now either. Okay. So something along that line.
758.
Okay, you want to tackle 4B spawning biomass first then?
Yeah, I mean, I think I might like to come back to 4.1 later because I don't want to lose track of our, you know, we started with 43 and now we're considering everything else on the other side of it. But that's something that we can deal with more when we get to the result evaluations.
I have something in mind here. How about, yeah, I think I get where you're coming from, Adam. It was 06, special section 06 or something like that.
Yeah.
Blah, blah. Noted that about, and is this coming along the line, something like this?
Yeah, I'm just trying. So yes, that the 43 was where we started, and then we expanded from that 43 in terms of subsequent evaluations. I'm thinking more for posterity when someone goes back and looks at these results and is asking, well, you know, why didn't you start with 40 and then go to the left and the right, or why didn't you start with 46 and go to the left and right?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
And we'll have, I guess we'll review this in the morning, and so we'll have opportunity to wordsmith this many more times, and I'll try to fill in some of these details tonight too, or I will.
Although, as we've said over the past couple of meetings, not with full success, I do think we ought to try to limit wordsmithing the following day, the morning of review of this is good for refreshing ourselves, but
okay.
Occasionally we've spent, you know, an hour or two wordsmithing again. Really, if you want to be wordsmithing, stick around at the end of the day or stick around on Thursday. Have I said that accurately, Carey? You're muted, sorry.
Yeah, yes, I'm trying to switch screens for a minute. I couldn't get back to GoToMeeting. Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, so into 5 then.
Hold it, Adam. Before we leave for
sure,
point 2,
yeah.
Paragraph 19. I think 19 includes a lot more than it needs to. I think just that the MSAB noted that results from 11 additional MPs are available for informational purposes in comparison to the, now there was some, I don't want to say the main MPs, there was some wording there, probably the 11 MPs identified by MSAB, and just leave it at that. I don't know if we want to get into that or worth considering. We haven't had that discussion yet. I think we just cut it off after that. The 11 MPs identified.
We had a name for those 11 MPs in MSAB 016. Just trying to remember
whatever
what it
they
was.
are, yeah.
I don't know if they were priority MPs or. Let me take a look here and see.
They were the ones that were agreed to or identified.
It's Appendix 5. The prioritized management procedures, that might be it. I think we called them the prioritized management procedures, paragraph 46 at least. Yeah.
something different than this now, or?
Yeah, I think, I mean, Chris and Dan are the ones who had raised it. What I see on the screen, I think works for me in terms of reflecting the conversation. Alan, I can confirm it's Appendix 5 in MSAB 15.
Yeah, I was just going to put in a new appendix here.
Oh, within this one, okay.
Yeah, I'll just repeat that appendix here just for convenience. So then do we want to modify this? What are we calling them? 11 MPs identified by MSAB at N15?
Sure, as long as we reference the same appendix.
Yep. And I'll insert text from these paragraphs here.
May have lost Carey just as I'm trying to recall and read my notes of the points that she had shared. They were on uncertainty in movement and this mismatch between some of the initial data and what the model had to do, how the model had to be tuned to get things to work out. We talked about no implementation variability. This observation about maintaining 4B spawning biomass. And let me see.
So I think the point, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. I don't know how to phrase this. But I'm just trying to get at that point. I guess, yeah, I guess we just be specific. What Carey was saying, that
Gonna look at the wording in the presentation.
Yeah.
Maybe we can just copy something from that.
How's that?
Sorry, I'm just on another screen here. Let me take a look and see.
I colored it in red.
Mm-hmm. I think that will do. I think it would be helpful to maybe have a recalled about the SRB recommendations as well. Just to give paragraph 24 some context.
Okay. Which one is that?
Just looking to pull it up now. There was an SRB recommendation about simulation or implementation variability. Was it, or am I thinking only of Dr. Branch's review?
Just gonna look real quick. I'm just gonna share my entire screen. It's a lot easier.
There, I think 59. 59 and 60 were the two paragraphs I was thinking about.
But how does that relate to implementation variability?
Well, that the SRB were recommending that MSC be used to compare and contrast these management measures.
Mm-hmm.
Noting
Okay.
that we currently don't have implementation variability. It has not been simulation tested yet.
But I think there's a lot of other, not concerns, but additional work as well. And so it seems to be highlighting, I'm just worried that you're putting the SRB recommendations right next to implementation variability, and that might water down or increase the importance of that, where I wonder if maybe this whole section begins with the MSAB recalled. Because I'll just temporarily put it in here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay. Yeah. So you're proposing just keep it within section 4 point whatever that is, as opposed to moving it into 5.
Yeah, I don't see how paragraph 60 fits into any of this section at all. Maybe.
Oh no, not 60. Not
Yeah.
for 5.2.
Yeah. But I'm wondering. That's so bizarre. I'm wondering how, like, if so what you're saying is they've recommended using these, noted that results are conditional on some parameters and processes that remain uncertain, and those processes are implementation variability, but also movement, but also, I think there's a lot of things that can be noted, in particular the specifics of these parameters and processes.
I agree. Yeah. Now, but the conversation today, the reason we talked about implementation variability and all of the others is I thought in part because of this recommendation. So I don't know that 5.2 needs to focus on just implementation variability. There's a few points we talked about. Uncertainty in movement data was another one. So it's just, this is what the SRB recommended. And then we addressed each one of these points throughout 5.2.
Yeah. So having the recalled and then the next paragraph link back to that recalled, we could just subpoint all the different points. Then the MSAB noted some elements or some of the uncertain parameters and processes are implementation.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I'm really not bothered if it's in if this recalled paragraph is further up or here, but
yeah, no,
I think
I'm
it's
just trying to link it as best as we can. So, is this 24 necessary? Don't know where that came from.
You know, it seems pretty similar to actually I think the point that we're trying to get to.
But it is it allows us to write a more succinct statement down here. Allows the MSAB to, saying us. I guess I'm doing the writing, you're doing the MSAB's doing the dictating. Oh, I think I know what I need. Every time it saves, it accepts all the revisions. So then when I go to change something,
oh, I see.
It's so annoying. And it was auto saving, so that's why everything was coming up. I'm just going to go back to this view. Okay, so the MSAB recalled paragraph 59 of the SRB. And the MSAB agreed. Should we put this at level 2 then?
I think so. We'll see what folks have to say at least.
Someone, I mean, that's linking it right back to it.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to brainstorm here really quickly. Implementation, variability, movement parameterization. What were some others?
Those were the two I had. I'm just going through the presentation now. Talked about the condition model. Talked about variability and parameters, but those are there. Weighted age recruitment. I'll try. Without fishing. Well, there's the violin plot as well. I'm not sure how we transition from whether that's a function of some of the variability that's not well understood yet, or if it's more an objective discussion. Oh, you've got 032. Sorry, I was on the other screen. I think what you have is delta, covers the 4 Bravo piece.
And then I guess the other uncertainty is, I think, maybe we keep 4B as separate. What do you think? The 4B issue in its own paragraph?
Because it may even be a bit premature to talk about it now. We haven't actually got into evaluating results yet. I think it's probably better suited for the agenda, the next agenda item.
Yeah. So this is a paragraph that I had suggested in blue, and I'm wondering if the MSAB wants to modify this, and this was my start to that, I guess. The only thing is I'm saying it's useful for testing management procedures. We could even say testing the 11 management procedures. How did we say it earlier?
From MSAB 15, and then the appendices was in parentheses.
Yeah.
The appendix was in parentheses.
And I think here we can say that the follow components remain uncertain and could be further developed. And that links it back to that SRB paragraph.
Yeah, that would work. One thing with the components that I'm stuck on is I have a difficult time differentiating between these components in the sub-bullets between what we've talked about as components of an MP, like constraints or other distribution procedures.
So let's just say what the SRB said, be specific. Parameters and processes remain uncertain and could be further developed. Any other?
Do we say could or should be further developed?
That's up to you guys.
Anybody else even out there? Is the paint dry yet?
I've been popping something into the chat, but wondering whether saying that these following things remain uncertain implies that everything else is fine or not uncertain. And so maybe you want to flag these ones as being of particular concern right now, but you know, there are things that are uncertain.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I was not monitoring the chat, so
Neither was I, sorry.
Aware that people are
no worries.
Free to speak up.
Will do.
I see what you're saying, Anne-Marie. You're saying if something's not on this list, is it assumed to be certain?
Yeah, it's essentially everything's fine except for these 4 things. Once we fix these 4 things, we're good. Which I don't think is quite the message that we want to put out there.
So what's some suggested alternative wording then?
That there are parameters and processes remain uncertain. Some of the main concerns at the moment are, or
I was trying to put you on the spot, but it looks like Alan's already solved the problem for you.
Yay!
Does that work, Anne-Marie? It's that we say that the following are some of the parameters and processes that remain uncertain?
Yep.
Do you want to say?
I think we should say should.
What about our
priority
to be further developed? You want to wordsmith this or?
On Thursday.
On Thursday, okay. And I can insert some potential stuff. Yeah.
So I think 28 may not be necessary now.
Yes, I agree.
And 27 is likely better suited for section 6.
I wonder if I specifically put it in this part because it's, you know, it's part of the MSC framework that is a result of the framework, not necessarily of a management procedure.
Right.
So I wonder if maybe I'm sorry if I'm speaking for the MSAB here. I just think it's an important thing to highlight is that let me just write something down if that's okay.
Yeah, please. So I see there's a couple more comments in the chat, and Tom is turned on his camera there. We'll just let Alan finish his thought and then go to Tom.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not sure what else to say there right now. I've got so many thoughts in my head, but it's two options. Sorry, I just want to get that down real quick.
Yeah.
It's up to the MSAB how they want to do. This is their report. I'm just saying we presented that, had a lot of discussion on that. I don't know if people want to capture that here, since it's a general result of the operating model.
Right. Yeah. So that quote unquote potential failure with that objective may not be a it may be more a function of the OM than actually MP performance.
Right. And the assumptions in the OM.
Tom? Oh, Tom, you have no audio. Let's see if you're just muted here. Still can't hear you there, Tom. Very animated though. I have maxed out my troubleshooting there, Tom. I can see you, but I can't hear anything. I don't see any other callers that have dialed in.
Yeah, I see he's muted. Now he's unmuted on our end.
I suspect Tom may type in a message. We'll maybe give him a few minutes to do that. In the interim, we can look to Dan's comment, which was a request to add a new subsection to paragraph 26, listing stock distribution from region to area as something to be investigated. Does that make sense to you, Alan? I'm not entirely sure I recall that point.
What, Dan's
Did
point?
that have to do with, yeah, it actually, was that the projected 032 stock distribution within regions?
It was the
Or this is
assumption. It was the assumption that the proportion of biomass in each regulatory area within a region was a static assumption.
Right, yes.
The last 10 years. So I might
Static,
combine B and E. So I might say something like, which is partly due to, and I could take to the proportion of biomass.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just sort of writing notes for myself right now.
On that line of thinking, that was an item that I don't know if it needs to go in the report, but it was something that we talked about, was just affirming the 032 stock distributions on slide 26, which didn't quite seem to match up in recent years' observations.
Yeah, let's just put a flag for that.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to go in the report.
And because I think I saw some chatter on my message board here, and I think Pierre and Ian were having a little discussion on that we can investigate later tonight and come back with tomorrow.
Okay. Sorry, Dan's just flagged that his audio is not working as well.
It's the tsunami. It's taking out everybody's audio. It's interesting. There seem to be more audio issues this time than in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's by design.
No.
No, not at all.
Okay. Sorry, so Alan, I'll let you finish your thought on Delta and Echo there and see if it reflects Dan's clarification. Maybe Dan, you can keep an eye out for that, and we'll see what Tom is looking to flag. Oh, I see some wordsmithing that Tom suggested. Tom, would you be able to say which paragraph you're talking about? Oh, I see, right in the highlighted there. Okay, yeah. we'll let everybody read over delta there. See, Dan, if that addressed what you were looking for. The beginning of paragraph 26, Alan, is, yeah, to test. Thanks. Dan says, looks okay to me. Well, that's great.
I wonder if how about we just simply note it. And we can have some thought about, or MSAB members can have some thought about what, if they'd like to say anything about that. Referring to this text in 27.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we would add that same text to the results piece. So I'm a bit concerned, like 27 right now is missing this this tie-in to the fact that it's actually, it may be a function of the OM specification, not just a poorly designed OM or objective. Maybe we could recall the paragraph from MSAB 15, which notes that these were pretty qualitative thresholds. It's paragraph 37 from MSAB 14.
That was MSAB 14.
Correct.
Okay, I'll fill that out. That's the one you pasted in the chat window earlier?
Correct, yeah.
And then, yeah, I think that follows nicely.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Okay, and I think with paragraph 28, that may bring us to the end.
Yes. I just want to make sure that in 26 we've captured the main points that the MSAB would like to capture, and then we can expand on those points. But there's basically implementation variability, movement parameterization, the recruitment distribution, and then the estimates of the 032 stock distribution. And we got 3 more days to think about this stuff too. But if I'm just thinking in terms of when the MSE team picks this up again, it's like we're thinking, well, what would be important to work on? This is going to be very helpful. Size at age variability says is that was something the SRB commented on, size at age, and they suggested looking at alternatives, ways to simulate that. However, I feel like we've added a lot of variability due to weighted age, and that is the main source of variability in this model. There might be slightly better ways to do that. That's just my opinion.
So slide 21, I think, is where that suggestion had come from, where it lists the integrated uncertainty and the scenarios.
Right. Yeah, so variability is through weighted age recruitment and movement right now.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be mentioned in the report. I just don't know that we've talked about the actual methods all that much, although it is in the document. So if the MSAB does want to say something along that lines, I'm fine with it. Oh, the other thing was maybe Dan is getting on this as determination of size structure. I'll put it like that. And this is, we did have this discussion this morning about the methods to do this, that they couldn't be improved. They could be improved on by linking that to the variability in size at age. Yep, and I think Dan.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's okay, I'm going to just take this out for now. There's a lot of that. Determination of size structures from. We can improve that description as well. Thanks, Dan.
And it's variable size at age over time, right?
Yes.
Time varying size at age?
Whatever you prefer.
Whatever's going to be most meaningful to the MSE team, really. Jim, you had a suggestion? Oh, Jim, your audio is also not working. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, what is going on? I'm just going to hit unmute all just to see if that does something. Participant.
This is Ian, just giving you a mic check.
Yeah, Ian, I hear you.
This is Jeff. Can you hear me as well?
I hear Jeff, yeah. I can see Jim's typing away. Peggy, are you around? Can we hear you? Trying to think from folks who we've heard from today and it's worked in the past. Not sure what, because maybe something we'll have to try to work on tonight or tomorrow morning to get audio back online. I do see Jim's comment though about size differences by region or regulatory areas. And Anne-Marie's talked about time varying as a whole.
I've added time varying to the movement parameterization and recruitment distribution.
Yes, yeah.
Just to be a little more specific on that and relate it back to these.
And so then Jim's comment about differences by region or regulatory areas.
There is some size difference. It's using observed weighted age by region and by sector in the operating model. And then as it projects into the future, those have a deviate that is constant across all regions and sectors, as well as a second deviate that makes them depart by a smaller amount within region and sector. So there's like this concept of they all differ, but they'll move sort of generally in ups and downs in the same way, but within that general up and down movement, they may, sorry, I don't know if you see my camera, but they may waver a little bit of smaller fine variation within the general ups and downs by region and sector. So I think there's a lot of that there incorporated. So yeah.
He gave you a thumbs up. That seems.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see the thumbs up.
Okay.
I don't know what happened to Carey. Has anyone heard?
Sorry, yeah, she let me know. She did have to drop off. This time of year is particularly challenging with her other obligations, commitments. Folks, myself included, may not recall that she's as part of a condition of her agreeing to be chair. She can't stay late to draft the report on these October meetings. So.
She has assessments due next month, or probably in a couple weeks.
Yeah, well, especially when it's a 3-week-long council meeting that you guys are, or that she's trudging through. It's a big ask.
Yep.
Okay, I think I'm just skimming through the comments. I think that covers most of the key points. Thanks for that feedback there, Scott. And Marie seems to be satisfied with that addition. So I think we can probably wrap it up here. Acknowledging that there's still potentially some audio issues, I'll give folks a few minutes to send a chat in to affirm that they're satisfied with this as the draft for today, noting that we will be able to wordsmith these pieces in a little more detail on Thursday. We will provide a review tomorrow morning as well, but we'll try to have it serve as mostly a review, not much wordsmithing in the interest of time.
While people are doing that, I'm looking through it. Does the MSAB mind if I maybe expand on these A through E, which will be considered later? There'll be the opportunity. So I'll just expand on this with a little bit more detail, a little bit, and wordsmith it myself as a potential. I'll flag it in blue, and then Dave will clean up the general document and then send that out to MSAB members by morning at the latest. So I'm just wondering, is it okay if I do some wordsmithing here?
Right. So first of all, I see a number of affirmations from folks in the chat about the process, so that's helpful. Alan, your clarification is seeking some leeway to update these sub-bullets alpha through echo in paragraph 26. My personal thought is that would be very helpful, given I think the target audience for this is largely going to be the MSE team. So it'd be helpful if it's something that is meaningful to the team to go away and say, yeah, this is what we talked about in October in terms of the next step of work to do. So I think that would be helpful. I'd be more than happy to give you the license to make those changes. It looks like Anne-Marie is also satisfied with that approach. Any concerns with that, folks? Anyone volunteering to help Alan wordsmith paragraph 26?
I'm also wondering, it is fine. It won't take me long to do. I can just do that right now.
I don't see anyone, Alan, so I think that gives you license to edit as you see fit for those 5 points.
And then I'm wondering if I can move these 3 points. Oh yeah, no. I'm just thinking how to fill in multi-area operating model. These are operating model. I think we'll keep them all here, as we've already agreed on. And then maybe just note that something along this lines, just a note, just to fill in something up here. I never put the agenda together thinking about how to write the report, which I should do in the future.
It's difficult when it's that many months out. Glenn, let's see, hopefully your audio can work.
Hopefully, does it?
Ah, yes, yeah.
Okay, good. Just a quick question or thought. We would leave this highlighted and then come back to it later in the report writing, or is Alan going to take a crack at it and then we'll have a chance to revisit it? It's a bit late in the day, and I was wondering if maybe this is something we just highlight and come back to.
Paragraph 20,
sorry, go ahead.
26.
I was just asking which paragraph, 26, yeah?
Yeah, I think my proposal is I'll go take a crack at just wording these a little bit more clearly. I think the general concept is there, and I'll just make them word-worthy. And then there'll be plenty of opportunity to review them during the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, we'll look at Thursdays as the final drafting session to affirm that. Is that all right, Glenn? Thanks.
How about something like that, just to fill in that point?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. There's no specific additional point we need to note in any of the papers, right? I'm just going through the presentation for 5 to see if there's anything that's relevant there. There were some questions on slide 9, but that's know if that's necessary.
That's captured in that point that Dan suggested.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's captured in E, or I guess it's D. In D.
Yeah. Yeah.
The static value over time determined from last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we got this part, we got that. There wasn't, did you want to capture anything like you were saying?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I mean, because that actually might be part of like implementation variability.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No,
like,
yeah, do we want to capture a point? The MSAB noted that the determination of mortality limits at low TCYs could be improved or something like that with consultation of
that text may already exist in the MSAB 15 report, or wasn't it actually in this presentation as well?
It was, what's that? Let me see.
Could you, or was it the ad hoc meeting, slide 15?
Oh, I see. No, that's non-directed. It might be this one, paragraph 8.2.
Yes, there we go. Yeah,
which I didn't repeat here. Just bring that up really quick.
Mm-hmm.
8.2. It's 9.2 actually, yeah. Or did I screw something up? Yeah, these are the adopted minutes. So yeah, at low TCYs, actual allocation may be different than at high TC values. The MSC team will work. So that's the paragraph there. Do we want to capture that?
I do think it's important to note. Yeah.
Would it be helpful to, in addition to that section, when you're talking about the low TCEYs, to add a little bit of a explanation as to what that might lead to? Like, because this is what's there right now, interpretation of performance measures when or at low abundances might be problematic or something like that, or not representative of what might actually happen.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to separate that for now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm having not a very creative day in wordsmithing.
I think that's sufficient. I mean, we can wordsmith it later, but that is the point, and that's why I was thinking about whether it's tied into this implementation variability piece as well. I think it's a better fit here.
Would this paragraph that's highlighted now be useful?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Not really now, I don't think.
Okay.
I mean, we can say, you know, that this can be reviewed at some future date or something like that, where the first part is to acknowledge that it's, you know, it's not perfect at these low TCYs, but we also want to flag that it's also not that consequential to the results.
Yeah, and we could elevate it to an agreed. If that's, it might be worth elevating it.
Sure, yeah, Okay.
I know that when I go through these reports, and just my personal opinion, I will tend to focus more on agreed and request and recommended than on noted.
Okay. I think that'll suffice for today. We can come back to it on Thursday if we need. I just noted though that Dan had to drop off, and he added a very good suggestion about paragraph 22 to note the MSAB's appreciation of the work that the MSE team's done to get things up and running. Obviously, a very very complicated task getting the multi-area operating model running. I'm pretty sure we've been complaining about it, asking about it since the very beginning. So we shouldn't. We need to acknowledge our appreciation for all the work the MSC team's done to get us here.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. I don't know if I want to write that paragraph, but I can praise myself all you want. No. I mean, should we put it noted their appreciation, or do we say the MSAB appreciated?
Well, I think we ought to. I don't know what verb we need to have. Acknowledged is a verb we're allowed, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the MSAB acknowledged the significant efforts of the MSE team to, what do we want to say, to develop or to have brought the multi-area operating model?
Well, it's the framework. I mean, it was a lot of work. The operating model is just one part. I mean, the amount of code, there might be more code in just doing the allocations, the connection with the operating model, all that. So.
Right. So yeah, I think referring to the framework is more appropriate.
What was the?
Is it to develop, to have? I don't know, what verb are we looking here, folks?
It was to actually implement, not implement, but develop and.
Distribution of multiple, yeah.
How's that? And they all deserve a raise. So,
I don't know if Dave's still on right now. I don't know if that will survive the edits, but
fine.
I won't disagree.
It's after 5. I can start joking, right?
This is probably the part that I missed the most about not having these in-person meetings.
Yeah.
We don't have anywhere we can go afterwards to help solve the rest of the problems.
I know. Yeah. Well, the harmonica's starting to play in my background downstairs. So.
Okay. So yeah, Dan's not here, but thanks to Dan for raising that very important point. I think we'll have another opportunity to reflect on that as well if we need to build on that paragraph. I don't see anything else in terms of major structural additions. There's a little bit of wordsmithing that'll be highlighted that we'll come back to on Thursday. It'll be flagged for folks tomorrow as well, but I think we can leave it there.
Okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'll expand the things like MPs to management procedures, just do that little tiny bit of editing. If anything's left unfinished, I won't touch it, I'll just mark it. And then I'll just try to wordsmith this section just a little bit more clearly.
Great, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last call on the chat for anyone else?
I like that. Can we use the word celebrated? Celebrated remotely. How about that?
Okay. I think we'll leave it there. So thank you very much, everybody, for I think a successful first day. We've got a busy couple of days ahead of us to really get through some substantive issues. But I think this has set us on the right foot to make for a productive week. And we will talk tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Hopefully we can get these audio issues resolved. Alan, I'll maybe check in with you and Carey, and we can consider any contingency plans if we've got audio issues in the morning.
I don't feel like it's an issue on our end with GoToMeeting. I feel like.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it and I can't see anything else either. It may just be it's the end of the day and computer is tired.
I mean, anybody on having audio issues, I would suggest you could try a different browser. That often happens to me. If you're using Chrome, try Firefox. If you're using Firefox, try Chrome. Sometimes I have to do that, and it depends on the computer I'm working on. If that doesn't work, if there's the possibility of calling in, it seems like some people are doing that as well.
Yeah, great. I think the call-in's a good backup to try.
And then tomorrow, when to do the breakouts, we'll have the other and a whole nother platform to play with. So, and so Pierre and I will each send out invites tonight, and then we can decide what room people want to break out into.
Right. Yeah. We'll see how conversation's going tomorrow and how we want to go forward with breakouts or plenary sessions or what.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Well, thanks again, everybody. Thanks particularly to the MSE team, and we'll talk tomorrow morning.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Look forward to presenting the results tomorrow.
Thanks, folks.